Recorded Books and RB Digital present A Song Unheard by Roseanna M. White. Narrated by Liz Pierce. Chapter 1. London, England, September 28, 1914. The music seeped into her soul like fog over the Thames. Willa Forsyth leaned back against the grimy bricks and tilted her face up to the early evening mist. It kissed her cheeks, cooled her, dampened her clothes. She let it. It was a reasonable price to pay for this. Above her, the music spilled from the window, cracked open just enough to help it escape. Timpani and double bass, cello and bassoon, clarinet and flute and horn, and violin. She rested her head against the bricks and strained up onto her toes, as if that would draw her closer. She focused all her energy on that clear soprano voice. The cellos missed their entrance, again, and the rest of the group trickled to silence while the maestro shouted his displeasure. Sometimes she imagined herself on one of those chairs with the other violinists. She imagined the heat that would sting her cheeks when it was one of her mistakes the maestro berated. She imagined exchanging a look with the other musicians that said... She didn't know what it would say. Camaraderie with other musicians was as mysterious as the man she was about to meet. Which... She pulled out the cheap pocket watch she'd liberated from a drunken lecture last year. 10 minutes to make the 7-minute trek. Good. She would rather be early than arrive to find Mr. V already there. With a friendly pat of thanks to the cold bricks for hosting her yet again, she slipped away from the symphony's practice chamber, out of the little alcove that the city had neglected, over the crumbling half-wall, and down the night-dark alley. If she were Rosemary, the shadows would make her shiver. If she were Eleanor, the mist would make her reach to check the hair under her hat. If she were Retta, she'd pause there where alley met street to admire the slant of the sun as it made one final hurrah through the mist and fog, turning them to gold in 1 second and then vanishing in the next. But Willa was none of her sisters. For a moment she almost caught a melody that danced its way through the sunburst. Almost. It was there one moment, but then it slipped away, too fleet of foot for her ever to follow. Her fingers itched for her bow. That elusive wisp of song wouldn't come when she had her violin in hand. But she could play that line the strings had been singing in the practice chamber. She wished she had heard the ending, but that bit between sections would do for one. After she met with Mr. V, she'd head back to her flat in Poplar and fetch her violin before going to the pub. They may not be a symphony-going crowd at Paulies, but they always welcomed her to the little stub of a stage with hoots and applause. It was enough. Even if it was never enough. A toddler whined to her right as his mother hurried him along. A cab sputtered by. Someone coughed and someone else shouted. In Flemish. The crowds clogging the streets had shifted in the past 2 weeks. First it had been rosy-cheeked English lads in freshly pressed uniforms, like her little brother Georgie, jostling and joking with one another and boasting about how they'd go and teach the Krauts a lesson for invading poor little Belgium. Then they had vanished, to be replaced with bedraggled refugees from poor little Belgium. Women and children who had escaped with only the clothes on their back. Men who stood about with their hands in their pockets or reading the papers with perpetual scowls. Willa turned the corner, trying to identify the newcomers by sight. Sometimes it was possible when they wore the country garb they'd fled their little communes in. Not so much when they were dressed like everyone else in the city, until they opened their mouths and either Flemish or French spilled out. Was it wrong of her to wish those English lads were here instead? Or Georgie, anyway. She missed his jests, his perpetual stretching of their family's rules. The army would either straighten him out or crush him when he refused to be straightened. Either way, he wouldn't come home the same person he'd left as. Either way, it deserved some mourning. She checked the street and crossed in front of a slow-moving wagon that was making motorists honk their horns and wave their fists. Not even a month officially at war, and already everything was changing. She could only hope it would be over as soon as the papers were predicting. A few months, they said, like the Boer War. That was all it would take. Mr. V said otherwise. She turned into the little park where she was scheduled to meet him and breathed easy when she saw the bench unoccupied. No nondescript bowler hat, no careful grey suit, no placid blue eyes that seemed to see into the shadows of the past and future with equal terrifying skill. But he paid well. She could deal with a bit of fearsome omniscience if it carried ample pound notes along with it. Her bench was damp, so she pulled a hanky from her handbag and swiped a spot dry before sitting. Then she stuffed the masking white square back in, over top the wallet she'd slipped out of a gent's pocket an hour before, while he stood there spouting off at some poor street rat for not shining his shoes properly. Served the lout right to be robbed. And she'd slipped the shoeshine boy one of the bills after the rich bloke blustered off, since he'd refused to pay the poor lad. Street rats had to stick together. "Well, good day, pretty Willa Forsyth." The voice, laced with Flemish and increasingly familiar, brought her head around and her heart rate up. Not at the handsome face that greeted her with a smile full of even white teeth. At the fact that he was here, now when Mr. V also would be soon. Cor Ackerman. She forced a smile for her new Belgian neighbour. Her landlady had announced to them all not a fortnight ago that she'd be doing her bit for brave little Belgium and taking in a few refugees. This one was trouble. She'd known it the moment he doffed his cap and grinned at her like he was doing now. The kind of grin that said he intended to make the most of his tenure in England, and that his most would involve charming some English lass into a compromising position. Willa had never much cared for charm, and didn't trust any man who called her pretty. But she was in less danger of sliding into stupidity than, say, her actually pretty little sister Eleanor. So better he keep his attention on her. He motioned to the bench beside her. "May I?" Cor Ackerman was trouble, no question. But she liked him nonetheless. She darted a glance over her shoulder. "Perhaps for a moment, but I'm afraid I'm meeting someone, my employer," she added. The last thing she needed was him thinking it was a beau she was meeting and deciding to take it as a challenge. He sat, heedless of the moisture on the bench, and flashed that grin again. "I will not keep you long, but I could not pass up a chance to talk with the prettiest girl in London." She snorted. She couldn't help it, but didn't bother responding to such obvious flattery with any other acknowledgement. "Were you out searching for a job again? You're rather far from home." "Ja. I tried the utilities, the train stations." He made a face that on most men would have looked sour. Somehow on him it looked amused. "With so many men enlisted already, I thought there would be openings. But the desire to help my people extends only to the point where it does not hurt an Englishman, I think. They will give jobs to your countrymen before mine." Reasonable, in a way, though she understood the frustration it would give the refugees, too. Willa flexed her fingers and tucked her handbag to her side, the side away from him. She'd turn the money over to Barclay, her eldest brother and leader of their patchwork clan, when she got home, and then she'd dispose of the wallet. She felt as though she ought to have some advice for Cor, suggestions on where else to look for a position, but she'd never much moved in the circles of the gainfully employed. "I'm sure you'll find something soon. Anyone willing to work as they say can." Though to her way of thinking it was a complete waste to slave all day for some heartless employer, only to end up with barely 2 pence to rub together at the end of the day. "Well, perhaps my cousins and I will find our way to that pub you like tonight. Will you be there?" "Or miss one of the few square meals she ever got in a week?" Willa nodded. "I will." Though if Cor would be too, she'd be sure to remind Eleanor that it was her turn to head home early with the little ones again. "Then I will say farewell now, and see you later." He stood again and, not wanting to be rude, Willa did as well to see him off. He reached for her hand and raised it to his lips, angling his eyes up at her as he did so. It was, without question, the most blatantly flirtatious move she'd ever personally received. The question was, why did it feel so awkward? Other people engaged in such simple contact all the time, but on the rare occasions it happened to Willa with anyone but family, it always left her feeling stiff and uneasy. She reclaimed her hand, kept her smile cool, and waved him off. Cor hadn't even turned out of the park before a more familiar voice came from behind her. "I'd steer clear of that one if I were you." "Mr. V." She didn't turn, knowing he'd come to the front of the bench in another moment. No surprise seized her at his sudden appearance. No doubt he'd been there all along, waiting for Cor to leave. And he, at least, never reached for her hand. Round the bench he did, though he wouldn't sit. He never sat. Willa did, and made sure she looked far more relaxed than she felt. "And while I appreciate the concern, sir, you needn't worry. I wouldn't trust that one any farther than I could kick him. Though if you know something about him, I should—" Mr. V's gaze tracked Cor's figure as he disappeared from view. "Nothing particular, though all I need to know." Her brows knit. "Why do you say that? Just because he's a refugee?" She hadn't thought him the type to be prejudiced, but then what did she really know of him? It seemed these days she passed quite a bit of time with absolute mysteries for companions. "I was just in Belgium recruiting refugees, Miss Forsyth. I assure you, it has nothing to do with his nationality." With Cor gone, he turned his icy gaze on her. "Though I'm glad you do not seem opposed to them on principle. You'll be joining a few of them if you take this little job." Her fingers itched again, but not for her violin's bow this time. If he held true to the pattern Rosemary had shared with her, he'd have an envelope. In it would be instructions, and a bit of an advance on whatever he'd pay her for this little job. "Will I?" He drew it out and handed it to her. Her pulse quickened far more over this plump white rectangle than over even white teeth. Keeping her movements calm and deliberate, she reached for the envelope, stuck a finger under the flap and ripped it open. She didn't riffle through the bills, though she wanted to. £100, she would bet. The same as he'd given Rosemary when she'd accepted her last job from him. She pulled out the paper instead, filled with precise type that told her nothing about him except that he liked order. Her eyes skimmed the words. Snagged. "Are you quite serious?" Mr. V clasped his hands behind his back. "Is there a problem? I rather thought you would enjoy this, given your talents. It's why I've come to you with it rather than, say, your brother." Her eyes were wide, she knew they were, but she couldn't regain her composure as she turned them on him. Not with the symphony orchestra leaping off that page and scorching her. You want me to... But the Belgians, haven't they suffered enough? I don't steal from those who are worse off than I am, it's... Do finish reading before you jump to conclusions, Miss Forsyth. Not a twitch of his lips, but she almost thought she detected a gleam in his eye. Perhaps. This particular Belgian is not so badly off, I assure you, or wouldn't be if he could access his accounts. They're frozen, of course. The Germans have frozen all banking in Belgium, but it isn't money I want you to steal from him regardless. Her breath caught as she read farther down the page. She blinked, but it didn't change. That neat type still said Lukas de Wilde. It still said Belgian Symphony Orchestra. It also said Aberystwyth. Wales? There are wealthy sisters there who have recruited artists and musicians from among the refugees to support them and also to bring some culture to their neighbourhood. You will be posing as a friend of theirs from school. So the instructions said. Though she had to look at him again at that, her eyes still wide. And how am I to do that? They'll obviously know I'm not an old school chum, given that they'll have no memory of me. There, a twitch of his lips. Perhaps. The Davies sisters are family friends, let us say. They know that you are about important business and have agreed to participate that far in this. They will not know your true purpose, of course, only that you are there at my bequest. She still wasn't entirely certain what his role in the world was. He had, it seemed, some connection to the government. Though what exactly that connection was she couldn't determine. All she knew was that if her family could continue working for him, they wouldn't have to haunt the streets anymore, looking for a likely mark, or lie their way into balls to liberate jewellery. If they could keep working for him, Rosemary and her new morals wouldn't keep frowning at them all. But they wouldn't have to completely change. He used them because of the skills they had honed over the years. Skills Willa had no intention of giving up, regardless of Rosie's insistence that they needn't steal anymore, that she and her new husband Peter would support the family. Nonsense. Supporting 12 strangers was too much to ask of some bloke who hadn't yet been tested. What if such strain spoiled their marriage? No. Willa and Barclay had both agreed that, while it was fine to let Peter Holstein take the little ones on a holiday now and again, they would not be entirely beholden to him. They would support themselves as they had always done, in the way they had always done, or nearly the same way. It was who she was, all she knew. She glanced at the page again. So, what is it exactly that you want me to steal from Lukas de Wilde? It took all her willpower to keep from crumpling the page, to keep her hand steady, to keep from seeing his face as it appeared on the poster she may have liberated from a rubbish bin and tacked to her wall. But he couldn't be so handsome in reality. It wasn't possible. I'm not entirely certain. This is why I need someone with expert instincts to find it. Mr. V shifted a bit, no doubt to block her and his envelope from the view of a few passers-by on a path 2 leaps away. I can tell you only that it is a cipher key. It could be a ring, a piece of paper, anything really. Anything small enough to be carried always with him. But you will recognise it. It should have letters that align with the traditional alphabet and provide alternates. She should be flattered, she supposed, at that reference to her instincts, but instead she frowned. Cipher? You do know I'm no spy, Mr. V, just a thief. And I'm not asking you to break any codes, Miss Forsyth, simply to obtain the device that will allow others to do so. As if that were to ease her frown. Why, is he a spy? For Germany? The thought shouldn't make her stomach sink, as it did. She didn't know the man, after all, aside from staring at his poster more than she ought. Mr. V's lips twitched. Does it matter? Yes. She wasn't sure why. It shouldn't, not given the stack of pound notes. But it would be helpful to know who she was up against, wouldn't it? If he were a spy, a trained one who carried around encoding devices, well, that wasn't just her average mark. He could be dangerous. Mr. V chuckled. No, my dear, he is not a spy. It is simply that his father had been doing work in the field of cryptography, coding and code breaking. It is said he developed a cipher machine that could revolutionize the field. The Crown is very interested in procuring this machine, and finding this small device that Lukas de Wilde always carries with him is the first step. He lifted his silver brows. Satisfied? She nodded. Aside from recognizing the thing, it shouldn't be too hard. Get into his room, snoop around. If all went well, it would only take a few days, at worst a week or two. Although if he literally carried it on him, that would require getting close to him. Willa Forsyth, rubbing elbows with a world-renowned violinist, with Lukas de Wilde. She'd probably wake up tomorrow and find it all a dream. He clasped his hands behind his back and eased a step away. Time is of the essence. I've already made arrangements for your transport to Wales on Monday. Take tomorrow to get what you need to convince the world you are a gentleman's daughter, off for a holiday with friends. Memorize the information I've provided. Have you any questions? Of course she had. The leading one being why he didn't just ask the man for this key, for the machine itself if it was so important. And if he was not a spy for Germany. But she knew enough of her employer to guess that he wouldn't provide those answers. She had already pushed him for more of an explanation than she'd honestly expected him to give. It wasn't her business, anyway. She nodded and slipped the envelope into her handbag. Consider it done, sir. His nod said the meeting was over, so she stood, angling toward home, while he turned in the opposite direction. Her thoughts were a whirl as she hurried for the tube, as she rode the familiar train through the familiar tunnels, as she bustled toward her familiar little flat in dismal Poplar, with its water-stained walls and rickety stairs. They could perhaps get something a little nicer now that they had the payment from the last big job for Mr. V. But there was nothing better around here, and they never went more than a few blocks from Pauli's pub. It was home. And frankly, they could none of them square the thought of not being strapped. It was too new, too unbelievable, and depending on how this job went, it could very well not last, so why get used to it? She unlocked the door to the rooms she shared with Eleanor and little Olivia, though she found the flat empty when she stepped inside. Rosemary had once lived in this bare little space with them too. Another something she couldn't square, that her oldest sister, her oldest friend, wouldn't be living here anymore, wouldn't be a part of their world. She was happy that Rosie was happy, she was, but sometimes it still cut. Was their life so bad that she could abandon it without a backward glance? Willa looked around at the drab space, bare and ugly. They always had to be ready to move at the first sniff of the police, so their decorations were few, their furniture all rented with the flat. A transient, temporary life. No, she couldn't blame Rosemary for wanting something better. She just couldn't quite believe she'd found a way to get it. Never mind all that, though. Shaking it off, Willa deposited the envelope and pinched wallet in one of her hidey holes, grabbed her violin, and rushed back into the dusk. She could smell the food cooking at Paulie's from the end of the street, and it put more speed in her step. Another minute and she was pushing through those familiar doors into the domain of the man who was the closest thing to a father she'd ever known. Paulie was disappearing into the back as she walked in, but he turned at the sound of the door and lifted a hand in warm greeting. She didn't need a father anyway, not so long as she had Paulie there, willing to play the part, willing to love the ragtag bunch of street urchins he'd helped stitch together. It was early yet, so the pub had only a few neighbours in it, and the family. None of them shed a drop of blood, but the bonds between them were all the stronger for being born of need rather than chance. They were at their usual table, the little ones all sandwiched between the older ones. She smiled to see Rosemary there, bending over Olivia to help her retie the ribbon on her braid. Rosie would be leaving tomorrow, travelling to Cornwall with half the family, all of them who were 12 or under. It would do them all good to get out of London. Still, London wasn't the same when all her family wasn't in it. Then again, Willa wouldn't be in it either by Monday. Making sure her smile stayed bright, she bustled over to the people she loved best in the world. "Getting an early start tonight, are we?" "And an early start tomorrow." Cressida, the oldest of the children going southwest in the morning, leapt up and greeted Willa with a mighty squeeze. "I'm so excited, I've never seen anything but London." Chuckling, Willa squeezed her back. "You'll have a grand time. Be sure to mind Rosie and—" "We know, Will." Cressida added a roll of her eyes for good measure. Little Nigel, the second youngest of their crew at 7, was bouncing on his seat. "I don't want supper. I want to go home to bed, so it will be tomorrow." Willa chuckled and slid her violin case onto the floor under her chair. She looked over to the oldest of them. Barclay lifted a brow in silent question. She nodded. "I have today's wages for you at home, and the meeting with Mr. V went well. I'll be going to Wales in a couple of days." Retta, blonde hair smoothed back in some new style of chignon that made her look far more elegant than usual, leaned forward. "Wales? Whatever is in Wales?" The words, those beautiful words, nearly stuck in Willa's throat as she sat. "A symphony orchestra, made up of Belgian refugees, apparently, who are touring to raise money for the Belgian Relief Fund." Lucy's mouth fell open, her dark almond-shaped eyes going wide in her dusky face. "An orchestra? No wonder he came to you. You'll have a marvellous time, Willa." She would, though truth be told she'd never been away from the family for more than a few days, and never alone. Across from her, Rosemary grinned. "I dare say I won't be able to convince you to come with us to Cornwall, then. I was going to try again." That cut burned. It was good what her sister was doing, taking the little ones for some fresh air and solid meals. She was, as they had always done, sharing freely what she'd found for herself. So why did it feel like a betrayal, like she was abandoning them all? Still, it was Rosie, her oldest, truest friend. Willa leaned back in her chair. "You might have succeeded if it weren't for this." She craned her neck around for evidence of Paulie's return. "Does he need help bringing the food out?" She'd eat first, then she'd play. "No, he said it would just be another minute or two." Barclay folded his hands over his flat stomach and surveyed the crowded table. "Our last night all together for a while. I'm glad you brought your violin, Will." "Oh, the challenge." Grinning, Retta scooted forward on her chair. "I've just got it." Willa breathed a laugh. Given that introduction, she had a feeling their little game was about to turn her way. "Now wait just a minute. I'm still not satisfied that you managed the one Rosie gave you. It isn't exactly stealing a train when you show up with a miniature in your pocket." Retta's grin didn't dim. "She didn't say how big, did she? But trust me, I'll be more precise. You, Willa Forsyth, must steal—" As usual, everyone around the table drummed their fingers against the smooth, worn wood, laughter punctuating their percussion. Retta slapped a hand to the table, silencing the finger drums. Music. Willa blinked. Music? Music. Original music never before heard by the public. I want to see a score, that's what it's called, right? That has never been seen before by anyone but the composer. Not quite as impossible as some of the things they challenged each other to lift, not given where Willa was going. Retta, that's hardly even a challenge. I'd barely even be able to call myself the best when I do that. Retta's blue eyes didn't look at all uncertain. I know for a fact most musicians aren't composers, and symphonies mostly play tried and true pieces, right? Bet you'll be a far cry harder than you're thinking. She may have a point, but surely someone among the Belgian orchestra composed something, right? It would be a simple matter of finding out who, and seeing their work, then taking their work, after making sure no one else had ever heard it. Perhaps not quite so simple, but she pushed away from the table. Piece of cake. I'll play it for you when I get home. But for now, dinner could wait. She bent down, grabbed her violin case and extracted the precious bits of wood and string. Amid the whooping and clapping of her family, she climbed onto the box of a stage Paulie had built for her, lifted her bow, closed her eyes, called to mind that melody the violins had been singing from the practice chambers that afternoon, letting it fill her head until it spilled out into her veins and travelled to her fingers. And she played. Chapter 2. Aberystwyth, Wales. The throb in his shoulder was a palpable thing. Lukas de Wilde didn't just feel the ache as he lowered his bow and gritted his teeth, fingers digging into the dense wood of his Stradivarius's neck. He tasted it, wine gone sour. He smelled it, metallic and hot. He saw it, grey edges to a world once coloured. As a boy, he had spent many an hour of practice staring with more longing out of his window than at his etudes. Even so, he had never been more glad for a practice to end than today. Now he had only to make it back to his rented room without collapsing, and then to rid his mind's eye of that image of the garden outside his music room's window. The garden that was now a heap of rubble, smoking and smouldering still in his mind, as it had been when he saw it a fortnight ago. His house, his father's house, destroyed. But empty. If his lips had remembered how to pray, he would have offered a praise to heaven for that, or perhaps a plea, because he didn't know what it had meant that it had been empty, whether it was a good sign or a bad. He hadn't found them on the road between Louvain and Brussels, nor in Brussels, not before the world collapsed upon him. His colleagues were all standing, murmuring in English flavoured with French or Flemish. A few of them who didn't speak English well would interrupt themselves with a huff and switch to their native tongue. Their friends would provide the needed English and answer in the words of their hostland. Another day, week, month, lifetime, it might have amused him, this polite insistence upon speaking English, even when there were no Englishmen in the room to hear it. Today, with the echoes of pain reverberating in his ears, he could not manage it. Careful to keep his right arm immobile, he stood. Jules stood there in front of him, frowning. When had he even approached? He carried his cello with the ease of one whose arm was not screaming in hot, sour pain. But his eyes spewed hot, sour accusations. "You promised you would not push yourself too hard." Lukas sidestepped his friend and turned to the wall. His case, the the first step toward leaving and walking out into that still unfamiliar street, to go to his not his own rooms.
"It was only a practice. If that is too hard, then I had better tell our patronesses now that I am worthless to them, and be sacked."
Jules muttered in that way of his, the one that had absolutely no discernible words in any given language, but a rather close resemblance to many in several that would have earned him a tongue-lashing from his mother, or for that matter from Lucas's mother. No, best not to think about Mare until he was somewhere he could crumble in peace. Jules elbowed his way past a cluster of nattering woodwind players to keep pace with him. He shot a glance back at the flautists, though. There were a few young women in the bunch, and on another day, Lukas would have turned to see which had caught Jules' eye. But not today. And his friend soon redirected his attention anyway.
"You're not even moving your arm. I can call the doctor again when we get back." "To what purpose?"
The doctor would just give him that same impossible advice again. Rest your arm. Do not play the violin for several weeks until the wound has healed. He might as well have said, swim the channel and then fly to Brussels under your own power. Lukas stopped in front of his case and bent down to open it. He couldn't contain the wince when he had to move his right arm, but he averted his face so Jules wouldn't see it. Jules apparently didn't need to see it.
"Then perhaps you should heed their original advice. A week or two of not playing will not lose you your place here. You know that as well as I do."
Perhaps it wouldn't actually inspire the Davies sisters to sack him, but they were getting paid per performance, with only a bare stipend between for living expenses. He had to perform on the weekends, and he had to, therefore, practice in between. He could probably sneak back into Belgium with little more than the tuppence in his pocket, but getting back out again with Mare and Margot would require cash enough to line the pockets of whoever saw them, not to mention purchasing the actual passage, likely on some rusted fishing boat that could still escape the harbour at Antwerp without arousing German suspicion. And then he would have to set up his family in some quiet, out-of-the-way hamlet where they'd go unnoticed by English and Germans alike. He set his violin into the moulded case that fit it perfectly, then moved the bow to its place. Blast! But it felt heavier than obligation. How could 60 grams be so hard to lift? To Jules' observation about his position here, he made no reply. Another something his friend didn't need. Jules' sigh was as fraught with meaning as his muttering. "How long will you be angry with me?" Forever. Or until he knew where Mare and Margot were.
"Why would you think I am angry with you?"
Jules crouched down too and flung his cello's case open with far less care than usual.
"Would you just shout at me, rant and rail as you usually do? I cannot handle this ice, mon ami. It is unlike you, it worries me."
Lukas closed his case, fastened it, and stood with it in his left hand.
"There is nothing to rant about. You saved my life."
And he couldn't forgive him for it until he knew it hadn't cost his mother and sister theirs. Jules stood a moment later, his dark eyes flashing behind his spectacles.
"You would have done the same had our situations been reversed. I looked for them, I did. But as I left you there, you would have died. Could you have found them, do you think, if you were dead?"
Rolling his eyes, Lukas turned away, toward the orchestra hall door and the afternoon that stretched before him. He wouldn't have died in the streets. He had woken on the boat, hadn't he? He would have done the same had Jules left him at his Brussels home, woken and found them and gotten them all to safety, not just himself. But while he usually enjoyed a good rousing row, he couldn't fight with his friend about this. Not this. He angled for the door. Muttering another almost curse, Jules dogged his steps.
"Hit me if you like, yell at me! Do something other than ignoring me!" "Do not be an idiot, Jules."
His shoulder shot fire all the way down to his fingertips. It streaked down his back. If he listened, he could hear it galloping through his veins, pounding like the timpani. Each pulse was an echo of those German shouts that had battered him seconds before the bullet had found his shoulder. Commotion at the door brought his gaze back into focus and his feet to a sudden stop. He looked up, but too late to wheel around and melt into the crowd of musicians. And he was too close to the door for the women coming in not to have spotted him immediately. Spot him they did, the moment they came through the door. He had done a fine job of avoiding Gwendolen and Margaret Davies thus far, and he had intended to continue the practice. One of their representatives had made him this offer: safety, the chance to raise money for the Belgian Relief Fund in exchange for coming here to Wales and touring with this orchestra. He wasn't so sure it was another of their representatives who had made him the other offer, but he wasn't about to take any chances. If they had anything to do with the man who had introduced himself as V, then he wanted nothing to do with them. With their gazes latched upon him, though, he had little choice but to smile and pretend his arm didn't hurt. Pretend he was still the same man he'd been a month ago, before the world turned inside out. The man who would have been quite happy to make their acquaintance. The sisters exchanged greetings with those closest to the door, but he was quite clearly their aim. They manoeuvred toward him quickly, always blocking his path to the door. Not that he was rude enough to go around, though today he rather wanted to. Only when one of the sisters stood before him, a bashful smile curving her lips and a hand outstretched, did it occur to him that he quite literally couldn't be polite without pain. He had to concentrate fully on not moaning and grimacing as he lifted his right arm to receive her hand, to bend over it.
"Miss Davies, a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance."
Mr. de Wilde, what an honour! We saw you in Paris some time ago when you were touring as a soloist.
Miss Davies, he wasn't sure which Miss Davies, turned to her sister.
It was Paris, wasn't it, Daisy, or was it Rome? Rome, yes. We then went to Paris to buy a few pictures.
The other Miss Davies, Daisy, though he hadn't thought that one of their names, stepped forward and offered her hand as her sister reclaimed hers. Lukas repeated the torture of a greeting, his smile feeling as brittle as Mayer's ancient china.
"I am sorry we were not introduced then. It would have been a pleasure in Rome as surely as it is now."
They sounded like the right words to his ears, but they felt wrong on his tongue. Rome. Rome had been 5 months ago, the start of his tour, when the only guilt to claw his chest had been over leaving so soon after his father's death. When he had been able to assure himself that his mother and sister would do quite well without him, as they had always done. When Pear's final words to him had seemed simple and impossible to fail at. When life had just been music and balls and beautiful women and sipping the finest wine. When fame had been a blessing instead of a death sentence, if he dared to go home. The first Miss Davies linked her arm through her sister's. They both looked to be around his age, somewhere in the neighbourhood of 30 years. Neither was what one would call a great beauty, though both were fair enough of face, except that they looked as though they would prefer a quiet garden to a boisterous practice room. Why then had they come?
Daisy and I were hoping to catch you today, Mr. de Wilde. You and Mr. Bellamy will join us for dinner tomorrow, will you not? We're worried that perhaps we sent the invitation round to the wrong hotel, as we had not got a response from you. You are at the Bellevue Royal, are you not? Or perhaps the Richmond?
Yet another claw of the villainous guilt, though to be sure he was surprised Jules hadn't responded for both of them. "Forgive me." He forced his face into an expression of sheepish apology. "I have been recovering from a slight malady and neglecting my correspondence. I did not yet see this invitation, or I can assure you I would have responded." With his regrets. "With happy acceptance." Jules edged forward, his smile not looking the slightest bit forced. "It would be our honour, Miss Davies. We owe you much." "Nonsense!" Miss Davies shooed that away, but her smile had lost a bit of its reserve. "It is our honour to host such esteemed musicians. We pray that your presence will help enrich the culture of our dear principality." Daisy nodded. "Our direction is in the invitation. We very much look forward to it." "And you'll get to meet Miss Forsyth." The first Miss Davies sent her sister a pointed look. "She's only just arrived, or we would have brought her round today." "Yes, that's right. She was weary from the travel, but tomorrow she'll be right as rain." The second Miss Davies nodded. "She's a school chum. I'm sure you'll both enjoy meeting her." Had he met them in Rome, the invitation and introductions would have been welcome. More acquaintances, more patrons, more of the wealthy elite to line his pockets, and guarantee that he got to spend his life doing what he loved. He gripped the handle of his violin case with his good hand and barely kept his smile in place through the timpani beating of his pulse down his arm. He let Jules deliver the expected answer about looking forward to meeting their friend. Perhaps by morning his mind would be clear, and he'd be able to think of an excuse to miss the dinner. Or perhaps his friend would bully him along as he'd bullied him to England, and then to Wales, and he would sit down at an extravagant table that he would once have appreciated, and make conversation that he would once have enjoyed, and pretend he was happy to be there, when all he wanted was to go home. The ladies moved off to greet someone else. Jules nudged him toward the door, leaning close. His words were in low French. "Do not spurn them. Their resources got us out of Belgium. They could be useful in getting you back in. Have you considered that?" Sunlight assaulted Lukas when he stepped out into the warm afternoon. He squinted against it, not realizing until that moment that the pain had moved up his neck too, and lodged in his head. "I do not trust their resources." Jules shook his head, incredulity darkening his eyes to twin shadows. "Why would you not?" Because V knew more than he should have. Because the very memory of him made nameless terror course down his back. Perhaps the medication had heightened his reaction, but even so. Lukas wasn't about to accept help that obligated him to what that man no doubt intended. He would not trade one tyranny of his family for another. He would find them freedom. And if that meant scrimping and saving every pence he earned until he could do it alone, then he would. They turned to the left, toward where their hotel lay a few blocks away, along the marine terrace with what was probably a splendid view of Cardigan Bay, if he could bring himself to note it. Lukas's feet went no farther. A young lady stood in his path, or not in it exactly. He could have passed her by without incident, but she wasn't walking like most of the people on the streets of Aberystwyth. She wasn't chatting with a companion or in a bustle to get wherever it was she was going. She didn't have the look of one of the university's female students, with books in hand. She was just standing there, her dress white and simple and fashionable, and hanging perfectly on a slender frame. Her hair straight and apparently so silky that pins would not contain it, slipped here and there from beneath her hat. But it was the look on her face that arrested him. She stood there, surveying the building from which he'd just emerged, as if seeing the girders and beams and foundations behind the facade, dissecting every stone and board, making some account that he could not fathom. His breath fisted in his chest. That was how Margot always looked at things, as if she saw what normal eyes could not. "Lukas? I just need a moment." He could blame it on the pain behind his eyes, down his neck, feasting on his shoulder, and that was what Jules would think. He would let him. It gave him a moment to catch his breath and lean against the iron railing that separated the orchestra hall from the street. A moment to clear Margot from his eyes. To watch this stranger until he convinced himself she was nothing like his sister. She was a decade older, for starters. Her hair was lighter. Her lips weren't moving in silent murmurs that, if one could hear them, would be but a collection of numbers. She didn't stand in that too still way that Margot sometimes did, when the world within her head was so much louder than the world without. But still there was something there, something more intense than the average person. His perusal must have been less subtle than usual. The woman turned his way and swept that dissecting gaze over him. From head down to feet, back up, and arrowing in on his screaming shoulder for one quick, all-seeing moment. Then her eyes locked with his, and she quirked a brow that said, "I dare you." Though what she was daring him to do he couldn't have said. Had they been in a drawing room instead of on a street, had he swept her with that gaze first, the look may have been an invitation. It wasn't. Jules chuckled beside him. "You are the one usually looking at women like that, not the other way round. Though I do not know why you are bothering. She's not your type. She is barely even pretty." Wasn't she? Lukas blinked, but still he could not see her eyes so much as the way they were looking at him. He could not see her face so much as the challenge on it. "Not to mention that she is hardly turning to a puddle as your conquests usually do." Jules nudged him in his good arm. "You must be off your game, mon ami." He had no interest in the game just now, anyway. Beautiful women, or not beautiful women, could wait until he had Mare and Margot out of Belgium, until he could lift his bow without wincing, until the world wasn't quite so upside down, backward, and inside out. Still. When she just blinked at him and turned away, as if he were nothing but an insect, she had decided to ignore rather than swat. Pride bullied its way through the pain. Women might not all turn to a puddle as Jules liked to tease, but they never just dismissed him so quickly. Maybe she was married. A thought that lasted all of a second, until the Mrs. Davies stepped back outside, and one of them said, "Miss Forsyth, I thought you were resting." The intensity snapped clear of the woman's eyes, replaced with an easy light and a quick smile. She was a different girl entirely, as she shifted her stance and moved toward his patronesses, one all light and breezy and what one would expect of a wealthy school chum, not like Margot at all. She motioned toward the street and spoke in a voice full of stiff English syllables. "Walking seemed preferable after being on the train. I paused when I saw your car." Jules nudged him again. "We had better either be introduced or leave. Hovering here is rude." He nodded, turned, and walked away with as large a stride as his arm, his friend and their instrument cases could manage. Tomorrow would be soon enough to be introduced to Miss Forsyth. Tomorrow they would see which Miss Forsyth she chose to be. The one who was what one expected, or the one who saw beneath the flesh to the bones of a thing. Tomorrow he would decide which one he wanted to see. Today he would take a bit of that medicine the doctor had given him, and fall into blessed oblivion until it was time to pretend again that he was well. Chapter 3. Brussels, Belgium. Margot stood at the window, as she had been doing for the last 62 minutes. The streets were far too empty for the middle of a business day, and those out upon them were all wrong. German uniforms instead of neat suits with crisp ties, German shouts instead of Flemish or French, German soldiers with their ridiculous march, like they were made of iron and could not bend their knees. A few boys had made fun of that march, and had been arrested. Margot's nostrils flared. That made 30 people she knew personally who had been arrested. 30! 18 had been released, but the other 12. 8 were sent to Germany. 4 were awaiting trial. She gave them a 7% chance of emerging from that trial with their lives, and that was probably optimistic.
"Margot, come away from the window,"
Maman said for the 8th time. Margot did not so much as twitch. She hated Brussels, had always hated Brussels, and it was worse now, when they could not even live in their own house. Too dangerous, Maman had said. They were blessed that they had fallen in with old Madame Dumont along the road on that long, terrible walk here from Louvain, that she had offered them a place to stay when it became clear they could not go to their own house, not with the Germans swarming through it. But it was unfamiliar. Margot hated the unfamiliar. She hated this house belonging to Madame Dumont, where her room was upstairs rather than down. She hated this city, with its too many buildings and too many lungs all trying to breathe the same air. She hated that she couldn't even say her full name anymore, lest German ears hear it. She wanted to go home, back to Louvain, but there was nothing left of their town. Not that it mattered. Her chest hurt when she thought about the number of books destroyed when they burned the library. Paintings, too, and other art she couldn't even count. But the books, the books! Papa would have wept had he seen those precious collections going up in flames, if he had witnessed the clouds of smoke choking the air, choking them all. It would have broken his heart. Perhaps it had been a kindness on God's part to take him when he had. Her fingers curled around the faded velvet of the curtains. "He's coming." "He is an hour early. I suppose it is good you didn't come away from the window." Maman's black skirts rustled as she stood. She would be putting away all evidence of how they'd spent their day. The few books of Papa's they'd dragged here with them would go back into hiding, along with the letter Maman had been writing to one of her old friends from Louvain. And her knitting would come out. Margot should help, but her fingers wouldn't uncurl from the velvet, and her gaze wouldn't leave the figure striding down the street. She knew intellectually that she was supposed to love her enemies. God said so, and he was the one authority figure she felt compelled to listen to, the one authority figure she knew without question deserved her respect, who never talked down to her, who outsmarted her. God told her to love Generalleutnant Wolfgang Gottlieb, to pray for him, to fast for him. She would rather spit in his eye, which was so typical a response of a 14-year-old girl that it shamed her. She wasn't typical in anything else. She wouldn't be here either. Even if she did want to add a kick to his shins just for spite. Though doing so would no doubt land her in jail. Other girls her age had been arrested for supposedly desecrating German corpses, as if any of them really went so near a dead body to poke it in the eye. Though Margot wouldn't blame them for wanting to do so. "Margot, now, come away from the window. I have your scarf out." She hated knitting nearly as much as she hated the officer striding toward this house as if it were his. Maman was determined she'd know how to do the things a young lady should know how to do. But the needles felt so awkward in her fingers. Turning away from the bleak scene outside the window, she released the curtain and tried to ignore the hollow feeling in her stomach. Food, Maman said, would be getting scarce soon. They and Madame Dumont had agreed to ration what they had left. Otherwise, they'd be forced to rely on the good graces of Gottlieb just to eat. And they were not going to rely on the good graces of Gottlieb. Their aging hostess had retired for an afternoon nap, leaving the two of them in her cosy upstairs parlour, where they'd taken to spending most of their days. Margot sat in the chair beside Maman's, made her posture perfectly imitate her mother's. But she felt like a marionette, not a proper girl. No matter how perfectly she mimicked the curve of Maman's neck, or the way she held her arms, she could not make her fingers do what they should. They wanted a pencil, not knitting needles. She picked up the length of red wool that she was supposed to be turning into a scarf for Lukas. Lukas would wear whatever she made him, but he would be more than a little embarrassed to wear this thing in its current state. "Your pattern isn't turning out right, mon chouchou." Maman was a master at pointing out the obvious. "I know." Intellectually, she loved the patterns in knitting, so long as it was in someone else's knitting. "I lost count." Maman's breath was 80% exasperation and 20% amusement. "You can go on for hours about logarithms and algorithms, but you cannot count 2, 3, 2? "I got distracted." She'd been musing about whether they could work a secret code into knitting somehow, a letter assigned to every stitch. A for a knit, B for a purl, C for a yarn, over D for a make one left. She'd come up with a whole alphabet, but was no good at actually telling what she'd done just by looking at the finished product. Someone else could, perhaps, someone who had years of experience with knitting. If she were trying to get a secret message to her grandmother, she'd be set. As it was, her scarf now had holes from those C's and was uneven from the D's, and she was going to have to rip out the last 3 rows and do them over. Correctly. She hated knitting. From the open window came the dreaded clomp of Gottlieb's polished black boots. With each footfall, Maman sat a little straighter. Her arms went a little stiffer. Margot clenched her teeth together. They wouldn't be in this mess if her mother looked like her friend Claudette's dowdy matron. Gottlieb would have taken one look at her and decided to find his lodgings elsewhere. He was one of the highest-ranking men in Brussels and could have demanded any of the grand houses he wanted. It was pure bad luck that brought him to their door. Bad luck and Maman's beauty. With that thick, dark hair and those striking brown eyes and perfect features that Lukas had inherited, it was really no wonder that Gottlieb had followed them home and demanded lodgings. He was just a puppy nipping about Maman's heels for attention. That was all. A puppy with the power of life and death in his hands, and a pistol at his hip, and thousands of men willing to do his bidding. Suddenly she didn't like puppies either. "You just pulled out 5 rows instead of 3, Margot. Pay attention." She was paying attention. The front door had opened, and already 4 steps had fallen on the stairs. He was coming up toward them, rather than going straight to his room downstairs. And he was coming quickly, more quickly than usual. It usually took him 10 full seconds to march his way up to the landing. Now he reached it in 6. Another 6, and the door swung open with such force that it smacked into the bookshelf behind it. Maman jumped and splayed a hand over her chest. Margot didn't flinch. She focused her gaze on the row of woolen loops, needing to be caught by her needle again, and refused to acknowledge Gottlieb with even a glance. Maman stood, and it wasn't fear coming off her in waves. It was the particular kind of fury that Margot knew best. that which came from a blatant disruption to the peace her mother loved.
General Lieutenant, my mother and I have opened our home to you. You will pay me the respect of not destroying the furnishings my grandfather handcrafted, or you will find your lodgings elsewhere.
Now Margot had to glance up. Would the puppy pout? No, the puppy snarled.
Your mother, is it? Very strange, Frau Dumont, if that is your name. I have just had the opportunity to glance through the city records, and I found that your mother has no children. No son that you were supposedly married to.
He swept his gaze down her black dress.
It does beg the question, then, does it not, of whose death you mourn?
Did he know how ugly he looked when he wore that expression? How red his face grew under his white blonde hair, the way his eyes bulged? Even if Maman weren't in mourning, even if there were room in her heart for anyone other than Papa, she would have run away from a face like that. Not that Maman ever ran away. She planted a hand on her hip and snarled back, though her snarl, like everything else about her, was somehow beautiful.
Do you honestly believe every record of every birth is to be found in one archive? My husband was born to his mother in Louvain. Go and find the records there if you require them. No, wait, you cannot, because your men destroyed everything of value in our hometown.
Gottlieb's eye twitched, a vein pulsed at his temple. One more Pascal of pressure and his head might just explode. What a shame that would be.
You speak as if there is blame to be cast upon the German army for our behavior in Louvain. But I assure you, the city was filled with franc-tireurs. We destroyed exactly what had to be destroyed for our own protection.
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
The words tumbled out before Margot could think to bite her tongue. Maman sent her the look, the one that begged and pleaded with her just to be quiet. It was a look she knew well, ripe with temper but tempered with love. Margot was fairly certain she'd been receiving that look since she was a year old and starting to string words together. Gottlieb turned on her. For most of the 10 days he had been living here, he'd simply ignored her presence entirely. Too late to go back to that, she supposed.
And why is that, Fraulein? Enlighten me.
She put on the sweet smile Maman had made her practice in front of a mirror and batted her eyes like Claudette used to do when trying to sweet-talk her father into buying her something.
I dare say I haven't time to truly enlighten you, sir, but I can correct you rather quickly about this.
Gottlieb folded his arms over his chest. He was about the height Papa had been, but far too narrow, too thin, with none of the softness that had made Papa's side such a welcoming place to be. And his hair was too light, and his eyes were too blue and...
By all means.
You have obviously not seen Louvain for yourself. You would have seen the number of houses ruined, and know it was simply not possible that so many, ours included, housed hidden snipers. And the library, do you really think it was being used in such a way? She shook her head. Many mistakes were made that day.
His too chiseled chin tilted up.
The German army does not make mistakes.
A snort slipped out. Usually Maman would have chided her for it, but just now she was too busy loosing a snort of her own. Margot slipped another red loop onto her needle. Probably twisted the wrong way, but she didn't much care.
You will really claim that not one of the 1,000 soldiers, many of whom had never seen combat before they marched into Belgium, could have made a mistake? Have you any idea the odds of that? Margot!
Maman's invective was not, she knew, over-challenging Gottlieb this time. It was over-talking of mathematics, however vaguely. Gottlieb's nostrils flared.
The German army is a machine, Fraulein. Each part performs exactly as it was trying to do. Then you admit it was the aim of the German army to destroy Louvain? Since they never make mistakes, it must have been purposeful. Though so far as she had seen, the German High Command denied any responsibility for it. Not that many papers had made their way to her. She missed the papers, missed them as much as she hated knitting. The two may, in fact, be directly proportional. Louvain was filled with enemy combatants. Louvain was filled with merchants and scholars, nothing more. He lowered his arms. Shots were reported. Your men's shots. And even if a few old men had tried to defend their homes, since when was that a crime? Belgium was obligated to protect its borders, legally required to do so by the very terms of its neutrality, of its existence. Gottlieb knocked his knuckles against the tabletop. Weapons arsenals were found at churches. It was so ridiculous it hurt. Where people had taken their hunting pieces when they heard the army was coming, so that they would not be found in their homes, so that they could not be accused of being a combatant. Was that a twitch at the corner of his eye? It was, though she didn't know him well enough to say whether it was from frustration or if perhaps he saw her point. Your homes had loopholes for gunmen to shoot from. It didn't just hurt, it itched. Her shoulder twitched. She switched her words to Flemish so that he wouldn't understand more than one word in 6. Maman, he's too stupid, I can't stand it. Margot. But a smile hid in the corner of her mother's mouth. She kept her words in French. General Lieutenant, the holes in our walls, in the walls of nearly every building you'll find in Belgium, are not loopholes. They are merely holes for the scaffolding. For house painters. Surely you have such things in Germany. They do not even go in more than a few inches. This is something any soldier could have discovered had he bothered to pick up a stick. Gottlieb tugged on his jacket. We are at war, madam. We haven't time to plunge sticks into every random hole in a wall to see if it is hiding a sniper. No far quicker to assume, and then claim an inability to have possibly misjudged. Margot gave up on the stupid knitting and tossed it back into the basket between their chairs. Then she stood. If she spent another moment in the room with this man, she might say something she regretted. She would go to her room. She would find a book or a newspaper, one of the issues Madame Dumont had given her, or one of the few she had carried all the way from Louvain. She would read until the itch died away. Perhaps work some more on her theorem, if she dared, with this monster under the same roof. But Gottlieb made no attempt to remove himself from her path. Instead, he blocked the doorway more fully and narrowed his eyes at her. You have a sharp tongue for such a young girl. She was 14, hardly an infant, if still a year or two away from lengthening her hem. And oh, so tired of being judged for her braids and pinafores when she could outthink every single adult she'd ever met. Except perhaps Papa. She lifted her chin. You'll find that in Belgium even the children have brains. We're not, you see, just part of a machine. Something glinted in his eyes. Were she to see such light in Papa's or Lucas's, she would have assumed it amusement. But in Gottlieb, it was probably a dark joy at the thought of tormenting her. He nodded toward the chair she'd just vacated. For whom are you knitting the muffler, Fraulein? It looks masculine. Did it? Perhaps her pattern wasn't as terrible as she'd thought then. Maman stepped closer. It is for... I was asking the girl. For once he didn't even glance at beautiful Maman. No, he kept his gaze on Margot, as if the stare of a self-important lieutenant general could unnerve her. Don't ever mention Lucas. Maman's whispered words from 2 weeks ago still filled her ears. They'd been huddled together, just two among the thousands trudging their way from the burned-out shell of Louvain.
The priest at the head of their column had been accosted by a German soldier, tied up and forced away somewhere or another, just for being Catholic. That was when it had really hit them, the ferocity of these people who had bludgeoned their way into Belgium. That was when they realized that their invaders would show no mercy based on such trivial things as age or gender. If they would dishonor men of God, then... That was when Maman had insisted that Margot never breathe a word about her work with Papa. When she insisted that they must do all they could to appear to be like every other Belgian family, nothing special. When they had agreed to pretend to be Madame Dumont's daughter-in-law and granddaughter, to deny who Papa had been and what he had been working on. To deny that Lukas, whose face and name and parentage was known everywhere in Europe, was anything to them. They had prayed with every footstep that he would stay safely in Paris. But he hadn't, of course. He had rushed home to try to save them, and now there was some pompous German soldier parading about Brussels, claiming to have shot and killed the famous violinist. But he was still alive. He had to be alive. She would know it if he weren't, wouldn't she? She would have felt that tug of emptiness again, like she had when Papa had breathed his last. He was alive, and he was outside of Belgium, and he would come back for them. He would find them somehow, even though they were staying in this house they'd never seen before their arrival, with a woman they hadn't even known, until that horrible 2-week trudge through the countryside. He would find them. They had only to survive until he could manage it. Margot produced another sweet smile. The scarf is for my grandfather on Maman's side. He's always end up with burn marks from his cigars. I thought if I make him something it will be ugly enough that no one will mind if he ruins it. Gottlieb studied her, probably watching for a flinch or a tick or some other sign that she lied. But a lie was just a matter of mathematics, the correct proportion of truth and falsehood, delivered at the correct rate with breaths and blinks interspersed at correct intervals. Lies were easy. Until one had to confess them to one's priest. But surely it wasn't a sin to protect one's brother from the Germans. She was 98% certain that God approved. Gottlieb nodded and eased to the side. Not enough that she could pass comfortably, but enough that she could pass. She made it only to his side before he halted her with a hand on her shoulder. You would do well to mind your tongue, young Fraulein. It could land you in hot water, indeed with a less measured man than I. She shrugged away from his touch. Your warning is noted. And he was probably right, but it was rather like asking a cat not to meow. The hallway felt like freedom as she stepped past him and followed its lines to her room. She had spent the first week in this house getting to know it. How many rungs of banister her fingers could brush between the stairs and her room. Which boards creaked, how many steps it would take to reach her chamber if she measured her steps just so. She had learned how far she could go and still be able to hear the conversation in the parlour clearly. But there was nothing to hear today. Gottlieb said, Frau Dumont? That was all he got out. Maman must have raised a hand to stop him, and then sent him a glower that said she wouldn't speak to him. Maman could keep a whole town silent with one of those looks. Except they weren't quite strong enough to overcome Margot's need to speak when that need arose. Because sometimes things needed to be said, no matter who told her she shouldn't say them. Her room was dim and warm and stuffy. She hadn't wanted to open a window, not when it meant hearing the shouts of German officers wafting up on the breeze. But comfort won out now, so she pushed up the frame and breathed in the breeze that pushed its way in. The itch had moved to her fingers. She needed a pencil, paper, newsprint. She needed something to read, something to solve. After closing and locking her door, she pulled the box from under her bed. So little left of their life with Papa. The only thing she had been able to save. The rest had burned. This was all she had left. These few books and newspapers and treatises from last summer before he died. At least it contained her favourite cipher. She pulled out the newspaper, which had been folded and unfolded so carefully, but still was getting ragged at the edges. Almost afraid to touch it, she nevertheless unfolded the sheets. She had to. She had to see proof of him, that he had been, that she had been something more than she could be now. He had never told her when he'd planted a cipher for her. She had to read every newspaper every day, every page, and if she missed something, he wouldn't tell her until the next day with a raised brow and a chortle that shook his middle. He'd ask her if she had enjoyed such and such an article. He would say that his friend so-and-so had done the typesetting, and she would know. She would know she hadn't paid enough attention. This one she had nearly missed. Usually she knew to look for a message in an article because Papa would leave a key for her somewhere on the front page within one of the headlines. Or more than one to keep her on her toes. He hadn't this time. He had been trying to trip her up, testing her, because he had said knowing how to break a cipher when one knew the key was child's play. Being able to break a cipher without the key, that was what they dealt with in the real world. She was still not certain who they were. Governments, she suspected. Those whose purpose was in figuring out what other governments were saying. Telegrams, for instance, were easy to intercept, but how to translate coded messages within them if one didn't know the key? Margot's gaze ran over the article for the 73rd time since this newspaper had appeared at her place at the table. It looked like a normal article. Nothing to tip her off that secrets lay within. None of the words within it lacked sense or meaning. There were no characters a bit bolder than the rest. She had nearly turned the page that first day, but then something had stopped her. A pattern had caught her eye. Intuition, that was where it started. But intuition, as Papa had said, was only the first step. The second always was mathematics. It wasn't enough to know that, not when it came to cryptography. One had to know how. She had spent 2 full days working it out, to the exclusion of all else. Maman had begun to fret and fuss at her, and to chide Papa for his game. Lukas had tried to tell her she was chasing a shadow, that nothing was even there. But Papa had said nothing, so she had kept working. Now she could see it so clearly. When she looked at the print covering the page, the encoded letters leapt off and flipped in her mind's eye to their counterparts, their hidden meanings. She could read the real message trapped within the false one. When you can read this, you are ready to help me. Her lips couldn't decide whether to smile or to quiver. How many times had he put this message in a paper and it had slipped by her? Too many, she suspected. She had too long missed it. If she had noticed it at 10, at 12, then she would have had years to work by Papa's side. If she had just grown up a bit faster, or not been distracted by regular schoolwork, or the stories Claudette told her to make her laugh. She would have had more than 6 months then, working alongside him. And everything would be different now. Chapter 4. Willa had spent almost the entirety of her 23 years in London. She knew every street and alleyway and tube tunnel and could navigate with all the skill of a cabbie. Not knowing her way around wasn't an option. Not when one was in a line of work that required quick getaways. So her first order of her first full day in Aberystwyth was to explore, to get lost, to wander around until all the strangely spelled street names were stuck in her mind, until she was fairly certain she could find her way around the city, which really was so small it hardly deserved the name, regardless of the cathedral that meant it was one, technically. She could navigate easily to the house the Davies family had let for the autumn, where the orchestra met, where they would perform a few times before the tour began in November. Hopefully Willa would be done with her job long before then, before she had to learn another city and more odd names. Uneasiness still stalked her when she finally stepped back inside her borrowed home. Usually learning her way about would assuage that feeling, but not today, not given the certainty that someone had been following her. 8 different times she had turned quickly to try to glimpse whoever it was, and 7 times she'd seen absolutely nothing. Once she'd caught the flash of a brown jacket as someone ducked into an alley. The back of her neck still tingled from that being watched feeling. It couldn't be a bobby or any kind of inspector. If it were, she'd have seen him. They liked to hide in the open, not in alleyways. It certainly wasn't Mr. V. She wouldn't have spotted him at all. Who then? Who else knew she was here? Or, if it was an Aberystwyth local following her, why? She certainly didn't look wealthy enough to warrant such attention, despite the lovely gown Rosemary had made for her. It was the job. It must be the job. She had rather thought it little more than a lark. Come, hear the orchestra steal the cipher, and some original music, and then be gone. But if someone was following her, it meant this was more than a well-paid holiday. It could mean rival thieves or enemies. Danger either way. She'd have to be on her guard. If she made a mess of this simple job, Mr. V might never bring their family more work, and then they'd have to rely on the charity of Rosemary and her new husband, or go back to subsisting on what they could fence. Neither was an option she much fancied.
"Oh, there you are, Willa. I was beginning to think you'd got lost."
She pasted on a smile and closed the front door behind her. Margaret Davies, who went by Daisy, stood just inside the drawing-room door with a pleasant smile of her own and waved Willa in to join her. She still couldn't fathom why these 2 sisters had agreed to host her as they'd done. Mr. V had called them family friends, but that didn't fit either. What cause would he have to be friends with 2 ladies surely young enough to be his daughters? Always questions, never answers, and Willa detested unanswered questions. But she couldn't dislike Daisy or Gwen. They may have buckets of money, but they were so blasted sweet that it was hard to resent them for it. She obeyed the wave of Daisy's hand and slid into the drawing-room. Given that it was a let house, the somewhat ostentatious appointments didn't reflect the sisters. Both women had fair brown hair, and neither was particularly remarkable. Their dresses, though of good quality, weren't as prettily made as this one Rosemary had stitched for Willa. Daisy settled into a chair with a little cough, and Gwen was rubbing at her fingers. Willa took a seat. "Thank you again for having me, Miss—"
"Oh, none of that, not between old friends."
Gwen grinned and darted a glance toward the door.
"You must be Willa and we, Daisy and Gwen, or we'll never pull this off," she added in a whisper.
Daisy's smile went strained against her pale cheeks. She wasn't, she had said last evening, particularly unwell at the moment. She just always tended that way, which was part of what led the sisters to a quiet life, apart from the society they could have afforded to frolic in.
"It is unsettling, though. I can't remember the last time we had a secret from Miss Blaker."
Willa shifted on her chair, which wasn't nearly as comfortable as it had looked like it would be. "I'm sorry for the secrecy. If you wish to devise a different story—"
"Oh, no, it's quite all right."
Daisy's countenance relaxed again.
"We are neither of us fond of falsehoods, but sometimes the Lord asks us to do the unexpected for a greater cause. We are helping Britain. We know that."
Were they? If they were certain of that, then they knew more than Willa did. As to the claim that the Lord had some sort of hand in this, that just went beyond comprehension. Never in her life had Willa really heard anything about God that made any sense. But now, all of a sudden, Rosemary was spouting a bunch of nonsense about him, and apparently she'd be getting the same sort of rot from these 2.
"Well, I am grateful for your hospitality, and looking forward to seeing the workings of the orchestra."
Gwen's eyes lit, and she sat forward, dropping her hands into her lap.
They are a remarkable group, simply remarkable. Our trustee, TJ, and his colleagues outdid themselves in collecting the best artists from Belgium. I could scarcely believe it when they returned with Mr. de Wilde.
Willa's throat wanted to go tight, but she swallowed to convince it to behave normally. Yes, he had been every bit as handsome as his posters indicated when she saw him on the street yesterday. And a great deal more besides. More moody, more intense, more dangerous. The same kind of dangerous that Core was, with the added deadly elements of style and money.
I look forward to meeting him.
The sooner she did, the sooner she could set about her job, and the sooner she could get home to London and streets with names she knew how to pronounce.
Gwen used to play the violin, you know.
Daisy reached up to check her hair, which appeared to be styled for the evening already, though the style was muted and a bit frizzy.
She was quite good.
Willa turned her gaze on the older of the sisters. Used to. Gwen stretched out her hands.
I can't any longer. It hurts too much. My fingertips, you see, have gone so very sensitive with this nerve ailment I have. She's resorted to the organ. I'm afraid this house doesn't have one, but when at home she practices daily. Perhaps at some point you'll get to hear her.
I hope so. The words came easily, but Willa was stuck on the previous statement. She couldn't quite imagine giving up the violin. She hadn't even been able to travel without bringing hers along, as that would mean possibly weeks without it. Unthinkable.
But the violin will always be my first love. I hope to convince Mr. de Wilde to do some solo performances in Wales while he is here as well. If I cannot do it myself, I can at least take joy from another's far greater talent.
Gwen's smile took on a note of mischief. Though so quiet a note, Willa wouldn't have even noticed it in anyone else's smile. She couldn't help but grin in return.
Perhaps we could even convince him to let you attend a few practices.
So that Willa could tag along. Somehow or another she had to get close to the man. Befriend him if necessary. She could find her way to his rooms without any personal connection, but if he carried this cipher key on his person, well, then she had to be near the person.
Who's to say?
Still smiling, Gwen stood.
We had best get dressed for dinner. Our guests should arrive soon.
The sisters chatted as they led the way out of the room, something about a new painting that Daisy was working on giving her trouble. Willa didn't pay much attention. She wasn't sure how best to gain the confidence of de Wilde. Her original plan had been to play the wide-eyed society girl who was awestruck by his brilliance. But she could hardly do that now, not after that silent little exchange in the street yesterday. She hadn't been able to help herself. There had been something in his gaze, something far too intense to go unanswered. Something that had left her only two choices: to step back and look away, admitting weakness, or to return the challenge. Stupid, stupid decision, Willa. Had she shown weakness, she could have played it up, used it against him. But no, survival instincts had flared up, drowning out her plans. She shook it off and mounted the stairs behind her hostesses. Her borrowed room was the size of her entire flat in London. The chamber was roomy and ornate, and had a canopy bed, the likes of which she'd only ever seen in storybooks. A table sat beside it, and in the corner were a beautiful wash basin and bowl. Against the far wall stood a wardrobe so large she could have fit her own clothes in it, and Eleanor's and Olivia's besides. Willa bypassed all that and moved to the window, careful to come up to it from the side so that her silhouette wouldn't be visible through the gauzy curtain if anyone happened to be looking. Easing the fabric aside just a bit, she peered out to the street below. No brown-clad man stood out there watching, not within sight. She let the curtain fall back into place and turned to the wardrobe. There was really no time to be thinking about whoever had been following her anyway. She had to focus on the encounter to come, on Lukas de Wilde, and how to find whatever this key thing was. Only 2 evening gowns hung within the armoire. Both had been designed by Rosemary, so they were pretty and in vogue, and looked like much more than they had cost. She chose one at random, a pale yellow and blue, and changed into it as quickly as she could manage. At home, Ellie would assist her. To get such aid here, she'd have to accept the help of a maid, and that just rubbed her all kinds of wrong ways. Willa sat on the plush little bench in front of the dressing table and shook her head. She'd sooner struggle for an hour on her own than let the Davieses lend her their shared maid, though granted it was a struggle to get her hair to stay up. It hadn't used to be when it was longer. She pulled out the pins already jabbed into her low chignon and let the locks fall to her shoulders. Last year for Christmas, she and the other girls had decided to pool their resources and buy some heavy wool for a coat for Barclay. He always gave what they had to one of the younger ones before he saw to his own well-being, and it had been particularly cold that winter. But family policy said nothing stolen could be given as a gift. So Willa had cut her hair and sold it. She still wasn't sure how the others had managed the coins they had donated, but they'd no doubt all been creative, and they'd done it. They'd bought some good, thick wool and cloth for lining it, too. Rosemary had cut the coat, pinned it, and they had all helped stitch. Then they'd gotten to see Barclay's eyes light up, and go wide with shock, too, when he saw Willa's shorn locks. Her lips quirked up now to remember it. There was nothing so fun in the world as rendering Barclay speechless. He wouldn't be now, though. Were he here, he'd be snapping at her to get a move on. She had a job to do. She was jabbing in the last pin when she heard footsteps in the hall, along with Daisy's soft laughter, and then a bell from downstairs. Time was up, and her stomach had the knots to prove it. She would take a moment more, though, just one. After waiting to make sure the sisters didn't knock on her door to fetch her, she moved over to the wardrobe again and pulled out the valise stashed in the bottom beside her violin case. Barclay had altered the thing for her, building in a false top in which to hide the papers from Mr. V. One slender enough that no one would look at the thing and think, "There isn't as much space within there as there should be. Something must be hidden." It took her fingers a moment to remember the trick to unlatching the compartment, then another minute to flip through the file and find the photographs Mr. V had provided of known cipher keys. A ring, one of them. She'd already studied it, closely, even using a magnifying glass to try to see how in the world someone could have hidden any secret messages within the gold. There were symbols, though. It had the look of a signet or seal or some such nonsense. The second photo was of a children's book, more specifically the end leaf of a book, which had letters in a seemingly random arrangement, as if to look merely playful. That seemed to be the common thread here, an alphabet in some form or another. That, then, was what she'd look for on de Wilde or in his room. She slid the pages back into their place, the valise back into its place, and dragged in one last breath of ease before squaring her shoulders and striding to the door. Once in the hallway, she could hear strains of everyday music, laughter and voices, and the chink of something tapping against a glass. The clear tenor of a man's voice, a baritone of another, a high feminine laugh that couldn't possibly belong to either Gwen or Daisy, and so must be Miss Blaker's. Willa had met the sisters' former governess and current companion only briefly the night before, and hadn't known quite what to make of her. With any luck, she wouldn't be here long enough to form a solid opinion. Padding along in her new pumps, Willa hurried down the stairs and followed the voices toward the parlour. But then she paused in the shadows outside the door and looked in. Daisy and Gwen, of course, were playing hostess and pouring something or another from a crystal pitcher. It wouldn't be the traditional spirits, not here. They had already mentioned last night that theirs was a temperance household. But lemonade, perhaps, with berries? It was pink rather than yellow. And unimportant. Her gaze skimmed over Gwen, Daisy, and Miss Blaker, who sat primly in a chair. Settled on the two dark-haired men who stood in the centre of the room. De Wilde stood beside the same man who'd left the concert hall with him yesterday. If Mr. V's notes could be trusted, he was Jules Bellamy, a cellist and de Wilde's closest friend. He was a bit taller than her Mark, slighter with what she could only term a scholarly look about him. Hooked nose, intelligent eyes, hollow cheeks, spectacles. Pleasant enough in appearance, but unremarkable. Which made a marked contrast to Lukas de Wilde. He was about the same height as Barclay, just above average. A trim but solid figure that hinted at muscle whenever he moved. Rich, dark hair, eyes so deep that from here they looked black and piercing. And his face was just as it had been yesterday. Utter male perfection. Willa granted herself a moment to draw in a breath, to tell her stomach to behave itself and her nerves to be calm. He was a man like any other. It didn't matter that he was handsome and rich, and quite possibly the best violinist alive today. He was a Mark. A Mark who swung his gaze over to the doorway when she slid into it, and yet again gave her that look that had ruined everything yesterday. Intensity masking challenge. Her spine eased into the perfect alignment she and the other girls had practiced, amid much laughter, before they decided to brave the society functions in search of a few sparklies to liberate. Her chin came up a notch, or two, but she forced her face to remember itself, pasted on what she hoped looked like an easy smile, and stepped into the room. "And here is our guest!" Gwen handed one of the glasses she held to Bellamy and the other to de Wilde. "Allow me to introduce Miss Willa Forsyth. Willa, dear, this is Mr. Jules Bellamy and Mr. Lukas de Wilde." She enlarged her smile and nodded at each of the men with a polite, "How do you do?" Bellamy returned the greeting, along with a murmured response. De Wilde was reaching for the glass, but his movement was uneven, and pain flashed, dark and stormy in his eyes. His smile remained neutral and easy, but he was injured. His right arm, probably his shoulder given the way he was moving. How in the world could he play if it hurt him so? Had he pulled a muscle, perhaps, pinched a nerve? If so, he must have done quite a job of it, because that pain didn't clear from his eyes as he returned his arm to his side and switched the glass to his left hand. He ought to have reached for it with that one to begin with, and no doubt was thinking the same thing even now. Their hostess didn't seem to notice. They continued their chatter, inviting everyone to sit as they so desired, assuring all that the meal would be ready shortly. Daisy pressed a glass of pink stuff into Willa's hand. She moved toward a sofa but had no intention of sitting unless she must. She thought better, observed better on her feet. Moving in the general direction of the sofa would hopefully suffice. Likely would, given that Miss Blaker had asked some question or another of Mr. Bellamy, and he remained where he was standing to answer her, gesturing with his glass. "I'm so glad you could join us, Mr. de Wilde." Gwen stepped into the space beside him, looked from him to Willa. Willa took a step toward them, effectively joining their group with that small movement, and making a mental note of how seamlessly her hostess had achieved the inclusion. "I used to play the violin myself, though of course I never achieved your level of skill and talent." Gwen looked perfectly at ease, despite the fact that she wasn't exactly what one would term fashionable. She wore a high-necked gown that bordered on dowdy, though she moved about with confidence. But then, this was her world. De Wilde only glanced at Willa once, for the briefest of moments, before turning his smile on Gwen. But it was enough to scold her. "I have heard that you played, mademoiselle, and I've heard it too that you are modest, that you are quite good. Would that I could hear you." Gwen sighed, her smile sad.
Would that I could let you convince me, however embarrassing it would be. I don't think I will ever cease missing it."
She rubbed at her fingers much as she had been doing earlier. Another flash of his eyes, not exactly the same intense pain as before, but something similar. Then he levelled that gaze on Willa. "And you, Miss Forsyth, do you play an instrument? Piano, perhaps. I know it is the preference of many society ladies." She'd plinked a few keys on the old upright Paul he had, but whatever fluke of nature had enabled her to pick up a violin and a bow and just play, it had not translated to the piano. Hence why she had often thought in those early days that her violin was magical, that the music rested in it, not in her. She ought to claim no musical experience whatsoever, because really, how much did she have? The only instruction she'd ever received was what she could steal from someone else's lesson, hovering under open windows and straining upward to listen. For a year or so, she'd found an actual violin instructor who gave lessons in a ground-floor room of his house. Willa had listened outside the window whenever she could manage it. Then he'd up and moved, the blighter. De Wilde lifted a brow so subtly she almost missed it. Her shoulders went back. "I also play the violin, a bit. I've never had formal instruction, though, so my skill is certainly nothing deserving of bragging." There was nothing wrong with her words, neither in the ones she'd chosen nor in their inflection. Their correctness was proven by Gwen's expression, a bit of pleasant surprise at the revelation itself, but a smiling kind. Why then did that challenge burn in De Wilde's gaze? "Do you? Then you must play for us later after dinner." "Oh, I hardly think so. And why would he want her to, so he could laugh at her? But no, that didn't seem right. There was nothing cruel in his eyes, just... She didn't even know the word for it, but she didn't intend to indulge him. "I don't even have my instrument with me in Wales." A lie, of course, but she was most certainly not going to pull out that scarred old thing. Love it as she might, it wasn't befitting her assumed role. "No matter, you can play mine." He motioned to a case she hadn't even noticed sitting there under a side table. "I brought it to show Miss Davies, knowing she appreciates the instruments crafted by Stradivari. I thought perhaps she would like to see mine." Gwen's eyes went as bright as summer sun. "Oh, how good of you, sir! Yes, I most assuredly would." He had a Stradivarius? Idiot, of course he had a Strad. All the best professional string players seemed to have one. Willa forced a swallow past her throat gone dry and looked at that case again. He had a Stradivarius. Here! And he'd offered to let her play it, all for the low cost of her pride. And really, what did pride matter in this? When else would she ever have the chance to actually touch an instrument so fine, to play it? Her head bobbed slowly. "Very well, Mr. de Wilde. After dinner, so long as you promise not to laugh." His smile was quick, mischievous, and nearly curled her toes. "Bon, I shall look forward to it." Willa took a sip of her drink. Definitely lemonade with some sort of berry in it, and silently thanked the servant, who appeared in the doorway and announced dinner. With any luck, she would end up seated as far from this man as possible during the meal, and... No, she needed to be close to him to see what he might carry on his person that could have an alphabet on it. He wore no ring, so that option was ruled out, but perhaps something else. A cufflink was probably too small, wasn't it? But he could have a pocket watch. A pocket watch could easily have an inscription on it. Daisy was moving toward the door, her smile clear and bright and young. "You gentlemen can escort Miss Blaker and Miss Forsyth. My sister and I shall lead the way." Escort them? Willa took a step back, even as de Wilde crooked his elbow her way. She may have made a show of insisting that Gwen have that honour, but the sisters were already moving toward the door. And pain was pulsing again in de Wilde's eyes. He ought to have offered his left arm instead, but she was standing on his right side. It would have, she supposed, been odd. Blast! She couldn't well refuse without looking rude. But oh, she wanted to refuse. Her smile no doubt looked as strained as his gaze when she reached out to rest her gloved fingers against his arm. The fabric of his jacket was smooth and fine. The arm beneath it was firm, as she expected of someone who spent most of his days with his bow raised. The subtle scent of sandalwood drifted to her nose, and something more than the usual uneasiness skittered its way up her spine at the contact. "Shall we then?" Rather than look up at him again, she kept her gaze on the others as he started them toward the door. His accent was different from Cor's and the other refugees she'd met in London, French rather than Flemish, but faint, bespeaking a long education in English, she would guess. "Are you from Wales as well, Miss Forsyth?" His accent may be slight, but her name still sounded strange coming from his lips. Or maybe it was just so few people called her Miss Forsyth. She shook her head, but kept her gaze on Daisy's back. "No, London. I've lived there all my life, other than when I went to Highfield School in Hendon, just on the outskirts of town. That's where I met Daisy and Gwen." They were older than she, which meant if anyone wondered, she'd have to claim to be nearer their ages than her own. She could perhaps get away with 28 and still have gone to school with them, but certainly not her 23. But de Wilde didn't question her age. He hummed and led her through the door. "I've always liked London. I performed there just a few months ago." "I know. I was there." On a catwalk above the Symphony Hall, where she'd listened for a full hour to him play. As much time as the coin she'd slipped a stage boy had bought her. She'd had to climb down at the intermission and steal back out into the cold winter air. But it had been worth every dizzying moment of being perched up so high. Not that she meant to tell him that. From the corner of her eye, she saw his head turn toward her, and she felt his smile. "Were you? You should have arranged for an introduction. I would have enjoyed meeting you." An incredulous snort slipped out. "I hardly think so, Mr. de Wilde." His step slowed, which somehow pulled her gaze up to his. She found his brows knotted into a question. "And why would you say such a thing?" This was a mercy of the false story Mr. V had created for her. He must have known she would prefer it to pretending to be actually rich. "There were 2 dukes in the audience that night." Those whispers had reached even the catwalks. If anyone were to get an introduction, it would be them and their wives, not a girl of middling means who only aspired to Highfield because of a scholarship. He chuckled. She heard the charm in it, felt it weave itself around her, felt an echoing anger rumble through her. No one had a right to be so handsome and talented and charming. It set her teeth on edge. He leaned closer. "I did indeed meet the Dukes of Stafford and Nottingham that night, along with their lovely wives, but I always have time to meet intriguing young ladies as well." A laugh slipped from her lips, the kind that was too short to speak of genuine amusement. She couldn't help it, it was so obviously wrong. "Except, sir, that I'm not intriguing." "Are you not?" They'd reached the door to the dining room, awash with bright electric lights. "I believe I get to be the judge of that, n'est-ce pas?" Think what you will. Especially since she would no doubt fade from his mind altogether once they were out of each other's company. That was the way of men like him, a way that transcended class and station. Handsome, charming men were all the same, flirting with a woman long enough to get what he wanted from her, then flitting off to the next, leaving the poor girl in a state of panic that could last for a year. Years! And never once bothering to come back and see if she had survived his leaving. Sometimes she could still see her mother searching hopefully through every male face, never seeing the one she wanted, murmuring, ever murmuring about how handsome he was, how he'd loved her, how he'd called her pretty and told her she was the best girl in the world. His girl. Willa could appreciate handsome faces as much as the next woman, when they were safely flattened onto a poster to tack up on her wall. But in flesh and blood they were suited to be marks, nothing more. She let go of his arm and didn't bother looking at him as she made her way to the same chair she'd sat upon last night. She would study him, yes. She would learn where he took his rooms when he was gone from them. She would take whatever it was Mr. V wanted. She would play his violin later. And yes, she would enjoy besting him, because he quite obviously deserved it, thinking as he did that he had only to smile at a woman to have his way with her. Well, he had never met Willa Forsyth. He had no idea what he was in for. Chapter 5. He had no idea what to expect, and when handing his most precious possession to a veritable stranger, that caused Lukas more than a bit of concern. He lifted his violin from its case with his left hand, tilting it, as he always did, into the light, to see how the illumination in this room, this house, played on the gloss, drew out the impossibly tight wood grain. It had taken him years to earn enough to buy this. Years. It had been his goal since he was a boy, deciding that he rather liked this violin thing after all. To own a Strad. To know every time he touched bow to string that he held a masterpiece in his hands. To know that if there were a fault in the music, it was his fault, his shortcoming, not his instrument's. "Oh, it's beautiful!" Gwen Davies perched near him on the edge of the sofa, leaning forward to study the violin. "Look at the scrolling, Daisy!" Daisy scooted closer to her sister so she could lean over to see. Their hair was within a shade of each other's, that colour of brown caught halfway to blonde, but not. Lukas obligingly held out the violin to them. "You may take it, Miss Davies. I trust you." She knew the value of a Stradivarius. Gwen took it as carefully as one would a kitten, stroking a gloved hand along its curves. "Gorgeous! I never fail to be awed by Stradivari's workmanship." Her sister made some reply, but Lukas paid it no attention. He glanced instead toward Miss Forsyth. She was an enigma. Scarcely looking his way during dinner, playing the part of smiling guest wherever the conversation went. But there was more to her, of that he had no doubt. The way she'd been studying that building yesterday. The way she studied the violin now, from her stance behind the sister's sofa. She didn't reach for it. Her posture said she was perfectly at ease, nearly bored even. But her eyes were hungry. His father and his sister could spend days studying a mathematical enigma. Lukas had never shared that particular love of theirs, but a puzzle of a woman he could study for an eternity. He drew his bow from its bed and held it out to her. "Here you are, Miss Forsyth, whenever you are ready." A smile danced over her lips, vanishing again even as she reached for the bow. Yet even then her gaze was set on seeing more than what he held out. She stared at his left shoulder, the one he'd used, and then at his right, which was yet again on fire. He'd had no choice but to use that arm during dinner, though his knife had never weighed so heavy. But he'd been so careful about guarding his expression. Even Jules hadn't whispered a question about how he felt as they made their way back into the parlour. He'd only said, "Are you certain you want to let her play your Strad?" Certain, no. But he was curious, not so much about how she played, but about how she might look when she did so. What light might be in her eyes. Whether she would focus upon the instrument with that single-minded intensity, or whether she'd approach it as she had her meal, without any care, it seemed, as to whether she ate a carrot or meat, whether she played a grace note or a whole. Her gaze swept from his thundering shoulder to his face, as if to say, I know your secrets, and I'll use them against you whenever I please. Intriguing indeed. She ran her fingers over the bow, studying it, weighing it. Leaned over the sofa back to see whatever Gwen was pointing out on his violin now. Tugged off her gloves. She wouldn't be able to play with them on, he knew, and it wasn't an action she performed with any visible intent to make a show of it. No meeting his gaze as she did so, suggestion in her own. No careful, sensual tug of satin from fingers. She did it absently, as his mother might. It shouldn't have been so interesting to watch. Her fingers were long and slender, her palms lean. Good hands for the violin, to be sure, and her gaze went even hungrier. Perhaps she would have tea with him if he invited her to step out, or accompany him to the opera or to a play, if this minuscule Welsh city had such things to offer. A moving picture house was probably out of the question this far to the west. Gwen turned on her cushion smiling and held up the violin. Here you are, Willa. Play something lively for us. Miss Forsyth took it, holding it for a moment to study it, took another long moment to position it on her shoulder under her chin, backed up a step. Her eyes went closed. The bow came up. Lukas held his breath. The instrument was one of the best, but it could not make a master from a novice, and she had made him promise not to laugh. It didn't bode well. But she only played a scale, slow and steady, to get a feel for the instrument, he knew, to test the tension and tune of the strings, both of which were faultless, but likely different from what she was used to. And sometimes people didn't care about the quality if it was too different. But that smile played at the corners of her mouth again. She nodded, turned away from them, not deliberately from the looks of it, more as if she'd forgotten they were there. And then she played. He recognized the piece. I Lombardi alla prima crociata. He'd played it himself 3 years ago, when the Conservatoire presented a season of Verdi on the 10th anniversary of the composer's death. It was, as Miss Davies had requested, lively, and challenging to play beautifully. But her fingers never stumbled over the quick notes. Her bow never hesitated in its back-and-forth glide over the strings, and the song came to life in her hands. Even without the rest of the strings to provide the beat and background, it skipped through the high, light-hearted sections, and then sobbed its way through the minor phrases. When he'd practiced it at home, he'd always missed the accompanying strings, the percussion, the woodwinds. He'd always felt this was a piece that needed the harmony, despite the violin having the melody. He didn't think so now. Jules sidled up beside him and spoke in low French. I assumed she would be an amateur, but she could give you a run for first chair, Lukas, were she to audition for it. She could, and were usually the thought would have ignited a flame of jealousy, his chest had no room for that just now, not given the appreciation surging through him. He could only hum his answer. Jules chuckled. I didn't think I'd ever see the day when a woman struck you dumb. Gloat later. Just now I'm listening to a master. He nudged his friend aside and moved to get a better view of her face as she played. Her posture could be improved, and she was still playing to the wall more than to her audience. But the skill... her skill was unsurpassed. Perhaps his staring had unnerved her. She brought the piece to an end far too soon, using a cadence from the middle part to do so. The others all burst into applause. Lukas lurched another step forward, all but whimpering. Oh yes, Jules would be gloating later, but that didn't matter. Lukas spread his hands. "Why did you stop? Please keep playing. I would love to hear you finish the piece." Miss Forsyth leapt back a step when she saw how near he was. What was the matter with this girl? He was still a large stride away, by no means too close. She seemed to realize as much, and eased half a step closer again, clearing her throat. "I cannot, sir, though I thank you for saying so, but I don't know the rest of it. That's all I heard." Jules edged closer too, and his brows were wearing the same frown Lukas felt tugging on his. "All you heard?" Her eyes had gone back to the violin, her gaze stroking over it like a caress. "Yes, I heard the London Symphony practicing it last week, but I couldn't stay long enough to hear the end." His friend held up a hand. "Wait, you heard someone practicing it, the complete ensemble no less, and can then play the violin part so perfectly yourself?" Her cheeks flushed such a becoming shade of pink that Lukas decided then and there he would have to elicit blushes as often as he could. "Well, I don't know that it's perfectly." "I do." Lukas tucked his hands behind his back to keep from reaching out when a lock of hair slipped from her style to frame her face. If she was the kind to be so startled at him standing an end table's length away, she would probably bite him if he made a move like that. Not that he went about touching the hair of women he barely knew, except when he was trying to know them considerably better, in which case they usually purred at him and turned their faces into his hand and... not likely with her. He slid a step to the side. "So you play by ear?" He could pick out a melody, of course, work out something he'd heard, but he certainly couldn't recreate a piece that complex, so perfectly, having only heard it a time or two. "But you surely read music too. I can get you the rest of the Fantasia. I have it with me in my rooms." She slid a step to the side as well, the one away from him, and nodded. "I do, though not nearly as well. I had to teach myself and—" "Teach yourself?" Jules' laugh was half snort. "You surely studied under a master. Joachim?" Her brows knit. "Who?" "Who?" Lukas nearly laughed, until he realized she was quite serious, or pretending to be. But how could a violinist of her talent not know of the greatest violin master of their day? He looked to Gwen Davies. "Perhaps you can tell us, since your guest will play coy, under whom did she study? Or perhaps you took lessons together at school?" Miss Davies wouldn't meet his gaze, and her fingers twisted the fabric of her dress. I didn't actually know she played. She was a few years behind me at the academy, you see, and apparently quite a bit ahead of me on the violin." Miss Forsyth shoved that slip of hair behind her ear with far less care than he would have used on it. "Now look, I won't have you making fun of me. I may be an amateur, but—" "Amateur!" Jules laughed outright this time, going so far as to turn to include Miss Blaker in his mirth. "Listen to her, as if she does not know quite well that she could put Lukas out of a job." Lukas shot his friend a glare. "There is room in the world for more than one violinist, Jules." But he had to look back at her. Had to. "Why are you not in an orchestra somewhere? Perhaps it is beneath your station?" But she'd said she'd gone to school on scholarship. So then this should have been a logical step. Any ensemble would be grateful to have her, even if her sight-reading skills were far beneath her by-ear skills. Now you're teasing me. And she looked none too happy about it. I wouldn't know the first thing about auditions or whatever would be needed for that. Your instructor could surely have led you through the process. She looked ready to snarl. Lukas held up a hand before she could. My apologies. I seem to be probing a sensitive subject. Which he intended to probe more fully, but subtlety was obviously called for. Perhaps you will play us something else? What of... He searched his mind for another of the most complicated pieces, eyes on the plasterwork of the ceiling. Bach's Chaperon, from Partita No. 2 in D minor? She simply blinked. I'm afraid I don't know that one. Not by title, anyway. What does it sound like? Gwen Davies was pushing to her feet. Oh, I have it! I never could play it well, but I have the music. It was always my favourite. I brought that box of music with me, didn't I, Daisy? Isn't that the one we stored in the spare room? Oh, I believe you did. Daisy Davies pushed to her feet, too. But you put it in the attic with the trunks, I think. No, I'm quite sure it was in the spare room. You check there, I'll look in the attic. Just a moment, Willa, we won't be long. The two sisters sped from the room, Miss Blaker moving after them. They'll never find it there. I'm all but certain all the sheet music is in the upstairs parlour. Excuse me for a moment. Miss Forsyth's eyes went wide as the three women abandoned her, and she reached out with the hand still holding the bow. Oh, but wait. Lukas exchanged a bit of a grin with Jules, and made a point of not stepping closer again, though he wanted to. My parents hired a music tutor from the time I was 4. I imagine you began just as early, oui? And you must practice hours each day. A war raged through her eyes for a moment, a war he knew well. Women's eyes often had such battles in them. The question of whether to be truthful or to lie. Her shoulders sagged. I didn't pick up a violin until I was 12. 12? A late start indeed for having such skill. Remarkable. You must have taken to it quite naturally. She gave one quick nod and cast her glance between him and Jules. I did. I picked up that battered old violin that day, and it felt as if I'd finally found a part of myself I hadn't known was missing. Your family must have been very proud of your natural talent, to have encouraged you to reach such skill, and your instructor must have been delighted to have such an intuitive pupil. Jules offered an easy smile, but Lukas at least knew quite well he was fishing for more information. Jules was as passionate about the teaching process as the music itself. One of these days, in another year or two, he meant to open up a school of his own. Once he'd achieved fame enough to have his pick of pupils. Lukas had never shared that particular desire. Perhaps someday he would settle down to such morose things, but just now the thought of children who would as soon duck out of a lesson as have one set his teeth on edge. The move of her eyes was exasperated. I've never had an instructor, so do stop trying to wheedle a name out of me. Never? Jules frowned. Incroyable! You play with far too much skill to be untaught. And she went stiff as ice. Some people don't need to be taught in order to learn. Very true. Was that not what Père had always said about Margot? That it wasn't like teaching her at all. It was like reminding her of something she already knew, but for which she hadn't quite had the words. He had always thought music similar. that his favourite compositions were capturing something he'd always known existed and putting it to paper, giving voice, giving words to those soaring notes of joy, the pulsing beats of temper or pain. But it had taken teaching for him to learn how to bring those notes to life on an instrument. For everyone he knew, it was the same. Oh, he had met musicians who played by ear, to be sure, but not like this. So you began at age 12, teaching yourself, and now you can recreate the most challenging pieces after hearing them? How many times? She shifted, glanced at the incredulous Jules again, back to him, shrugged. It depends on the piece. Once, sometimes, twice or thrice, always suffices. Once or twice. Jules fell to a seat on a chair. Incroyable! He muttered again. Lukas just held that gaze she'd shifted back to him. It was incredible, unbelievable. You are a prodigy. He'd never met one, not really. Children with talent, certainly. But this talented? Never. Miraculous, his family would say, God-gifted. He'd not given much thought in recent years to gifts from God, and these last few weeks he wouldn't have bet God was still even imparting gifts, given the state of the world. But what else could one call this? Her. Jules was shaking his head. You could be a professional. You realize that, do you not? You could have an illustrious career, win awards, set tongues to wagging about your skill. She gripped Lukas's bow, his violin, and looked to be sliding right back into irritation. I don't want fame, or awards, or... I just want to play, that's all. To have the music. The music. It had been about that once for him, the pure love of it. The desire to spend his days courting it, being courted by it. He'd nearly forgotten what it felt like, but now it was searing heat in his shoulder, travelling to his gut. He wanted that again, to remember it, but not only that, to live it. To be reminded day in and day out why he spent his life with a bow in hand and strings under his fingers. She could remind him, and he could teach her. Between them... He drew in a quick breath and put on his best grin. Will you marry me? Jules narrowed his eyes. Willa Forsythe blinked. Are you out of your mind? Probably, but he kept the grin in place. Think of it, how well suited we would be. You with your natural fire for the music, me with all I've learned. We could teach each other, remind each other of why we love it, travel together, tour, play, until children come along. Then we'll limit the travelling, of course. But just think of them, too. How remarkable they will be. Surely he was mad, because he could almost see it as he spoke the ridiculous words. Strads in both their hands, sitting together in a small ensemble, trading off the lead. Then a dark-haired tot between them, grinning up at him and calling him Papa. Perhaps the injury had addled his brain as much as his shoulder. He angled a step closer. We can spend part of the year in London, part in Brussels, part in Louvain. No. The jest struck a note of pain. There was nothing left of Louvain to speak of. And Brussels? Brussels was lost to him just now. His shoulder pulsed again. Not just Brussels was lost. Mère, Margot, where were they? What if... No. He wouldn't entertain such thoughts. Willa shook her head and turned away. I'd heard you were a ladies' man. I hadn't heard you went about proposing to girls you just met. He does not. Jules glared at him, and switched his words to Flemish. "And why would you begin doing so now? This kind of jest isn't like you." He shrugged. "If marriage is too much to ask just now, then perhaps a different offer." He stepped closer again, around the end table between them. "Let me teach you." "Teach me?" She spun to face him. "Make up your mind, de Wilde. Am I a prodigy or a child needing a teacher?" "Who says prodigies need no teacher?" He spread his hands, ignoring the continued pulse of his shoulder. "You have the talent, the skill, but I can teach you the theory, the posture, the details. I can turn you into the best violinist of the century. And even if you have no desire for fame, you must realize you would appreciate the music all the more with proper instruction." Jules must have taken to his feet again, for he appeared in his periphery scowling. "Why would you do that?" Flemish again. "You'll make her better than you know that, don't you?" "Why would you do that?" English, of course, from Willa, and flavoured with an accent she hadn't displayed before, though he couldn't quite place it. Because he saw his father, standing in their old schoolroom, looking down on what Margot was scribbling, what Lukas had assumed to be nonsense. And he saw that realization dawn in the eyes of the man he'd always most looked up to. The realization that what he had worked years to understand, to achieve, came so naturally to this tiny girl. That she would surpass him, and that the best thing he could ever do for himself, for the world, was to help her do so. Lukas had always thought it possible for a man of Pear's pride to do it solely because Margot was his daughter. But now he understood. It wasn't because of the bonds that already existed. It was because of the bonds that could exist, if they were forged through a mutual love. It was because Pear had found that day someone who would understand him. It was because he recognized that she would better the world. As this woman before him could do. She could bring such beauty into the dark places, and he could help her. He swallowed all that back and let his eyes slide shut, let his arm scream, let the years of Lukas de Wilde, world-famous violinist, fade away, until he was just a boy again, possessed by what was for him that most basic love. For the sake of the music. He opened his eyes again, captured her gaze and held it fast. "What say you?" Footsteps sounded in the hallway, along with feminine laughter. The Davieses and Miss Blaker would return in seconds, and who knew whose side they'd take in this? Probably not his. She dragged in a long breath. Lessons, yes. Victory. He would teach her whatever she didn't know, get to know her in the process, decipher what made her so very intriguing, and then decide if he was jesting or not about more. The ladies entered again, chattering and waving sheet music about, Miss Blaker carrying a music stand. Lukas retreated back to Jules' side. His friend was scowling at him. "What the devil are you about?" He sat in the chair beside Jules but kept his gaze on Willa as she looked over the music. "Exactly what I said." "No, impossible, because you said marriage, and that is a word you have avoided like the plague. I have seen you with my own eyes, parry every thrust your mother has made in recent years about settling down with a nice girl." Who knew he could torment his friend so fully simply by proposing to a young woman? It was worth maintaining the jest, just to watch the temper in Jules' eyes. "Well, I'd never met this girl." Jules mumbled, then shook his head. "You are drunk on the pain medicine." "I didn't take any." "Idiot! Then you are drunk on the pain." "Maybe." but not just that of his shoulder. As Willa positioned the sheet music on the stand and studied it with furrowed brows, Lukas sighed. The truth of the admission burrowed deep. Maybe I should be. I have lost my father. My home is destroyed. I have no idea where my mother and sister are, or if they yet live. He looked over and met Jules' familiar eyes. It should hurt to realize I have built nothing to last, that now, with one German march, I've lost everything that matters. And for what? To chase fleeting pleasures? He looked back to her again, held his breath as she positioned her fingers on his violin strings, and launched into the opening measures of one of his favorite songs. No more, Jules. No more. Chapter 6. She wouldn't go. Willa paced to her window, then back again to the door. She ought to leave now to get there on time, but she wouldn't go. It was stupid and foolhardy and utterly ridiculous to think that Lukas de Wilde, arguably the most prominent violinist of their day, was really interested in teaching her about the violin. He must have an angle. Everyone always had an angle. And from the file Mr. V had given her, his angle seemed to be charming everything female. Not that she could determine why he'd decided to charm her, female or not. She wasn't anywhere near as pretty as the women he'd been photographed with before. But if his game wasn't so simple, then what was it? Well, she wouldn't find out, because she wouldn't go. That was that. In the street below her open window, children's laughter floated up to her. If she didn't look out to see the unfamiliar faces, she could pretend it was Nigel and Olivia and Jory out there, playing and teasing and acting like every child. She missed them. 5 days away, and she missed them. She wanted to go home. Except they wouldn't be at home. They'd be in Cornwall. She'd have to go there if she wanted to put her arms around the little ones. Blast Rosemary for changing everything on them, even if it was for the better, which remained to be seen, really. Willa strode to the too-soft feather bed and sat on its edge. She had to go. Not home, and not to Cornwall. She had to go to the Bellevue Royal Hotel, whose direction de Wilde had scribbled down for her last night. And she had to meet him in the reception room he said he had permission to use for practicing. And she had to learn. She wanted to learn. She dreaded learning. What if he wanted to change everything about how she played? He would no doubt teach her rules, and she detested rules. What were they but contrivances created by the powerful to keep the masses in line? Even in music. He would try to tell her to stand a certain way, fill her mind with nonsense about mathematics or something, and it would ruin it all. But she had to go. She had to go because it was where he was living, and she'd be close to him, and she could do her job while there. She could find out what room was his and determine how and when to slip into it to search for this blighted key. Find it, go back to London, hand it over to Mr. V and go home to her empty flat that would have only Eleanor and no little ones. And that was assuming that Eleanor hadn't decided to stay with Lucy and Retta while the children were all away. Her fingers dug into the mattress. The world had gone mad. Not just with the war, with everything. Utterly, infuriatingly mad. She got up again and strode to the wardrobe, not set on grabbing a hat for the trek she had to make, but to pull out that battered violin case. She set it on the bed and extracted the equally battered violin. Poor thing. It looked like a rag next to the memory of the Stradivarius she'd held last night. Dull and scarred and lighter even, as if the wood were too thin. Perhaps it was. Still, it was one of her oldest friends, and her fingers caressed the familiar curves and corners, rang along the strings. A tap sounded on her door, along with a soft, "Willa?" Gwen, she thought, though she and Daisy sounded rather alike. "Come in." She ought to put this old thing away first, but... Gwen, yes, and she slipped in with a smile. "I had a feeling you were having second thoughts." She had no business having feelings about Willa after knowing her for so short a time, and certainly no business being right. Willa sighed. "I'll go." She must for the sake of the job. That didn't mean she had to like it, or that she had to listen to a blasted thing he said. She only had to pretend to. Gwen clicked the door shut and eased her way over to the bed. She was wearing another high-necked gown without the least bit of fashion to it. Her eyes were on the violin. "Is this yours?" "It has the look of an old friend, well loved." Willa breathed a laugh and flicked a fingernail over the deep scratch that had been there when she found the thing. "Well abused before I found it and loved it. It was tossed out, junk." She'd known the feeling. Gwen smiled and sat down too. "My first violin wasn't much better. It had been my father's as a lad, and he'd not been gentle with it. But I loved it. I almost hated to replace it with a better one. Almost." Willa smiled in return and put her old friend back in its case. "I didn't want to bring it out last night. That's why I said I hadn't my instrument with me. I can only imagine what Lukas de Wilde would have said if he saw it." Gwen chuckled. "And more! He let you play his. Not that I'm condoning a lie, of course, but that must have been a heady feeling. And you're playing. You're amazing, Willa. I had no idea. And I had to confess to a bit of jealousy in my prayers last night." Never in her life had anyone ever been jealous of her. Willa eased the lid of the case shut and latched it. Do I need a teacher? Lessons?" She wasn't sure what answer she wanted. She had a feeling Gwen would give her the truth no matter whether she wanted it or not. The woman tilted her head, gaze focused on some spot well past Willa. Her eyes were a simple brown, a common colour but filled with warmth and peace, a rarity these days. "I saw nothing wrong with your form or execution, but I am not the expert that Mr. de Wilde is. What I do know is that he has never once offered to tutor anyone. He has never offered a lesson. He must have seen something very special in you to do so." Nonsense. She might not know what his angle was, but she was certain it wasn't as simple as what he'd said. She tapped a finger to the case. Gwen stood. "I don't know why Mr. V sent you here, Willa, but unless this interferes with your true purpose, I say you'd be a fool to let such an opportunity pass you by. No one else in the world can claim to have had instruction from Lukas de Wilde, but you will be able to do so." And more, this was her purpose in coming, or a means to it. With a nod, Willa stood. "I know. I'm going. What do you know of him? Beyond when he's appeared in the gossip rags?" Which was far too often, apparently. Not that she read the things normally, but clippings made up a good portion of that file Mr. V had given her. Far too often, with far too many beautiful society girls and beautiful actresses and beautiful opera singers and... Gwen's face pinched. "His reputation is rather scandalous, isn't it? But Daisy and I both agreed he was of no danger to us. For all his wild ways, he comes from a very decent Christian family. He may not live by such guidance himself just now, but he knows it and respects it." Willa shifted from one foot to another and heard Barclay in her head, from back in the day when they'd decided to target society marks, and that they'd do so best by learning to blend in with them. "Stand still," he'd said time and again. "Your fidgeting will give you away in a heartbeat. Be at ease." She stood still, but she couldn't be at ease, not with that talk. "I'm not—" She had no reason to confess, did she, except that she had to. "I'm not what one would term religious. I realise you and Daisy are, but—" From what Mr. V's information had told her, they were Methodist, or something equally odd and strict. But Gwen smiled. "Our faith is the rock we stand on, Willa, but we don't demand anyone else stand here with us, though if ever you wanted to, there is plenty of room." Willa relaxed. What had she expected? For this quiet young woman to launch into a sermon of fire and brimstone? "I'm honestly not even certain there is a God, and if there is, well, I've never seen any evidence." Gwen didn't look offended. Her smile remained in place as she stood and angled toward the door. "God is real, my friend, and I dare say you have seen him. You just didn't know it." She moved to the door, then paused with her hand on the latch. "I hope you don't mind if I pray for you." Rosemary claimed to be doing so as well, which was just bizarre. What made these people think that, if there were a God, he wanted to be troubled with her? But she offered a tight-lipped smile. "I don't mind." She just didn't think it would matter a lick in the grand scheme of things. "Good." Gwen sent a pointed gaze to the wardrobe. "Now you had best get your hat and gloves and get moving, young lady. You'll be late for your lesson." She slipped out the door. Willa's gaze kept darting as she moved toward the violin case. Part of her wanted to bring it, but she'd already planted her lie last night, claiming not to have it with her, and she didn't need de Wilde scoffing. And she could only assume she'd get to play his again, since he didn't think she had hers. "No offence, old friend, but you've earned a bit of a rest, don't you think?" Her violin remained accusingly silent as she slipped from her room and hurried down the stairs. But she'd make it up to it later. Perhaps she'd come home with a new piece to play. For that matter, Gwen said she could borrow any of her music she liked. She'd brought it with her solely because she'd known there would be musicians about, she said, and one never knew when her collection could be needed. Bully luck for Willa. Not that she meant to be here long, but even if only for a few days, she would enjoy going through it all, figuring out if she'd heard any of the pieces before, which would make reading the music easier, picking her way through the unfamiliar ones until the melodies took on life in her heart. The sun was scant when she opened the door, playing hide-and-seek as it was with a cluster of white-grey clouds. It could well rain this afternoon, given that the clouds on the horizon were mostly grey and more solid sheet than balls of fluff. She grabbed a brolly from the rack before shutting the door behind her and starting out. She hadn't needed the direction to the hotel. She'd spotted it yesterday on her scouting expedition, only a 15-minute walk from the rented Davies home. With purpose in her stride, to cover up the hesitation still squeezing her insides, she set off. A whole street had sped by before she felt it again, that tingling at the nape of her neck, that tightening of her gut. Someone was following her. If yesterday's pattern held true, she'd not see them if she turned. Why waste the time, then? She'd have to be cleverer than that to catch them at it, to get a glimpse of whoever wore that brown jacket. For now she did her best to project an air of oblivious focus, and kept to her path. Once she turned a corner quickly enough to get that glimpse, that flash of rusty brown, but only once. Then the hotel loomed, and that tightening in her stomach could no longer be attributed to someone following her. It was who waited for her that brought it on. Just a mark, just the job. She recited the words as she emerged onto Marine Terrace with its views of the slate-grey bay. In the height of summer there would no doubt be crowds of seagoers rambling about the bathhouse at the end of the promenade. But with autumn's winds blowing today, only a few bundled people dared to step onto the beach. Willa took account of them, 2 women with 3 children between them, 1 old man tossing bread to the gulls, and then bustled her way into the hotel and inquired at the front desk as to where Mr. de Wilde was holding his practice. But such mundane observations couldn't dislodge the unease. Marks weren't supposed to study her as closely as he'd done, and praise her playing, and offer to teach her. And they certainly weren't supposed to propose. He'd been joking, she knew, but still, who in the world would propose to a woman even as a joke within an hour of meeting her? The desk clerk directed her toward what he called the ocean function room, though she wouldn't have needed instruction on reaching it. A few steps down the corridor, and the music seeping from beneath its door was a siren song all its own. He was playing something slow and mournful. Pausing outside the door, she stood there rather than interrupt, just listened. He hadn't played this one at the concert she'd bribed her way into last winter, nor had anyone else at the others she'd sneaked into or whose practices she'd overheard. She couldn't even recall hearing it on one of the old rubber records she'd found to play on her equally ancient gramophone, a device she'd rescued from a rubbish bin and which Barclay had managed to repair for her after a few months of tinkering. And she'd remember if she'd heard it before. It was the kind of soul-searing melody she loved best, the kind she only ever played in the solitude of her flat. Certainly not the kind to share in the pub. No one could clap their hands or stomp their feet to the beat of it. No one would want to. It was the type of melody that spoke of sorrow and pain and a longing for something always out of reach. It sounded almost familiar, as if she knew the voice but not the words, as if she'd heard another line of it before, but not this particular refrain. The door was muffling it a bit, the low notes and some of the richness of them all. But he was expecting her, wasn't he? It wouldn't be rude to simply slip in. With all the stealth she had mastered for survival, she turned the knob, slid silently into the room and closed the door again behind her. His back was to her, his jacket draped over an armchair, his white shirt sleeves rolled up past his elbows. His forearms, she quickly noted, were muscled and sinewy, strong. But he was still favouring that right arm, not sweeping the bow out as far as she would have expected him to, wincing, nearly bobbling the whole melody when he tried. And this was a slow song. How would he play a quick one if he was in such obvious distress? No concern of hers, really, for now she listened, her throat tight when he lingered on that D sharp, her nostrils flaring when the melody danced upward for one glorious major key moment before it gave a final weeping cry of beautiful despair. Silence underscored the last note. He held perfectly still until the echo of it had died completely away. And not until he moved did she move too. Softly, just a step. Beautiful. I'd never heard that one before. He didn't jump or start or otherwise seem surprised at her presence, merely turned slowly with a smile that tried to melt her insides. Tried, didn't succeed. Much. You would not have. A friend of mine composed it last year for a quartet. She nearly grinned. An original composition. And if she couldn't have heard it, perhaps that meant it had never been played in public. She could win Retta's silly little challenge without any effort at all. He lowered his right arm too slowly. We have only performed it once a few months ago in Brussels, where I believe you said last night you have never been? Well, blast. But no matter. Perhaps he had another of his friend's pieces, one that had never been performed. And if not, it hardly mattered. The real job came first, the lesson second, Retta's challenge a far third. "I've never been out of Great Britain," she confirmed in response to his half-question. Her gaze sought the music stand and the sheets of paper upon it. "Is that where you're from, though? Brussels?" "In part." His voice sounded odd, strained, pained. "We have a house there, my family. It is technically mine now that my father has died, though it still feels like my mother's home. But most of my growing-up years—" He cleared his throat and held out his beautiful violin and its matching bow. She took them, but she kept her gaze on his face, just as beautiful in its way as the Stradivarius, but just as pained as his words, and not in the same way as it had been last night after he'd used his sore arm too much. Perhaps a kinder woman would let the subject drop. She'd never claimed to be particularly kind. "Your growing-up years? Where did you spend them?" He didn't meet her gaze. "Louvain." A word that made her breath stick in her throat. Louvain had been in all the papers. Louvain, the proof of Germany's barbarism, of their cruelty. Louvain, all the evidence Europe needed to hold the Kaiser's army in utter contempt. "No. Have you family there? Your mother?" His jaw ticked once, twice. He must have been clenching his teeth. She thought he wouldn't answer. Thought it all the more when he spun away from her and busied himself by pushing the music into a stack and flipping it so its face was to the stand. Then his voice cut its way into the room like a mournful D sharp. "My mother and little sister were both there when the Germans marched on the town." No. She could think of nothing else to say, no assurances to give, no bandage for what must be a slicing sorrow. "Are they all right?" "Je ne sais pas. I do not know. He squeezed his eyes shut, shook his head, cleared his throat again. "You came for a lesson, not my story." "I've enough time for both." Not that she'd anticipated feeling this sympathy for her Mark, and not that she'd let it bother her ultimately. She couldn't. But she knew what it felt like to wonder whether one's mother was living or dead. She knew that question, how it could eat a body from the inside out. He waved it away, her offer to listen, or the thoughts themselves. He said only, "They were not there when I went back, not in the house which was burned. A neighbour said they had left. I will find them." How, when he was here in Wales instead of there in Belgium? He pointed at the violin. "Play for me, s'il vous plaît, what I was just playing." She measured him a moment more, decided that this was the kindest thing she could do for him, and that at the moment she felt like being kind. She would let it drop. "All right, but I didn't hear the beginning, so if you would turn that music back around." "Mais non." His smile went from force to a grin in a blink, and as impish as any of Georgie's ever were. "From memory." "I was a bit late. I only heard a few minutes." But if he meant to confound her with the removal of the music, he was going to be disappointed. "I can only start from what I heard." "Naturellement." She shot him a half-hearted glare. "And I don't speak French." His brows lifted. "Was it not taught at your school? Miss Davies, both of them assured me they know it." "Blast," she shrugged. "I was never very good at it, and haven't used it since, so what I once knew I've forgotten." "Then I beg your pardon." He produced another too handsome smile and nodded toward the violin.
As this is not a French lesson, I will strive to speak only English.
I don't mind when you speak French. I just want you to realize I won't understand much. So if you launch into instructions in it... He kept those brows raised.
Are you stalling, mon ange?
Was she? Why was she? And what in the world did mon ange mean? Shaking her head, she positioned the violin under her chin, marveling yet again at how smooth was the chin rest, raised the bow, called to mind the first strain of the song that she had heard clearly enough to recreate, and began. What had the other three instruments in the quartet been playing while the violin sang this melody? Mere accompaniment? Or did they have melodies of their own, a counterpoint to this one? She hadn't so much as glimpsed the title on the sheet music to see if it was a concerto or a sonata. But she could hear it as she played, the low thrum of bass underscoring, the trill of a woodwind highlighting, accenting, playing a sweet note here to offset the mournful one, near dissonance there as she held a long note. A story of loss and longing wove its way through her as she played. Almost the tale of her beginnings, or of the beginnings of her life as an orphan, anyway. Almost, but not quite, not with that hope woven through it here and there. No, it was more like how she'd felt a few weeks ago when Rosemary had said she was finished with the life they'd worked so hard to be masters of. She could be glad that her sister had found something that made her happy, glad that she wanted to share it with them. But it couldn't erase the missing of her, the feeling that things were changing, and that no matter how much better they might look now to someone from the outside, it was still loss, a world at war, determined to change every bit of her life. There was still hope. She still had Rosemary, and she was glad for her. There was that major key climb upward, but then the realization that it had taken someone else to give her sister that happiness, that Willa and the family they had forged from necessity and sheer grit, wasn't enough. She was never enough. The last note faded away, and her eyes felt damp enough that she had to blink a few times and draw in a long breath before she could bring herself to look around for her new teacher. He stood leaning against the wall opposite her, watching her as he'd done last night, as if he expected her to sprout wings and fly about the room. For a moment he didn't so much as twitch. Then one corner of his mouth pulled up into a crooked smile.
My apologies.
Well, that wasn't any of the responses she had expected. I beg your pardon?
When I awoke this morning, I found myself doubting that you had truly picked up that fantasia simply by listening, so I devised this test.
He motioned to the backward-facing music.
I knew you could not have studied it beforehand.
Was that amusement or irritation plucking at her? She couldn't quite make up her mind, but then decided she would be generous, since she was currently holding for the second time a Stradivarius that probably cost as much as her entire neighborhood in Poplar. She smiled. Satisfied?
More than.
He pushed off from the wall and turned to a box taking up residence on a chair.
Our lessons, then. This is a fairly simple etude that you will be able to play without trouble.
Brandishing the fluttering sheets, he put them on top of the others on the stand.
Begin whenever you are ready.
She took a minute to look over the music first. It had taken years to be able to read music, to learn the language of what had at first struck her as strange little blobs of ink on strange little lines. She probably never would have cracked how to do it if Paulie hadn't found her a book on the subject. Even so, learning how on her own had been a challenge she'd nearly given up on. But after a few years of struggle, something inside her had seemed to click. And once it had, it was beautiful, really. That those small black circles could tell a story that could then be translated into the most beautiful part of life. Music. She was still not all that proficient at sight reading, but this etude did look simple, straightforward. Satisfied that she could play it with only minor fumbles, she raised the bow again, and got no more than 10 measures in before hands landed on her back. She jumped away, a squeak of protest in her throat as she spun on him, ready to use his bow as a weapon if she must. Lukas de Wilde held up his hands, laughter in his eyes. "I was only trying to correct your posture, Miss Forsyth. I beg your pardon if I startled you. I should perhaps have warned you." "Perhaps?" He chuckled. "Forgive me, I am new to this teaching, but I promise you, this is purely professional, what my tutor did for me as a boy. I will save my flirtations for after the lesson. You have my word." She hesitated another moment, then turned around again to face the music stand. "There now." He eased closer, too close, whether he meant it to be flirtatious or not. Put his hand on her back, which most assuredly did not make tingles dance their way up her spine. Pressed, forcing that not tingling spine to straighten another notch. "Are you always so, what is the word, skittish?" Her shoulders edged back. "Yes." "Good. The shoulders, not the skittishness. That is how you should play, whether sitting or standing." Highly uncomfortable, and her spine would likely forget to keep itself so erect as soon as her mind was taken over by the music. But she wasn't going to waste her breath arguing with him. "Now, again." He didn't move his hand, as if he knew her spine would curve the moment he did. And how in the world was she to play, to get lost in the music with him touching her the whole time? "Or we can stand here all day, oui? Simply enjoying each other's company." "Has anyone told you you're insufferable?" "Oui, but they usually say it with a laugh and a flutter of their eyelashes." She could well imagine, though she had no intention of fluttering her eyelashes at anyone. Certainly not someone who expected it. "Well, I say it in seriousness." "Noted. Now begin." Because it seemed preferable to debating his charm, she raised the bow and focused her gaze on the opening bar again. This time, once she'd gotten past the first 2 lines, his hand eased away. He still stood too close. She could feel him there, just behind her, looking over her shoulder. But the playing was easier without the touch. And the music, though only an etude, was lovely. She felt the smile of it as she played, enjoying the way it pranced up and down, the way her fingers felt as they shifted on the strings. Then his hand again, pressing against her spine. Her fingers stumbled. "Continuez. Keep going." She did, and managed to do so without the stumble after his next retreat and return. Though by the end of the etude, she had little choice but to release a sigh of exasperation. "It's no use. I've been playing too long to suddenly learn new posture." "Nonsense. We can always learn something new." He was grinning. She didn't turn around to see it, but she could hear it in his voice. "Again, from the beginning." They went through it thrice more, and then again seated. At least when she was in the hard wooden chair, he only tapped a finger to her back as a reminder. Still, if she concentrated on the music, her back wouldn't stay straight. And if she concentrated on her back, she knew well her playing was only mediocre. Her frustration was compounding with each touch, frustration with herself rather than with him. So then, she would focus on something else altogether. After completing the etude, she looked up at him. "What time is it?" He reached into his pocket and pulled out a gold watch, flipped open the front of its case. It was engraved, but not with words that she could see, just a filigree design. So far as she could tell, no cipher key could be hiding in those twists and turns, and the back was unmarked. There could be something within the case, though, or even behind the works.
3 o'clock. Have you had enough for our first day?
Did he have to phrase it like that, as though she were giving up? She leaned down to set the violin in its case. "I had better get back. I promised to accompany Daisy to a hospital she is considering supporting." He closed the watch again. She narrowed her eyes at it. "May I see your watch for a moment? It looks a bit like my grandfather's. Is it a Patek Philippe?" Those were so valuable they couldn't be fenced, too easily traced. But she'd lifted one for a client once who had paid her directly and made a pretty penny. De Wilde unhooked the watch from his fob and held it out to her.
"No, Cartier. My father gave it to me when I gained a position with the Brussels Conservatoire."
Cartiers were far easier to move. She nodded and opened it, noting the engraving on the inside of the cover. It just looked like a simple inscription. How was she to know whether it was something more? "What does it say?"
"To mark the achievement of your dreams," he chuckled. "My father was the best of men, and a genius, but not with words. So my mother had him add this."
He reached down, his fingers brushing hers, and opened the case still more, revealing the inside back behind the gears. More writing. This time he didn't wait for her to request a translation of the French.
"If they are a fraction as bright as our love for you, you will soar to the highest heights."
If it was the key, he wouldn't show a stranger so easily, would he? And all the ones in the examples Mr. V had given her hadn't made sense in and of themselves. These appeared to be actual words. Not that she knew French, but it looked like real words. She handed the watch back, and had a feeling she'd need to find her way to his room before this was over. Chapter 7. Lukas slid the watch back into his pocket, more than a little surprised that she'd shown interest in something of his, and had not jerked away when their hands brushed. But then she must be accustomed to men taking her hand. She'd looked ready to skewer him with his own bow for touching her back, though. He tried to tamp down a grin.
"There now, lesson complete. Time for the flirtation."
She narrowed her eyes at him and jumped to her feet. "Don't waste your breath, I'm immune to it."
"No flirtation then, just honesty."
He took a step toward her, knowing well she'd just back away, which she did, sidestepping the music stand.
"I want to get to know you better. Will you have dinner with me? There is a lovely restaurant a few streets from here."
"Or tea? You English love your tea, n'est-ce pas?"
"I have seen tea rooms with young couples coming and going without chaperones. This is appropriate here, I assume."
They danced another step, him advancing and her retreating. Her gaze remained aglare. "I'm not going anywhere with you."
"Why not? My intentions are honorable."
He may not know exactly what they were, but they were unlike any intentions he'd ever had for a woman before. He wanted to get to know her, sort her out, determine why he reacted to her as he did. She snorted. "You seem to forget that your exploits are plastered across all the gossip rags, Mr. de Wilde. I well know your reputation and how honourable it's not." He'd taken another step, but now he stopped. It took him a long moment to identify the waves of feeling swamping him. Regret.
Mère was right.
She stopped too, fingers digging into the unfortunate back of a stuffed chair.
"What?" "My mother. She always said I would regret my hedonistic ways when I met a young lady about whom I was serious."
But he'd never really believed her, or perhaps never believed he'd meet anyone who could inspire him to seriousness. Willa Forsythe all but snarled at him. "As if you're serious about me. We just met. And we both know I'm not the type of lady you usually spend your time with, so—" "But that is the point, no?" She was unlike anyone he knew, hence why he must become better acquainted. He'd never expected to meet someone with the intensity of his sister, the withering stare of his mother, and the dedication of his father. Someone with a talent that challenged him, and a face he could watch intently for hours on end, just to see what flitted across it and what didn't. Now, for instance, her countenance had gone blank. She squared her shoulders as she ought to do when she played, and lifted her chin. "I'm leaving now, and when I come back you're going to cease with this ridiculousness. Do you understand?" Her eyes were the loveliest shade of blue. Or perhaps green, or some combination thereof. Sorry, my English no good, je ne comprends pas." There, a twitch of her lips and a breath that sounded far more like laughter than she probably wanted it to. "How do you say idiot in French?" He grinned. "Mon amour. Try it out." She rolled her eyes instead. Apparently even she knew that it meant my love, but the twitch had definitely settled into a small, beautiful smile. "Goodbye, Mr. de Wilde. Lukas. Only my closest friends call me Mr. de Wilde, so if you do not want to give me ideas, you had better call me Lukas." Another laugh breath, a shake of her head as she strode past him. "I'll see you tomorrow. In the meantime, rest that shoulder, or you're going to be an absolute wreck for the concert on Saturday." "Some of us have to practice our music to get it perfect, and memorized." She tossed a look over her shoulder that was flirtatious, whether she would admit it or not. Perhaps she would label it only as teasing. She opened the door. My sympathies, really. He wanted to follow her, see if he could earn a full-fledged laugh, a real smile. But he'd probably pressed his luck enough for one day, so he settled for moving to the window. She'd have to pass by it if she was going back to the Davies house. It took her a moment to navigate out of the hotel, though, of course, which he spent looking about the street, still largely unfamiliar to him. But it looked like any other seaside street. Nannies and mothers bustled about with babies in prams, children's palms in theirs. Men strode along with business on their faces. Here and there someone paused, looking at a building number or out to the bay. Or leaned against the railing that separated street from sand. He'd have thought nothing of it. Marine Terrace was full of people stopping to take in the view. Except that one particular man happened to come to attention, just as Lucas's gaze slid across him, and then the man started across the street. Again, it would have been nothing more than a passing thing to note if Willa hadn't hurried by the window just then, and the man's gaze was locked on her. He jogged the remaining distance across the road, dodging a horse and carriage, his eyes following her progress down the sidewalk. Alarm rose. She'd never been here before, she'd said last night. She knew no one in Aberystwyth, so it could not be an acquaintance waiting for her. So then who and why? He'd have yelled a warning to her, but a mother with a squalling toddler paused just in front of his window. It left him only one choice. He spun for the door at a run. Willa heard the footsteps racing toward her. A second after, she felt that invisible finger brush over the nape of her neck. Someone was following her, and this time they weren't being subtle about it. She had a split second to decide how to handle it, which was all she needed. A quick glance around to gauge the crowds or lack of them, where on the street she was, what was nearby. She was only steps from where the promenade was intersected by Terrace Road, so it was a simple matter to turn onto it. her eyes open for any handy alley, of which there were far too few in this city. She had to settle for the nearly empty Stryd de Gorforth. A few strides, then a quick turn into the cubby that led to the hotel's back entrance. She pivoted, her hand ready to strike. A smiling, far too familiar face paused just out of reach. "Pretty Willa Forsyth, you do not look happy to see me." Familiarity did not make her lower her fist. Fear did, because this man should not be in Wales watching her like this, coming from a meeting with Lukas de Wilde. Something she hadn't properly felt in years snapped its teeth into her stomach. Panic. "Cor Ackerman, what in blazes are you doing here?" His gaze swept her from crown to shoe, noting no doubt the quality of her dress, of her jewellery, of her pumps. Quality that certainly didn't belong on someone who lived where they did in London. He was going to ruin everything, and he smiled about it. "Looking for work, of course." 150 miles from your flat in Poplar. That's quite a long way to commute, don't you think? He'd followed her here. He must have. Cor chuckled and slung his hands into his pockets, dislodging his buff jacket, which, come to think of it, was higher quality than what he usually wore in London too. He looked almost like a gentleman, except for the hair that was a bit too unruly. "Well worth it," he said in that Flemish accent that suddenly grated rather than sounding charming, "to spend time with you." Why did he follow her here? He didn't like her that much. She was just a new face, one of the countless he'd been flirting with, she was sure. Nothing special to him that he should have followed her. Her stomach cramped. How had he followed her? All these arrangements had been made by Mr. V with the utmost secrecy. She was in so much trouble. "Willa." New footsteps pounded, and another voice spoke her name with an accent she didn't much want to hear right now. A few choice words vied for a place on her tongue. She levelled a finger at Cor Ackerman's chest. "You cause me trouble, and I will pluck out every hair on your head and make you eat them." Cor merely narrowed his eyes and half-turned. "Have a new beau already? You move quickly, Willa Forsyth." He was about to see how quickly she could move her fist into his eye, or her knee into his groin. She stepped past him to lift a hand, palm up, to the man who came to a halt at the corner of Terrace and the unpronounceable street she'd opted for. "I am well, Lukas." Perhaps the use of his first name would calm him. Or perhaps it would make possessiveness flare to life in his eyes when he saw how Cor lounged against the hotel's rear wall. Men were all such oafs. "I saw someone chasing you, and as you do not know anyone here—" "Oh, but she does." Cor straightened and stepped to her side, actually slung an arm around her shoulders. She jerked, that instinct rising to step away. But his fingers bit into her shoulder, holding her fast, her teeth clenched. Lukas's eyes narrowed. Cor chuckled and pulled her tight against his side. "We are old friends from London, so naturally I dropped by when I arrived in Aberystwyth. Is that not right, Willa?" She suddenly wished Lukas were stupid enough to believe him anyway, but he obviously wasn't. He measured Cor as if taking full stock of him in 2 seconds flat. What did he see that she hadn't when they were safely in London? Odd. How can you possibly be old friends when you surely did not arrive here in Great Britain any earlier than I did a few weeks ago? Cor stiffened. Not enough that her eyes probably would have noticed it, but she felt it in the muscles of his arm. "You assume much." "It is an easy assumption.
Your accent is clearly from the Antwerp province, and I know when the Germans invaded that region. You could try to convince me you were here already, I suppose, and are not a fellow refugee, but I would not believe you."
He looked like some lord, standing there at the alley's end with his chin raised and disdain dripping from his eyes. Perhaps that was how all the French Belgians viewed the Flemish. How was she to know? Or perhaps it was just because he had wealth and fame, and thought it made him better than the rest. Or perhaps he was jealous. Odd thought, that, but it matched the burning in his eyes. Cor chuckled. "I see you are an open-minded and fair man, monsieur." Rather than provide his name, Lukas held out a hand toward her. "May I see you home, Miss Forsyth?" It called for a quick calculation. Which of them would it be riskier to offend? Lukas, who was the entire focus of her reason here, or Cor, who knew too much of who she really was? The hand left her shoulder. "Go ahead, pretty Willa. I would call on you later." "I know where you're staying," he might as well have shouted. He offered her a handsome smile. "We can reminisce together. Tell your hostesses all about London." "I'll blow your cover if you don't do what I say," his eyes screamed. Blast him. Teeth still clenched, she stepped away from his side and put her fingers in Lukas's palm. It felt warm and a far cry more welcoming than Cor's hand had on her shoulder. But then de Wilde had come out here solely to try to help her, not to threaten, or blackmail, or whatever it was Cor intended. Part of her wished he really were just lovesick, following her like a too clever puppy. But she knew better. Lukas drew her hand through the crook of his elbow and just held her there by his side for a moment, while Cor whistled his way past them and back to terrace, hands still in his pockets. Willa drew in a long breath and tried to convince her jaw to relax. "Who is he?" She had no qualms about lying, but didn't rightly know what lie to tell, so had little choice but to settle for the truth. "Cor Ackerman, a new neighbour of mine in London." He'd been watching Cor cross the street and walk toward the row of shops, but turned his gaze now on Willa. It was dark and rich and far too intent. A shiver coursed up her spine, despite the sunshine currently brightening the day. "He is courting you." A scoffing laugh passed her lips before she could stop it. "I scarcely know him." "This matters very little when a woman has caught a man's eye, ma chérie." Why was she standing so close to him? His gaze was disconcerting enough from a few feet away. This close, it was downright unnerving. She put a few more inches between them. "Yes, well, I never trust a man who calls me pretty." Now those dark eyes snapped and sparkled, and the corners of his mouth tugged up a degree. "And why is that?" "Because I'm not. So anyone who would say so is a flatterer, and I've no use for that sort." "Ah." He led her back toward terrace. "Thank you for the advice, though I cannot say as pretty would have been ever a word I would choose to describe you. You are far too interesting to be pretty." It was just the sun heating her, not the odd bit of praise. She looked across the street to see Cor disappearing into an ice cream shop, and pulled her hand from Lukas's arm. "You probably left your violin unattended in the function room. You should go and see to it. I'll be fine." The mirth left his eyes. "I will walk you home. We will simply go and put this strad away first." Though it was on the tip of her tongue to disagree, Willa nodded. Away would mean in his room, which meant she could see where it was without any need for the underhanded. She'd be a fool to pass that chance by. And she was already enough of a fool, having dismissed Core as basically harmless to all but gullible women, when he was quite clearly not. So she followed de Wilde back into the hotel, into the parlour where his violin still rested happily in its case. She stood there and let him talk about nothing as he gathered all his things, instrument case, box of music and stand, and then took the box from him, above all his protests. She hadn't missed his grimace as he lifted it in his right arm. Then she followed him to the stairs and up them to what must be the topmost floor. 4th door on the right. Not exactly ideal for sneaking her way into. It wasn't on the end or around a corner. Shouldn't a musician of his caliber have been given a better room? There would be too many people coming and going here. She didn't go in, of course. He'd think it strange, or an invitation she was not making if she did. But she glanced past him and saw that the room was a suite. This door opened into an outer chamber with a sofa and table and chairs, a fireplace unlit. Another door stood shut to the right. Which was the one where he stored his secrets? He set down his gear and turned again into the hall, locking the door behind him and sliding the key into his pocket. That she could lift easily when it was time to search his room, or she could no doubt borrow the hotel's master key with minimal trouble. They were back on the promenade, Core nowhere in sight, when she interrupted his musings about Paris this time of year with, "What happened to your shoulder?" She wanted to know, but more she wanted to make him stiffen and pull away, to decide to let her walk herself home. Instead, he swallowed and covered the hand she'd rested again on his arm with his other one, anchoring her there, creating a bond where there ought to be none. "I was shot." Shot? She tried to pull her hand away. It was tucked into the crook of his injured arm, after all, but he stopped her with that second hand. How? When? She didn't have to ask where. He'd already confessed he'd been in Belgium since the invasion, looking for his mother and sister. When else could it have happened? He glanced down at her, but then focused his gaze straight ahead. 2 weeks ago in Brussels. I had gone there when I did not find my mother and sister in Louvain, but the Germans were waiting for me, watching for me. Her throat went tight. You specifically, or refugees from the countryside in general? Me. My father, you see, before his death, he was doing important work the Germans wanted. I dare say they did not realize they had burned it all in Louvain, but they know I am his son. One of the soldiers recognized me as I was making my way to our house, tried to detain me, so I ran and was shot. It aligned with what Mr. V had told her of this family, the father, the work. But why in the world would he admit it all to her? Did they think you were involved in this work? Or that you had bits of it on your person? Lukas shook his head. I cannot say. It would be foolish to think so. I am a musician, not a mathematician as he was. They presumably thought I knew where he had stored it all, which I do. In the house they burned to the ground. It is all gone now, but the Germans... They would not have listened had I told them that. They seem to think every Belgian a spy or a franc-tireur or... He shook his head again. She might as well fish for whatever she could. What was he working on? Your father, I mean. He flicked a gaze down at her, one that shone with intelligence, that he quickly covered with a charming grin. I could not tell you if I wanted to, mon amour. I am a musician, not a mathematician. And it was all mathematics. So then, he had some sense when it came to bearing his soul to strangers. Good for him, if bad for her. She returned the grin. Did you just call me an idiot? I ought to storm away. His laugh brought the gaze of every female pedestrian their way. Blast! but it would be hard to blend into the shadows if she spent any more time in his company. Chapter 8. Margot smiled into her friend's giggle and tried to determine what exactly was so funny about Claudette's older sister saying what she had to a German officer. It had been stupid, in Margot's opinion, to flirt with him, risky. But she wouldn't say so, certainly not today, the first time she'd seen her friend in a month. Their mothers had bumped into each other yesterday, and Maman had whispered where they were staying and the name they were using. She wouldn't have trusted most people with such information, but Claudette's father had worked with Papa. Claudette's father had been arrested. They understood the need for discretion. And now here they were, in Madame Dumont's upstairs parlour, their mothers speaking in whispers on the sofa, knitting needles clacking, while Claudette giggled and Margot pretended to understand why, when really she was looking out the window. The afternoon was waning. He would be back soon, and she hadn't even had the chance to work on her theorem today, what with their visitors. Not that she wasn't glad to see Claudette again. Her friend sighed much like their mothers were wont to do.
"Have you heard a word I said?"
Margot blinked and focused her gaze on Claudette rather than the windows. She looked as she always had, deep brown curls pulled back in a sky-blue ribbon, flounces on her dress, a smile hovering about her lips. Except for her eyes. Her eyes weren't the same carefree brown they'd been before. They were shadowed now, hard. They knew what it was to lose a father, even if she had hope of getting hers back someday. It wasn't something Margot had wanted to share with her friend.
"Of course I have. Do you want me to recite it all back to you?" "No, you always make me sound so ridiculous when you do that."
She giggled again, but this time Margot heard the strain in it, the false note, and then it died away altogether, and she scooted closer to where Margot sat on the window seat, focused her gaze out the window.
"How many bricks are in that house across the street, the red one?"
A game they had been playing for years. Usually it made her grin. Today, it made her want to, almost.
5,226. "Really?"
Claudette pursed her lips.
"I thought for sure it was 5,228. Are you sure you factored in the chimneys correctly?"
Margot rolled her eyes and let silence speak for a beat, two before she said,
"Are you frightened for him?"
She kept her voice at the barest whisper, so their mothers didn't hear. Claudette focused still on that red brick house, but her fingers worried the lace edge on her skirt.
"They're sending him to Germany. They'll try to make him work for them."
"He won't." She found her friend's fingers, covered them with her own. There weren't many people in the world she would touch willingly, but Claudette she had known since she was a baby. She was more sister than friend. Her attempt at comfort brought tears up to pool in Claudette's eyes.
"But what would they do to him if he doesn't? I don't want my papa to die, Margot."
This was why she hated conversation. What could she possibly say to such a thing to make it better? There was nothing, no comfort to offer. Claude Archambault would either help the Germans and betray his country, or he wouldn't, and they would kill him for it. A traitor or a ghost. Neither was what anyone would want for a father. Margot squeezed her hand again and gave up on words. Their mothers rose from the sofa, goodbye in their postures. They embraced, kissed each other's cheeks, and were making promises all ready to visit again next week.
"You can come to us next time, Sophie,"
Madame Archambault said, gripping Maman's hands. Maman shook her head.
I'm sorry, Marie, I do not dare. It is too near our house, and they will be looking for us there. This is risk enough.
Claudette's mother sighed.
You are right, of course, but do you really think you will be able to keep your name secret for long? Someone will recognize you on the street and call out a greeting, and the wrong German ears will hear it.
Now Claudette turned her hand under Margot's, so she was squeezing her fingers. Maman lifted her chin, though the show of strength didn't quell the trembling in her lips.
We will do what we can while we can, until Lukas comes for us.
Madame Archambault nodded, but her mouth was a tight straight line, and doubt filled her dark eyes. She didn't say that Lukas was gone, dead, shot by the Germans and never to return for them. Not with words did she say it, but with her eyes she did.
He is not dead.
Margot whispered it because she must push it out into the room to counteract the doubt.
He is not dead.
Claudette's echo was just a whisper too, but she too spoke it, and then she stood and smoothed out her skirt.
I will see you next week, Margot Dumont. Oui. Until then, know I pray for your papa and for you.
She said a prayer now, in the way that made her feel closest to her God, who so perfectly ordered the universe.
2, 4, 9, 16, 25, 36, 49.
Madame Dumont came in as their guests were leaving, giving them her wrinkled smiles and well wishes, promises to pray. Once they were gone, the old lady settled in her favourite chair by the unlit fireplace, her gaze focusing on Margot. Her smile looked genuine.
It is a blessing to me to have you two here, bringing laughter and friends into this house again.
Maman patted the madame's shoulder.
It is a far greater blessing to us, Mère Dumont. Without you,
Margot added a small smile to the conversation but could manage no more. Her gaze went back out the window, where their friends were exiting the house and making their way quickly down the street. It was good of the lady to protect them like this, yes, and no great difficulty to call her grand-mère and show her affection and respect when Gottlieb was around. But Margot wanted her own life. A group of soldiers strode by on the street below their window, proof that no one had their own life just now, not the ones they used to know. Another pair of soldiers came into view after the first group had disappeared. One was Gottlieb, and he carried a box.
He is coming.
Margot frowned out the window, her eyes on that box. She didn't know what could be in it, but it made her stomach cramp. It was something new, and these days something new always meant something bad. The second soldier kept walking when Gottlieb peeled off. Behind her, Maman and Madame Dumont turned their conversation to when the weather might cool and how much food was left in the shops. Margot listened to the door open and then shut, to Gottlieb's footsteps. Would they turn into his room? No, they were on the stair, sounding light and quick. Happy. A happy Gottlieb was surely bad news for the rest of them. A few moments later he was striding into the parlour, sounding happy too as he wished them all a good afternoon. There came then the sound of something sliding onto the table. Margot finally looked his way, saw that box. He was opening it, a smile on his lips.
I have brought you a surprise, something to entertain us all as the days grow shorter and autumn turns to winter.
The cramp squeezed tighter. How could he speak so glibly about being here so long? Months, whole seasons. He drew out 2 wooden bowls fitted with lids, and then a square of wood about a foot wide. It looked almost like a chessboard, except that the squares painted upon the top were only outlines, none of them coloured. and where some of the lines intersected there were little dots painted as well. Maman kept on knitting.
A game?
Yeah. It is called Go, from the Han Chinese Empire, but it has become quite popular in Germany.
He took the lids off the bowls, revealing black stones in one, white in the other.
It is a strategy game.
Margot turned fully to face the room. Maman's needles clacked together.
I have never enjoyed such pastimes. Perhaps Mère will play with you.
Madame Dumont chuckled, no doubt because they all knew Gottlieb didn't want more of her company.
These old eyes could not even see the board. Perhaps young Margot could learn it.
Dual strings pulled taut within her, the one insisting she refuse out of principle, because why would she want to be so near him for so long? The other drawn like a moth to the flame of that game board. What were its rules, its aims?
No!
Maman's voice was nearly too quick, too alarmed.
Margot has enough to fill her time. Come, mon chouchou, the scarf will not knit itself.
Gottlieb tossed the second lid to the table, a bit more forcefully than necessary.
Someone will play with me. I insist.
Silence met his demand. Margot dug her fingers into the plush cushion of the window seat. Of course Maman would forbid her from playing. Of course, but...
Fraulein!
Gottlieb levelled a finger at her and then pointed at one of the chairs at the table.
You will learn. Call it part of your education, since you have not gone back to school.
School was hardly an option here, and she had already learned everything the lower schools could teach her anyway. She had been enrolled in classes at Papa's University in Louvain. Before. She looked at her mother. Lips pressed tight, Maman was obviously weighing the options. After a moment she nodded, but she needn't speak for Margot to hear the warning she'd be issuing. She could play, but she couldn't play well. Slowly enough to demonstrate a reluctance she only half felt. Margot stood and moved to the table, took a seat. Gottlieb tossed the box to the floor and sat too with a smile.
There now, you will enjoy this.
She positioned her chair and regarded the board, 19 squares in each direction.
Is it like chess?
The rules are simpler, but the play more complex.
He slid the bowl of black stones over to her.
Black plays first, so the beginner has that honor. The object is to surround the most territory with your stones by placing them on the points of intersection on the grid. You cannot move them once placed, but your opponent can seize your stone by surrounding it with his own.
Simple, yes, but there would be virtually endless possibilities. Her mind raced, and that knot in her stomach eased.
When does the game end?
When one of the players decides to make no more moves. It can last for hours or days or weeks.
He smiled, baring white teeth that would likely not hesitate to snap at her.
It will take you some time to get the feel for it, but I think you will like it. You are a clever girl.
Clever she was allowed to be to an extent, but she could feel her mother's gaze drilling into her back. More than clever, she must be careful to avoid. Just another challenge to enjoy. She would play 2 games, that was all. One in her head, with the moves she would make if she were playing with Papa or Lukas, another on the board with him. She reached into the bowl and plucked out one of the smooth black stones. It hardly even mattered that she would have to lose, at least at first, and be sure never to win by much. She would get to think. It was more than she had expected today. Willa slid into the study that was rarely used, the yellow paper crumpled in her hand and her gaze casting over her shoulder. None of the ladies would purposely eavesdrop, she was sure, but any one of them could happen by, and while she may have obtained permission to use the telephone, that didn't mean she wanted them to overhear.
But then, they were the least of her concerns. Anyone could overhear a phone conversation, the operators, to be sure, and anyone else on the party line, which made her wonder why the telegram in her hand had instructed her to use one. Well, there was nothing for it but to place the call and guard her tongue while doing so. Still, as she picked up the receiver on the candlestick telephone, something was bothering her. Not the call, not the telegram. Something to do with the reason for it. She left again the moment de Wilde delivered her home, rounded the corner to the nearest telegraph office. Her message to Barclay had been simple. Cor followed me. His message back, delivered just 20 minutes ago, had been no longer. Ring Hammersmith, 1528 at 7. She gave the operator the number in a calm voice, but it was a lie. Too many questions warred within her. Were telephones really a wise way of communicating? Why would Barclay have instructed her to use one? And where in the world was Hammersmith 1528? It wasn't their end of London. Why, how had Cor Ackerman followed her here? And what the devil could she do about it? It wasn't a moment before a cheery, "Hello!" sounded across the miles, tinny and half-covered with static. Willa gripped the telephone and sank into the chair behind the desk. "Retta, is that you?" "Oh, do relax, Barclay. I'll only keep her a moment." This was barely audible, obviously not aimed into the receiver. Then, "I just wanted to say hello. I've never used one of these things." "Neither have I." Willa traced a finger along the edge of the desk. "Where are you?" Retta's bark of laughter came over the line with no trouble. "What did you think? We're at Rosie's new place." Of course. Who else did they know with any claim to a place in Hammersmith? But it was beyond comprehension that her sister suddenly had 2 new houses in both London and Cornwall. Why? Did they come back already? Of course not, but they offered us the use of the London house while they're all in the West Country, and it just made sense. There are only the 4 of us here, so long as you're gone, so we don't need 3 flats. So they'd let the flats go. Willa's fingernails dug into the wood of the desk. It wasn't unusual for them to move about, but they usually did only in case of emergency, not just convenience. And never before had Willa not been part of the decision-making process. "Hey, I hadn't finished!" Retta's voice was even more distant now. Then Barclay's filled the line. "I know what you're thinking, but stop. You know very well this was reasonable. Or you will once you get over your pique at not being involved in the decision. We would have been stupid not to accept this offer. Free housing, Will." Sometimes it was annoying to be known so well. "It's awfully far from Paulies." "But the rent we're saving more than makes up for the price of a tube ticket. Now, tell me about this puppy that followed you home." Willa rested her forehead on her hand and sighed into the mouthpiece. Every time she closed her eyes, she still saw him, and tried to see something she'd missed before. Some glint in his eye or tell in the quirk of his mouth. I don't know how he did. Which was terrifying, but she daren't say that over the phone lines. Barclay's sigh gusted over hers. "Ellie ran back to your old flat when we got your wire. The other mutt's still there. Landlady thought Cor was just seeking what he could in other parts of London." The truth, or was Cor's cousin just covering for him? He could be involved. They shouldn't assume he wasn't. "What do I do? Should we contact Mr. V?" "Are you out of your mind?" Barclay had a way of saying that. It had been grating on her and Rosie since they met him. Always so superior and so confident that he was right. Made worse by the fact that he usually was. "We'll never work for him again if we let him know you're taking in stray dogs." "I'm not taking him in." But he was right, blast him. She squeezed the bridge of her nose. Mr. V knew too much about them already, and they knew far too little of him, except that he paid well and had occasionally at least some tie to the government. which was every bit as terrifying as Core following her here. More. They'd tried all their lives to avoid the authorities. How had they come to be working for them, however indirectly? And what would he do if they failed him? Lack of future work would be the least of their concerns. He could arrest them, destroy them, rip the family apart. No. So what do I do? Did you pet the pup, or just see him across the street? The code words were likely to get a bit ridiculous if they kept this up. He came over nipping at my heels, but my new friend joined us and shooed him away within moments. Still, he'll no doubt have sniffed out where I'm staying. Regular bloodhound, apparently. I thought him just a mongrel. So then... A static-filled hum crackled into her ear. Maybe he just likes you. Maybe it's nothing to worry about. A ridiculous statement that hardly deserved a reply. Dogs don't just like me, Barclay. Not enough to follow me home. I dare say that's not exactly true, but in this case we're not talking about following you a street or two, so I'll grant the greater point. What? A moment of muffled noises. Retter's a rather cogent suggestion. For all the friends V has, he must have some rivals as well, and those rivals may have some well-trained pets of their own. Her stomach would never unknot again. What was she involved in, and why had it seemed so much better than just lifting wallets from overfed upper-class marks? Do you think he's dangerous? We oughtn't to assume he's not, but keep your head. Learn what you can about him, but otherwise focus on your purpose there, and for heaven's sake, don't let him smell your fear. I'm not afraid of some stray dog. Much. Just uneasy, that was all. Right. The distance did nothing to cover his amusement at her expense. Well, listen, ring me here whenever you need me. I'll try to be home every evening at this time, me or the girls, and when I meet with V tomorrow, I'll probe a bit, much as I can. Meet with V? Apparently, his work needs done in London yet, too. He was at Paulie's last night. Doesn't pay as well as your job, but they'd be fools to turn down whatever he offered. Who knew how long it would last? But in the meantime, they could perhaps save a bit for a rainy day. And they had scads of rainy days. All right. She straightened and drew in a long breath. I'll just do what I do then. How's that going? Well enough. I met Lukas de Wilde yesterday. Her eye slid closed. He gave me a violin lesson this afternoon. Were it Retta or Lucy or Eleanor or Rosemary, a squeal would have come over the line. But it was Barclay. He offered only a scoffing laugh. You don't need lessons, you're the best. Her lips turned up. Sometimes she loved his scoffing. Apparently my posture's rubbish. Always looks fine to me. Well, what do you know? He laughed minus the scoff this time. Granted. Hey, Retta asks if you found any original music yet. Almost. Tell her de Wilde has a composer friend. I'll have got one in no time. All right. Well, listen, if you need any of us, just give the word. We'll be there. Help you get control of this pup. Of course they would, because they were family. I know. Tell Luce and Ellie I said hello, and all my love and all that. Be careful, Will. Carefuler than careful. But theirs wasn't a safe, careful life. He knew that. Their family motto was all about danger. With the greatest risk comes the greatest reward. Even so, the greatest risks meant the greatest preparation, the greatest planning, the greatest caution. That was the only way to master them. They said their farewells, and Willa set the receiver back into its hook. Then just sat there for a long moment, staring at the deep, warm brown of the desk. Her brows knit. Brown. The man following her yesterday and earlier today had been wearing a brown jacket, but Core's had been buff, closer to white than brown. Her stomach knots knotted. Either he'd changed his jacket during her lesson for some bizarre reason, or Cor Ackerman wasn't the only man following her about Aberystwyth. Music filled the cavernous room in a way she hadn't realized was possible. Willa had thought she'd known how big the world was, or how big her world was anyway. But as she sat in the darkened symphony hall on Saturday, in an actual seat beside other music lovers, having gained entrance with a ticket rightfully paid for, the world grew. It expanded, well beyond questions of Cor or Mr. V or men in brown jackets, pushed all those dreary concerns from her mind. It unfurled wings that sounded like melodies, soaring to the heavens and plunging to the deepest depths. She wore the second of her evening gowns, lovingly stitched by Rosemary, into a prettier style than the ones her hostesses wore. And she jammed pins into her hair until it didn't dare slip out. She knew she looked like the others around her, not the elite of London, but someone who could afford to sit in one of these chairs legitimately. And for the first time in her life, she almost wished she rightfully belonged here, so that she could experience this again and again, with her family beside her. The catwalks hadn't done it justice, and that beloved alley outside the practice chamber. That barely held a candle to this, where the high ceiling caught the sound and made it more. She felt as she listened to the 90 musicians following the motions of the maestro into a frenzy of musical bliss, as though she were seeing true beauty for the first time. She felt bigger and smaller all at once, more alive, closer to death, fear and peace, love and sorrow. She felt like she never had before, and it left her with energy coursing through her veins, stinging her fingertips. Could she really play as those people on the stage did? Her gaze travelled through the darkness and to the platform awash in golden light, travelled along the other sections until it caught on the only section, the violins. There were many of them, all looking equally talented as their bows drew along the strings, as their fingers pressed and flew. Lukas, of course, sat on the end of the row, closest to the audience, the position of honour, first chair. His posture perfect, his arms moving with the same ease and mastery as his colleagues. Only because the Davises had gotten them seats so close could she see the expression on his face, the pain hiding in it. It had progressed as the night went on. Now, as their second encore came to a rousing end and the audience gave a standing ovation, he smiled as the rest of them did, but the pain lurked there in his eyes. He looked her way, though she doubted he could see her through the stage's lights. Then he stood along with the others, bowing. The maestro bowed deeply, hushed the audience with a hand, and bowed again. "This evening is dedicated to Miss Gwendolen Davies and Miss Margaret Davies, with the sincere gratitude and appreciation of this orchestra. It is because of you, ladies, that we have a hope of helping our beloved Belgium. Thank you, and again, thank you." Applause roared through the hall. Willa joined hers to everyone else's, chuckling a bit at how the bashful sisters flushed. She could have sworn she could feel the heat of their blushes coming off them. Or maybe it was something else. She glanced toward the stage again and saw that Lukas de Wilde was most assuredly looking at her, not the sisters, her. Never mind that. Chatter sprang up from 100 places as the house lights brightened, and Willa didn't need to remind herself of her cover story to smile. How could she not smile? At this moment she didn't think she'd ever stop smiling. If only Rosemary had been here to share it with her, and Barclay and Retta and Lucy and Eleanor. As it was, she had only Miss Blaker to turn to, as the sisters were pounced upon by some eager couple in overdone evening wear. "That was lovely," she breathed. the understatement of the century, but she had to be careful not to gush too much. Miss Blaker nodded with enthusiasm, though.
Indeed, such a talented group. I've never heard Symphony in D played so well. The maestro is quite a visionary, don't you think? I was enthralled by his interpretation of the first section by the time he reached the cadence.
Cadence? Wasn't that just a beat? How could one reach the cadence? Willa cleared her throat.
Indeed, visionary is exactly the word I was thinking. And the piece they played by one of their own. He is no Bach, of course, but the motivic transformation was rather splendid.
The what?
Yes, I imagine he has quite a future as a composer.
Willa edged a few inches away from Miss Blaker toward the Davises. Perhaps the sisters were using normal words, but one of them was saying something about the tutti, and the bloke in the row behind them was chiming in with something about a well-placed échappée, and bit by bit, Willa's smile required force. It wasn't fair, not even a little. This was her language, her greatest love, music, dazzling in its brilliance. So how could these people manage to take what she knew by instinct from that place deep inside her and make it confusing? Her gaze went to the stage again, where the musicians were filing off to put their instruments away, decked out each and every one in the most elegant of clothes. Posture perfect, instruments of the highest quality. They would know, every one of them, what a tutti was, and an échappée. They would know the moment she opened her mouth in their presence what Willa was not. She was not one of them. Whatever Lukas de Wilde might tell her, she'd do well to keep that truth always in mind. Willa Forsyth belonged in the alley outside their practice chamber, on the catwalks overhead, backstage. She could fake her way into the audience, apparently, but never up on the stage. If ever she tried it, they'd all see her for exactly what she was. Nobody. Chapter 9. The knock on his door brought Lukas's eyes open, but he hadn't the energy to rise. His shoulder was on fire, sending aches coursing all down his arm, and his back, and up to his head, and, if he focused on it, all the way down to his toes. The wound was festering. He'd given in and called for a doctor again this morning, and the man had poked and prodded around inside his shoulder, pulling out a few fibres that had apparently not been removed along with the bullet on the boat. He'd soon be right as rain, the man had claimed. Lukas didn't know what was so right about rain, but he wasn't inclined to believe the mustachioed man with the round belly, given the torment he had inspired with his blasted pincers. And why would that blasted knocking not stop? "Lukas, I know you are in there!" French words, jewels. Lukas hooked his not-screaming arm over his eyes. How could it be so bright in here when he hadn't any lamps lit, and the sun was on the other side of the building? "Go away." "You don't really want me to do that." A moment of silence, and then the jingle of a key brought Lukas's arm down again. Had the man finagled the master from the front desk? Partly, he saw as the door opened and Jules strode in. The clerk had walked him up and unlocked the door for him, and didn't have the good grace to look abashed about it. What kind of attendant was he, letting people into other people's rooms? He ought to get the man sacked. Jules strode into the living area, a stack of something or another in hand. "Don't be angry with him. The doctor gave him instructions to check on you if you did not come down for luncheon. I convinced him I would do the job for him." Lukas grunted and covered his eyes again. "Go away. Let me die in peace." The stack of something or another slapped the low table before the couch on which Lukas rested.
You're always so amusing when you're sullen. I'm not sullen. I'm in agony. I'm about to gnaw this arm off and be done with it.
Jules lifted Lucas's good arm and looked from one eye to the other. Though what he was checking for was anyone's guess.
Did you take the medicine he left for you?
And fog up his mind before his lesson with Willa?
No, I don't need it. You'll just gnaw off your arm instead. It would be more effective.
Jules rolled his eyes and straightened.
I sent a note round to the Davises, letting Miss Forsyth know you are in no condition to give her a lesson today. You've what?
He strained toward sitting, then collapsed with a groan back onto the cushions behind him. How could one little bullet wound in one little shoulder make his whole body useless?
Send another one round then, saying you were mistaken. Perhaps I would if I were.
Jules helped himself to a seat in the chair adjacent to Lucas's sofa.
Don't be an idiot, Lucas. You need to rest. You were all but in tears by the end of the concert Saturday night. I was not. And then you were stupid enough to try to practice yesterday when you ought to have been resting.
Well, he had to practice. He'd messed up the section at bar 180 in Bach's Symphony in D on Saturday night, and that wouldn't do. And since Gwen Davies had informed him that there would be no lessons on Sundays, and that they were already engaged for dinner, how else was he to fill his time? He'd barely gotten to exchange 2 words with Willa on Saturday after the performance. He'd scarcely spoken to her at all since walking her home on Friday. How was he to know if that core fellow was still bothering her, if he never got to see her, if her hostesses and then his idiot friend got in the way?
Lucas, you won't want some strange girl you're trying to impress to be here for this.
Jules leaned forward and picked up the stack. Envelopes, now that Lucas blinked his eyes clear and actually bothered to look. Quite a few of them.
The hotel in Paris finally forwarded your post. There's a letter from your mother, postmarked before the invasion. What?
Now he did sit up, agony be hanged, and stretched his left arm out for the letters.
And you let me go on about my arm? Because 2 minutes will make all the difference?
Shaking his head, Jules held tight to the stack rather than hand it over.
I can stay or I can go, but I need your word that you'll meet me in the dining room at 7, either way. You'll eat and you'll be reasonable, and you'll not fall into a brood or worse, and you'll certainly not go off on another tear.
He hadn't been the only one to go off on a tear when the news had reached Paris of the Germans' invasion. They both had. The only difference was that Jules had actually found his family, safely escaped to France already, while Mare and Margot seemed to have vanished with the wind. No, there were 2 differences. The Germans hadn't been lying in wait in Brussels for Jules, hiding in his townhouse with weapons drawn. Lucas nodded, hand still outstretched.
You have my word. Dining room at 7, and I would like to be alone.
Jules set the stack onto his palm but didn't release his gaze.
This won't answer your questions. Don't expect it to do so. She wrote it before any of this happened.
I know. His questions could only be answered by being there, by finding them, or by somehow getting in touch with them now. But telegraphs had been shut down in Belgium. Post wasn't going through. Newspapers weren't even being printed, which must be a special kind of torment for Margot. The German army had his country in a stranglehold. If only Jules had left him there, he'd know by now. He'd know whether they were alive or dead, or he'd have found them and brought them all to safety.
Jules rose. "I've new ammunition now, so for that I thank you. You do realize, I hope, that if I hadn't brought you here, hadn't accepted the offer from the Davises on your behalf, you never would have met your Miss Forsyth." His friend had a point. Though intriguing as the young lady was, he never would have traded his family security for a pretty, or not so pretty face, no matter how masterful she was with music, even before the world fell apart. Though if he were looking for the proverbial silver lining in his current situation, Jules shook his head. "You're utterly incomprehensible. Do you know that? All the most beautiful girls in Europe throw themselves at you. Girls with money and family names and influence, and you set your sights on some nobody from London, at whom no one else would ever look twice." If no one else looked twice, it was because they were fools, all, and he was happy to let them be. But it wasn't exactly accurate either. That Flemish farmer parading about in a jacket that didn't fit him had obviously looked. There was something about that Cor Ackerman that put Lucas's teeth on edge, and it wasn't just the way he'd treated Willa, though granted that was a large part of it. It was something. Perhaps when pain wasn't fogging his mind, he would be able to pinpoint it. Jules muttered a mild near curse and shook his head. "Whoever would have thought that Lukas de Wilde, playboy extraordinaire, would fall in love at first sight with someone like her?" "It wasn't love at first sight. It was intrigue at first sight." He flipped through the stack of envelopes, not caring a whit about any of the others, just seeking that familiar handwriting. "Love at first listen." Jules snorted, which had rather been his point in saying it, a tease that, in turn, proved him not quite out of his mind with pain, didn't it? There. His mother's script, elegant and easy. His hand shook as he plucked it out and let the other letters fall where they may. "All right, perhaps not love, but she is something special. Would you have me ignore that? What if she is the one meant for me?" His friend folded his arms over his chest. "My mother always says that the one you're meant to marry is simply the one you do marry. It's not a matter of romance. It's a matter of deciding to love and make it work." "And how do you decide who to marry in the first place, He studied the words on the envelope, though they were nothing noteworthy. His name, the hotel in Paris he'd been staying at, the direction. He flipped it over and tore open the flap. "Well, you certainly don't decide when you're out of your mind with pain from an injury and upset about your family on top of it. You are in no state to make any life-altering decisions just now, Lucas." It wasn't as if he'd put a family jewel on her finger. It had only been one little proposal. Why did it bother Jules so? Lucas pulled out the folded paper, covered on both sides with small, neat words in French. "Would you leave now, please?" Jules loosed a sound that was half sigh and half growl, and spun for the door. "I give it a month before you lose interest. So just don't marry her in that month, and you'll both come out of this well enough." Making no response, Lucas waited until the door clicked shut behind the naysayer, and then lifted the sheet of paper to his nose and closed his eyes. Mare's letters always smelled like her, from the bit of perfume she touched there to the upper right corner. Just now it seemed a scent from a different world. A world still sane and understandable and steady. So very different from this chaos into which the Kaiser's army had plunged them all. He opened his eyes again, but the words were too blurry to read. The questions were too blinding.
What if these were the last words of his mother's he ever read? What if something had happened to them on the road between Louvain and Brussels? What if it were years before he knew anything of their whereabouts or well-being? Or if he never knew? An invisible hand curled around his throat and squeezed. Another pressed on his chest until he thought he'd scream from the pain of it. Something inside him pulsed, stretched. But what? Toward what? He'd failed. Failed the only people in the world who really mattered. Failed at the last promise he'd made his father. He hadn't kept them safe. He hadn't been there the one time they really needed him. And now what could he even do? Here from Wales, where he could not search, could not do anything but play the violin and moan in pain. What hope did his mother and sister have if they were still alive to hope at all? Nothing. Certainly not him. He could do nothing. The hand gave up squeezing and seemed to claw his insides instead. Red, blinding agony. And then something softer whispered over him. Something that cooled the fire a degree and made him open his eyes. It felt a bit like Mare's touch always had on his forehead as a boy, the way she'd sweep his hair from his brow and press a kiss there. He unfolded the letter. I do not know when this will reach you, my boy, or if it will, but surely by the time it does, things will have changed in our world. We just got the news of that letter sent to the king from the Kaiser, claiming that he has heard France intends to march through Belgium, and that we had better accept an alliance with Germany now. Lies, as every Belgian knows, lies that will rip at our lives. The king would never negate the very conditions of our independence. Alliance with any country. The army has been called out to defend our borders and our neutrality. But we all know the army is more for parades than fighting. I cannot help but think they will not last long against the German war machine. By the time you receive this, no doubt the outcome is known. You will worry, I know, and so I pray this reaches you quickly and stays your hand. Remain in Paris, I beg of you, out of harm's way. If Germany invades, it is too much to hope for that they will not seek us out, hoping to find your father's work. Especially, we did not tell you this. You were on tour and we did not want to worry you. But a month before he died, the German government had contacted him. They were trying to convince him to move there, to bring them his work. Of course he refused, but they know who he is. They know what he was doing. They will want it even with him gone. You know what this means. They will seek us, and they will seek you. I am already preparing to leave, but it will take time. Margot is reviewing all of his work so that if any is lost, we will destroy it before the Germans can get their hands on it, and then we will go. I do not yet know where or how, and it is best I don't. Best I rely not on my own reasoning, which they will be able to deduce, but on the Lord. He will deliver us, Lukas. I know he will. Did you? Did you deliver them, God? His hands were shaking, the paper fluttering in them, making the words blur again. Lukas set it down on the table for a moment and pressed at his eyes, sniffed. He didn't expect an answer. God had never answered him. Though, to be fair, Lukas had probably never really listened, never really expected any kind of response, had rarely prayed beyond the words uttered by rote during Mass. Something he'd done less and less over the years as he travelled. It had never mattered. Until now, when it did. Because it must. Because there was no one else in the world who could help them.
Lord, I don't know you, but they do. They do, and they love you. Protect them, please, I beg of you. He didn't hear the voice of the Lord, but he heard Margot, sarcastic, too smart Margot, looking up at him with that gaze of hers that would have unnerved him if he didn't love her, love it so much. She had been, 10 at the time? When she had cornered him on one of his visits home to Louvain.
Do you even believe in anything? You don't act as though you do.
He'd laughed, waved it off, or tried to. Of course I believe in something.
In yourself, perhaps. You know how it hurts, Maman. Don't you, your behavior? Seeing all those articles in the gossip columns about you, you break her heart.
It hadn't been what he'd wanted to talk about, certainly not with his sister, 14 years his junior, who ought not to even know anything about the kind of behaviour their mother so despised. "You shouldn't read those parts of the paper," had been the only retort he could think of making. She'd rolled her eyes at him in that way Mère had tried and failed to break her of. Lukas had studied her for a moment. She'd always looked like any other girl her age. Average height, straggly hair, neither too thin nor too heavy. But she could drill holes through him with her stare. He'd thought perhaps to challenge her that day, or perhaps to defend himself. He still wasn't sure of his reasoning. "If you're so smart, why haven't you reasoned your way to the realization that there is no God who cares about the minutiae of our lives?" She'd snorted.
I'm so smart, I've reasoned my way to him. Because there are things I don't understand, things I never will, but he does.
So a creator god, then?
Lukas!
She had a way of saying his name. She didn't drag it out as Mère did when she was frustrated with him. She just changed the pitch. High on the first syllable, low on the second, hitting that K with an accent.
Let me put this in terms you can understand. Can a man compose a symphony without paying attention to each individual note? Can he put together an orchestra without caring about each musician in it? It's ridiculous to posit a creator who stands back unconcerned. If we grant a God, we have to grant a complete God.
It wasn't that he believed in a God who was creator only, but he'd almost wanted her to have that thing he could point to as a fault in her, a failing in their parents' eyes that they would worry over, rather than always focusing on his soul. But that had been stupid and selfish. He was glad she had her faith in God. More now than ever was he glad. And for the first time he wished he understood it a little better, that it was more to him than his sister's faith or his mother's or his father's. He wished he had that someone to lean on as they always had. He picked up the letter again.
I know you tire of hearing that I pray for you, but perhaps now with trouble upon us it will mean a little more. I pray that you turn to the Lord, Lukas, before it's too late. I pray that you follow his guidance to safety, as we will do. I pray that someday I see you again, and that I see you with his light in your eyes. If this coming storm is as dark as I fear, then the future of the de Wilde family is uncertain at best. Your father was a good man, a godly man, a man who obeyed the call on his life. But he talked too much of all his work, and he gained the attention of men he ought not to have. And now we will all pay the price of it. I know he told you to protect us, but you cannot, my precious son. We are in God's hands and God's alone. War is knocking on our door, and it is bigger than any of us. But the Lord is bigger than war. He will take care of us if it is his will, and if it is not, then it will be to his glory. Rest in him.
Rest? Where was rest to be found in any of this? Lukas set the letter down carefully upon the table, knowing he'd want to reread it later. Then he covered his face with his hand and leaned back against the couch. He'd always had some intention of settling down to a life of which his parents would approve. In that nebulous someday of the future. Someday when he was older and ready to be boring. Someday when the star of his fame had dimmed. Someday when he cared more about pleasing them than about pleasing himself. It had never once occurred to him that there wouldn't be a someday, which proved what a fool he was. That his father would die so suddenly, that his mother and sister would be lost to him, that everything he sought would grow pale and inconsequential under the shadow of war. This, then, was what Margot had meant. God had known. God had always known. Man might not, but the Lord did. And perhaps if one were on good terms with the Almighty, that would bring comfort rather than resentment. God had known, and had done nothing to stop the horrors. Again, Margot's voice in his head, or his heart. "What would you have him do, Lukas? He warns us of how not to act, but we disobey. Like that time I climbed the tree when Papa had told me not to. But how is mankind railing at God any different than when I screamed at Papa for not catching me when I fell, even though I'd done it deliberately when he wasn't nearby?" He scrubbed his hand over his face. He could still remember her screams of pain when she'd fallen, and the look on Pear's face. He had held her, and he had wept, and he had said he was sorry for not being there, never pointing out that it would have been avoided had she obeyed. Did man's actions grieve the Lord so in heaven? Did he ache for them, even as they tore themselves apart? Would it all be different if more people heeded his advice, as Margot implied? Of course it would be. He didn't have to know God personally to recognize that basic truth, that if everyone lived by those principles of right and wrong, the world would be a much better place. Though that meant... Lukas's heart twisted, or perhaps his stomach or his diaphragm, something that robbed him of breath and made him double over. What lives had he ruined in his blind quest for his own pleasure? Oh God, I cannot put it all to rights. I don't know how. I don't know where they are, or remember their names, or... He hadn't cared who those women were, or why they were there, slipping room keys into his palm. It had only mattered that they were there, and willing and beautiful. Something foul and thick and tangible slithered about inside him, something that had long been there, but he'd been blind to it. Until now. Now he thirsted for something pure and bright, hungered for a feeling of cleanliness. His parents had taught him the answers to all his questions, surely, but he'd buried the knowledge under too many years of disdain. Now he couldn't call them back up from whatever depths he'd banished them to. God forgave, he knew that. Jesus had come to earth for that purpose. But how did one go about turning filth over to a God of purity? How did one get to know his voice? How could one ever escape the fear that one's sins had ruined more lives than one could ever put to rights? He pushed to his feet, groping for the jacket he'd slung over the back of a chair. He needed a priest. There was surely a Catholic church somewhere in the city. He'd seen spires while out walking. He had no idea what church they belonged to, but he'd head in that direction. It would have a man of the cloth in it, or near it, someone who could answer his questions. Shoes. He needed shoes. He found his lying helter-skelter beside the armchair and slid them on, then slid out the door. He'd forgotten to grab his hat, but he hardly cared about that. A slow trek down the stairs, and then he was surging through the lobby, gaze on the front door of the hotel. He nearly bowled over Daisy Davies, who was just turning from the reception desk. She gave a little squeal and slapped a hand to her chest, her eyes wide. Her hair looked a bit frazzled, perhaps from the weather, or perhaps because it always did. Lukas steadied her with a hand to her elbow, muttering apologies all the while. In French, but she didn't seem to mind his lapse. A smile soon replaced her surprise, only to melt away again into what could only be termed alarm.
"Mr. de Wilde, you look terrible. What are you doing out of your room? Why, I only dropped in to leave you a note assuring you we were praying for you. We were all a bit worried when Mr. Bellamy said you were too much under the weather for Willa to come today."
Praying? Lukas blinked, stepped back a few inches. That was right. Someone had said something about how religious the Davieses were. "It is injury, not illness. I will be well. But I have a question for you, if you would, Miss Davies." Her smile returned, though it lit her eyes more than it curved her mouth.
"Of course, what is it?"
Though he opened his mouth, it took him a moment to find the words to say. Never in his life had he sought out a man of God of his own free will. He'd rather avoided them, always certain they could see his sins and would judge him for them. "I have just had word from my mother, from before the invasion. I would seek a priest. Perhaps you know of one? I have seen some of my colleagues leaving for Mass, but I never went with them, and—" He could have knocked on one of their doors, he supposed, but at this point that would require going back up the stairs. Miss Davies's eyes filled with calm.
"Of course. You will be looking for Father Bagley at Our Lady of the Angels. He is a good and godly man, and I know he has been a great comfort to the other refugees. He and our own Reverend are good friends, and I've met him several times. I can take you to him."
His head bowed. "I would be grateful."
"You look ready to fall over."
She touched a hand to his arm, a quick press and retreat.
"Please sit and wait just a moment. The car is parked a few streets over, but I'll go and fetch the driver, and we shall deliver you to the church. It is very near my own, as it were, and I was about to go in that direction. You don't look as though you could handle a walk."
It was on the tip of his tongue to argue, but she may have a point. That light touch had sent him swaying. "I thank you. I shall just wait outside in the fresh air."
"Very well."
She tucked her hand into the crook of his elbow, and he got the distinct feeling she did so to steady him, not so that he could lead her toward the door. The rain-scented breeze was a welcome slap in the face when they stepped outside. It wasn't raining here, not yet, but the clouds were dark over Cardigan Bay and low. Certainly damp enough to account for her frizzing hair. Miss Davies released him.
"I'll return post-haste. Do rest, Mr. de Wilde."
She waved a hand at one of the benches dotting the promenade on the other side of the street. He nodded, even crossed the street toward the bench. But then a flash of beige caught his eye. He waited until Miss Davies was out of sight. He was fairly certain she wouldn't hesitate to turn back and scold him before he wove his way through the pedestrians toward that figure lounging against the seaside railing. Cor Ackerman. And he didn't bother darting away at Lukas's approach, nor did he bother straightening. He just gave a snarling smile. "Have another lady friend already, do you, de Wilde? I'm sure Willa will be interested in learning of it." And she would probably believe the worst of him, given his history. She would be right to do so in general, but in this particular case, Miss Davies would no doubt tell her about their run-in well before Cor Ackerman could insinuate anything. Lukas touched a hand to the railing to steady himself. "How long since you left Belgium?" The only other refugees he'd seen were the ones he worked with every day, and they'd all come over on the same boat he had. They'd all been in Brussels when the Germans invaded, and they'd seen little. They knew less. Ackerman quirked a surly brow, probably at his daring to speak Flemish, or at the slight French accent that coloured it. "What's it to you?" "I thought perhaps you may have news I haven't heard yet." "And why would I tell it to you if I did?" Lucas's eyes slid shut. "Please, we have common enemies, n'est-ce pas? The Germans. They chased you out of your home as surely as they chased me out of mine." Ackerman snorted. "From what I hear, you musicians weren't chased. You were lured here by a couple of rich sisters with the promises of safety and money." "Money to send home." He opened his eyes again. "You know as well as I that the food in Belgium will run out in a matter of weeks. If people don't send money and food, if the Germans don't allow it, our people will starve by Christmas." The cockroach before him just shrugged. "You have a point." His fingers curled over the top edge of the brick under his hand. He wanted to walk away, send the insect scurrying. But of whom else could he ask these questions? The other Belgians he saw daily knew no more than he did about the plight of others, and they couldn't leave to search out answers any more than he could. This man, though, he was clearly a bit of a wanderer if he had followed Willa here from London. "Do you know where there are more refugees? Have you heard where they've gone? I seek my family." Something shifted in the man's eyes, though Lucas's mind was too cloudy to put a name to it. Straightening, Ackerman shoved his hands in his pockets. "Quite a few are in London. I heard there are camps and towns being set up in other parts of England, and of course a resistance army forming alongside the French. I don't know any details." He took a step, brows arched. "I could find out, if you cared enough to help me do so." Lucas didn't much care for the sort of man whose loyalty could be bought, but that sort could prove useful, so long as he never shared any information with him that he wouldn't mind someone else purchasing from him in turn. He drew in a long breath. "How much will this help cost me?" A corner of Ackerman's mouth pulled up in a nasty little smile. £15. "Robbery." "Then find someone else." Another careless shrug. He turned away. Blast him! It would eat up a goodly portion of the stipend the Davies had paid him for living expenses. It would keep him that much longer from going back to Belgium. But they could be out of Belgium already. God could have led them to England, to Wales even. Why not? £10. I will leave half of it for you at the front desk, and give you the rest when you come back with the information. Ackerman turned again. 12, with 8 now. 12, yes, but only half up front. I'll not budge on that. The man pursed his lips and then nodded, pulling out a too bright smile. You have a deal, monsieur. He put such a ridiculous accent on the French that the mangling could be nothing but intentional. Lucas couldn't bring himself to smile. His head was too light, and his arm too burning. The money will be there in the morning. Excellent! That'll give me tonight to let my girl know I'll be away for a week or so. The implication charged the air between them. Lucas didn't deign to respond. The look in Willa's eyes the other day when this fellow had put an arm around her shoulders hadn't exactly been warm and inviting. She was not Cor Ackerman's girl, whatever he might claim. Though she hadn't exactly melted at Lucas's touch either. But he'd think about that later. Turning without any acknowledgement of the claim, Lucas spotted Miss Davies's car rounding the corner. He had other things to focus on just now. Chapter 10. She'd have an hour at the outside, that was all. Willa glanced once more into the dim, narrow hotel hallway and eased the door shut behind her. From what she'd been able to glean with the 10-second glance at the guest register she'd managed yesterday, this floor was filled with Belgian musicians, which meant that it should be empty now, and would remain so until their second concert was over 2 hours hence. Missing it was in part a sharp, hollow ache in her middle, making that elusive, unheard melody weep through her heart, only to vanish again before she could take hold of it. And in part it was a relief. No reminders tonight of all she wasn't. Just a focus on what she was. A lamp had been left on in the outer room of the suite, which may have caused a burst of panic had she not already verified that Lukas had indeed gone with his colleagues to the symphony hall. It would hurt him. His shoulder had still looked stiff and painful to her eyes during their 3 lessons this week, but he would never admit it to the world at large. Willa cast her gaze around the room as she slid her lockpicks back into her bag, along with the skeleton key that had, happily, worked without her needing to use the more skilled tools. Noting the distance from window to door, she drew herself a mental line on the floor, beyond which she'd be visible to anyone on the street below. The curtains were drawn, but lamps meant shadows. The room was well appointed but impersonal. Few belongings were taking up residence here in this outer room. A pair of everyday shoes, a hat, the crate of music that she saw at their lessons. She bypassed all these normal things and padded to the writing desk in the far corner, well out of view of the window and street below. A stack of correspondence sat on the surface, envelopes slit but still enclosing the missives. All to him, but with a direction to the Hotel Elysée Union in Paris. She flipped through them, looking for any hints of the covert. There were none, not to her eyes. The only English one was a request to visit New York City on his tour. A few were clearly invitations to events, all out of date. One, toward the bottom, was what appeared to be a love letter, though she couldn't read many of the French words to be absolutely sure. But she spotted a few of the phrases he kept spouting at her. Amour, ma chérie, mon ange. But there were 2 more in the same script, but he hadn't even opened those envelopes. Whoever this M was, who had signed that first letter, he was apparently happy enough to ignore her. One little part of Willa felt a bit of smugness at that, but only one very little part, and only for a moment. Because she knew well that she wouldn't keep his affections either, and didn't want them anyway. The very fact that he had these love letters sitting here, he was the type of man she most despised. She might recognize his charm, but she'd sooner hand herself over to Scotland Yard than fall prey to it. Her fingers stilled on another letter. This one was outside its envelope and sat in a corner of the desk all its own. Flipping it to see the signature, she didn't need to know much French to realize it was from his mother. He'd mentioned this one on Tuesday, when his face was still so haggard with pain, when he could barely lift his arm, when shadows circled his eyes from what must have been a sleepless night. It would make sense, wouldn't it, for a key to be hidden somewhere in this, a message from his family, sent just before war broke out. If his mother had suspected what was coming, mightn't she have included hidden instructions on how to reach them, and hence get his father's work? But Lukas hadn't seemed to know how to reach them, and if he could fake that level of despair, then he ought to be acting on the stage, not just playing violin. She reached into the bag, looped over her shoulder, and pulled out the box she'd slid inside this evening, when she told her hostesses that she had had a headache and wouldn't be joining them at the concert tonight. She'd never actually operated a camera before, but the shop girl had told her it was easy, meant to be, so that busy mothers could take snapshots of their children. Then all she had to do, the girl had said, was send away the film, and she'd end up with beautiful photographs. Risky. Someone could steal the camera and whatever evidence she committed to the film. Or steal the photographs themselves. But it was the best means she'd been able to think of for getting her employer a glimpse of this correspondence. She couldn't just take the letter, not if she wanted de Wilde to remain off his guard. And she didn't trust herself to copy it, not with it being in French. She could misspell something vital and not even realize it. This way, he could see for himself if there was anything important on the paper. Assuming she managed a focused photograph. She went through the steps as the sales clerk had instructed, praying all the while for a decent result. No, not praying, wishing, hoping. It was entirely different. Teeth clenched, she put the camera back in her bag and the letter back where it had been. Even he was talking of prayers now, which was just infuriating. Of all the people in her life to start spouting religious nonsense, who would have expected it to come from the man renowned for his ungodly lifestyle? It didn't matter. He wouldn't be in her life for long anyway. And besides, she could almost understand why he'd have a sudden crisis of conscience, given his family's situation. She just highly doubted it would stick. Shaking it off, she went systematically through the rest of the desk, snapping photographs of anything that looked promising. It took her another 15 minutes to check every possible hiding place in this outer room, careful to leave everything exactly as she'd found it. Then she turned with a deep breath toward the door that stood shut, into the bedchamber. She'd taken only one step toward it when a noise made her halt, made her brows scrunch up. A door closing. If she wasn't mistaken, the heavy door at the top of the stairs, not the lighter swing of a room's door. Someone else had just arrived. Blast! It wasn't him, surely. But it shouldn't be any of them on this floor. And if someone was coming back, it very well could be the one struggling to recover from a gunshot wound. He could walk right through those doors in another minute and... It was probably some flautist who had forgotten something, right? It wouldn't be him, not with his determination to deny his injury. Still, she plastered herself to the wall beside the door so she could listen. Footsteps, soft but not light. A man's step trying to go unheard. The padding of the invisible feet stopped outside the door. Blast it all! Willa pressed her lips together. It wasn't Lukas, couldn't be. He wouldn't walk with such mincing step to his own door. A scratch, a tap of metal on metal. Another sound she knew well, but not a key in the lock. A pick in the lock. Apparently she wasn't the only thief in Aberystwyth trying to steal from Lukas de Wilde. But she was sure as blazes going to be the only one who succeeded. With a quick, silent movement, she reached into her bag and pulled out that magical skeleton key. Then, breath held, lest she make a sound, she slid it into the lock. Not all the way. She didn't want to bump into the picks and thereby shout that someone was in here foiling the would-be thief. But most of the way. Another moment, and then a soft curse from the other side of the door. Willa smirked, even as the masculine mumbles out there turned to more insistent scraping and scratching. She kept her hand on the key, more for her own peace of mind than because she feared the intruder would somehow dislodge it. Jamming a lock was a guaranteed way to interfere with a lockpick. The real question now, though, was who was on the other side of the door. She drew her lip between her teeth, eyes on the peephole. She could look, of course, but if she did, she'd block the bit of light coming through the hole. And if whoever he was happened to look up just then, he'd know someone was in here. No, she would be patient. Wait until he was walking away and then steal a glimpse. Easily decided. more difficult to carry out through the interminable minutes he kept trying with the pick. What, did he not realize it was jammed? Did he think himself merely inept? Amateur. Any thief worth his salt knew the difference between a difficult lock and a jammed one. How long would this bloke keep trying? Minutes, apparently, upon minutes. She glanced at her cheap watch at one point, and the story its hands told her made her frustration simmer in her stomach. He was wasting all her time, all of it. She ought to leave the key to do its job and continue her own business. But even with the utmost care, she could make a noise. He could hear her. And if he realized someone else was in here, well, he may be an inept thief, but who was to say his skill level in violence? She'd just stay right here until he left. It was the safest bet, and she could always come back during the next concert to search the bedroom. She'd have to at this point. She hadn't time enough to make a good go of it. Drat. And drat it all the more. But what was she to do about this idiot outside now? She couldn't very well let someone else beat her to the punch. Mr. V would be livid if that happened. Should she somehow warn Lukas that there was a thief about? No, then she'd be interfering with her own job. Follow this bloke when he left? Risky. And while the greatest rewards came with the greatest risks, she saw no real prize waiting in that scenario to make it worthwhile. She pressed her lips together. Maybe the smartest choice would be to tell Mr. V, see what he said to do. Though it rather pained her to consider such a move. Would he keep giving them work if they couldn't handle the simplest of jobs without running to him for help? Finally, a curse came from the other side of the door. She didn't recognize the word, just the sentiment. Was it even English? Perhaps Welsh. Then a gusty exhale, and what she convinced herself was the sound of a shoe pivoting on carpet. She waited another second, two, and then eased up against the door. Waited yet another second, and then put her eye to the peephole. The man was walking away. She caught only a glimpse of his back, distorted by the curve of the glass. But it was enough to make her brows tug together. Average build, average height, middling brown hair covered by a derby, and a jacket in a deep, rusty brown. She drew in a long breath and listened for the heavy fall of that stairway door. Cor may have disappeared again this week, but her other shadow was apparently still in Aberystwyth, and was, without a doubt, linked somehow to this job concerning Lukas de Wilde. More, he'd been following her before she'd begun coming here for lessons, so he'd known from the start what she was about. Gripping her bag, she counted out 2 minutes and then let herself out, relocking the door behind her, and wished for the first time in years that she had a weapon in her bag more effectual than a camera. She scurried to the stairs and slid silently into the dim space, hurrying down to the ground floor. Then, pulling to a quick halt. A familiar figure approached the front desk in a buff jacket instead of a brown. She may never stop frowning at this rate. Moving smoothly to avoid catching anyone's eye, she rounded the steps and ducked in behind them, where the ornate railing would hide her from view. Cor Ackerman leaned onto the counter with that charming smile of his. "Good evening. Did Mr. de Wilde leave an envelope for me? Cor Ackerman?" The man behind the desk flashed an impersonal smile along with his. "Just a moment, sir," and then bent down to search beneath the desk. Willa eased a bit more into the shadows of the stairs. Why would Lukas have left anything for Cor? She would have sworn they didn't know each other. There had been no recognition in either's eyes last week when they met. What was Cor's angle? He had to be out to gain something. And gain something he did, when the clerk stood back up with an envelope in hand. "Here you are, sir." Cor took the envelope with another smile and handed a different one to the clerk. "Thank you, and this is for him."
Interesting and frustrating. What business did these two have? She held her ground for a moment, watching as the clerk greeted another man in hotel uniform and then gave his place behind the desk to him. The first bustled off, disappearing quickly through the same back door Willa had entered through. She then glanced to where Cor had drifted to a halt across the lobby, nearer the doors than the desk. He'd opened the envelope and was flipping through it. She couldn't hear anything he may have said, but he spun back around with jaw clenched, then startled at seeing a different man behind the reception desk. Still, he strode back toward it, making Willa glad she hadn't emerged. He slapped the envelope onto the counter and utterly failed at wiping the anger from his face. "Pardon me, I just left an envelope with your colleague for Mr. de Wilde. I need it back, if you please." The new clerk blinked. "I beg your pardon?" All semblance of charm had vanished from Cor's face, though to her way of thinking, he'd have better luck with this particular fly if he kept the appearance of honey. He tapped a finger to the counter. "Your colleague, where did he go?" The new clerk bristled. "His shift was over, sir. I am certain I can help you with anything he could have." Now Cor put his smile back on, though it was likely too little too late. "Of course, my apologies. I just left a letter here for Mr. de Wilde that I need back, if you please." Willa pressed her lips against a grin as the clerk did that blink again. "I'm sorry, I cannot hand over anything belonging to our guests." "It does not belong to your guest. It belongs to me, and I left the wrong one." She rolled her eyes. Surely a man who could follow her all the way to Wales could do better than that for an excuse. The clerk, of course, didn't budge through the next 2 minutes of wheedling, though he did offer to have Cor escorted out of the hotel, at which point the Belgian sneered and stalked off. Very interesting. She may have been tempted to try to lift the envelope herself to see what was in it, but the clerk slid it into his inner jacket pocket the moment Cor walked away. And with the desk between them, it would be hard to slip out again. She could probably lure him from behind it, but she suspected there was an easier way to discover the answers to this particular question. On silent feet, she slid from her hiding spot and hurried out the back door, darting down the dark street until she could peek around the corner of Terrace toward Marine. Yes, as she suspected, Cor stood at that corner, leaning into the row of buildings, lying in wait, which meant she could too, back here. He would confront Lukas when he returned, and all she had to do was stay here for another 15 minutes or so, and she'd hear all about it. Under normal circumstances, the wait would have been as easy as getting caught in the rain. But tonight, her eyes kept searching the darkness, looking for that rusty brown coat. Her fingers tightened around the straps of her bag. Lukas had better tread carefully. It seemed that he had far more enemies on the streets of Wales than a musician ought. Chapter 11. It may have been easier to change his life if Lukas's friends didn't continually stare at him as if he'd shifted into an ogre every time he made a sound decision. With a huff, he lifted his violin case and scowled at Jules. "Why do you look at me like that?" "You must be feverish from the wound. I thought you said it was feeling better." His friend actually reached out as if to put a hand on Lukas's forehead. He batted him away, only slightly wincing, which, given the strain from the concert, was a true accomplishment. "Just because I want to go back to my room, I am ill? It isn't like you." And something unhappy, perhaps even irritated, flashed through the depths of Jules' eyes. "You haven't been yourself since I discovered that my family has vanished?" His own irritation sparked, fanned up into a flame.
Not quite the same kind of flame Jules was accustomed to, but not quite the silent, brooding one that had held him in its grip since waking up on British soil either. "Do you really expect such things not to change me?" Jules darted a glance at the other musicians milling about, most of them going out for a late supper somewhere or another, some to the homes of the rich patrons who had filled the concert hall. Yes, he usually would have been among them, out eating and drinking and flirting and indulging in whatever pleasure he fancied. Funny how he didn't long for that even a bit right now. Didn't have any desire to feel like his old self. His friend stepped near and pitched his voice low. "I expect you to search for them, to find them, to pursue that like a hound on the trail of a fox, because that is your way, but not to turn into a monk in the meantime." With a shake of his head, Lukas began the process of weaving through the milling musicians. Jules would follow, or not. Just now he hardly cared which. If his friend wouldn't support him in this change he meant to make to his life, then what? They would simply cease being friends? It left a hollow feeling in his chest, that thought. Jules had been a constant in his life for decades. The one always happy to tag along, to check him when he ventured too close to out of control, to be measured when he was not. But then really, why had he spent all those years at Lukas's side? Why had he never insisted on his own path when Lukas dictated their every move? He paused a few feet from the door and looked back. Jules was only a step away, thunder in his brow and cello case in hand. He pushed past Lukas into the cool night. "One of these days I'm not going to follow when you walk away in the middle of a conversation." "I'm sorry." The words, simple, small, brought Jules' feet to a halt. "I beg your pardon?" Was it that odd for him to apologize? Lukas tried to think of another time when he'd said those little words in a similarly serious tone about his own behaviour, and came up blank. Blast. But it was a wonder he had any friends at all. He shook his head and indicated they keep moving. "I said I'm sorry for assuming you will just follow, for always assuming it in every part of life. The truth is, Jules, the truth is, I don't know what I'd do without you. You have always been there to guard my back, to keep me in check, to save my life. I owe you a debt I can never repay." Rather than move, Jules just stared at him. A long 15 seconds later, he shook his head. The serious lines of his mouth pulled up just a bit. "Perhaps I do like this new Lukas, despite scarcely recognizing him." His own smile felt tight and strained. "The question is why you ever liked the old one." "If you're looking for flattery, keep looking." Jules motioned him forward, down the path that was growing increasingly familiar. "You've people enough singing your praises without needing my voice added to the mix." "I'm not after flattery." And Jules had never offered any, to be sure. So perhaps Lukas wasn't that bad a friend to have always appreciated the honesty he got from him. "I'm after the truth. Do you not think me capable of changing, of putting aside my wild ways and settling down?" Silence walked with them for a few steps, though it was the thoughtful, musing kind, not the stormy, brooding kind. And then Jules tilted his head, keeping his gaze straight ahead. "Capable, yes. Of course. I always assumed you would eventually. But this isn't a change to which you were won over or slowly grew accustomed. It's too sudden, wrought by circumstance, not some internal epiphany. It's the war that's done this to you, Lukas. And so what happens when it's over and life returns to normal in a few months?" Lukas shook his head. "Life will never return to normal,
Or, of course it would, to some semblance of it anyway. It will be a different normal, after the war. We will never be able to forget. I will simply be a different normal, too. The kind that can appreciate the gifts God has given. Now you sound like our mothers. And their fathers. Men, both of them, who had found a way to be strong and successful and happy living quiet, family-oriented lives. Lukas could do the same. Funny. Of the two of them, most people probably thought Jules the more likely to settle down first. Yet here he was, incredulous and unwilling. It made a grin tug at one corner of Lucas's mouth. I'm not asking you to change with me, you know. You can go on living the Epicurean life. Jules halted and then pivoted. Moonlight and street lamps illumined his face, caught in an expression of realization. You know, you're right. Just because you're eschewing all the best invitations doesn't mean I must. He smiled and took a step to the side, putting an extra foot of space between them. You go ahead and rest, pray, or whatever it is you mean to do these days. I'm famished. He hadn't expected him to just turn and leave quite so quickly. Did it point to something in Jules that he would do so? Or some other yet unrealized shadow in Lukas that he would expect his friend to keep following? Perhaps he would go back to his room and pray, try to straighten all this out, who he was, who he could be, and who his friends were. It would likely take a lot of practice before he really understood what the answers to those prayers were, but his parents and Margot had always insisted that the more one spoke to God, the better one could recognize his voice in return. For now he forced a smile. Enjoy, mon ami. I will see you tomorrow. A few seconds later he was alone on the street, and feeling another brood coming on. He didn't like to be alone, and rarely was, until all this began in Brussels, when pain had been too constant a companion for him to want another. Another flaw he needed to examine? Should he be content with just his own company and the Lord's? Or was it simply a personality trait, one that was neither good nor bad? Perhaps the latter. And so perhaps the logical thing to do was to marry, ensure a companion for all his days and nights, children to fill the hours with laughter and argument, two things he had always loved. His lips quirked up again. It wasn't a distasteful idea, really, and if he wanted some entertainment, he could propose to Miss Willa Forsyth again on those grounds and see her reaction. He had a feeling it would be every bit as volatile as the one she'd made to his suggestion that they marry for the sake of the music. And if he wanted to see her in an outright panic, he could probably achieve it with words of romance and affection. That seemed to alarm her more than anything else. The strains of a record drifted out an open window toward him, the gramophone's silhouette visible behind the thin curtains when he glanced up. Music. That, if nothing else, he did indeed have in common with the skittish woman. But he wanted to convince her to spend some time with him without his violin in her hands, too. To talk to him, get to know him, let him get to know her. That was the only way to discover what this intrigue she ignited within him really was. Whether it would pass, or whether he could happily spend a few decades trying to decode it. I would value your advice on how to convince her to give me a chance, Lord. He listened as he walked, but he heard only that fading note from the gramophone, an auto rumbling by a street over, a horse neighing from up ahead. Where was God's voice in these everyday noises? Perhaps learning to pick it out would be akin to finding that one voice in an orchestra, a particular cellist or horn player. It was by no means easy when the whole point of the symphony was to hear a creation somehow greater than the sum of its voices. But it could be done when one had a practiced ear.
He had never been as skilled at it as, say, Willa seemed to be. Did she hear God's voice amid the noise of life? He would ask her. If she was such a good friend of the Davises, then chances were good she shared their faith. Perhaps she could help him rejuvenate his own. He strode along the final few feet of Cryn Ffryn Row until it terminated at Marine Terrace. His eyes by rote searching through the street lamp's glow for the familiar stretch of white building a few doors down. His arm was much improved, but the healing process was more exhausting than he'd ever supposed. He was ready to collapse on his bed and spend a few hours in oblivion. Which apparently would have to wait. He was just outside the circle of the hotel's lights when a somewhat familiar shadow emerged from the far corner. Dread curled through him, twined with relieved expectation. "Please let him have worthwhile news, Lord." His prayer felt as rusty and stiff as his arm, but he was at least trying. Much as he tried to position a welcoming smile on his lips, though he really didn't like the man. He moved to the corner since the other made no attempt to come to him. "Ackerman." The lights did nothing to banish the shadows on Cor Ackerman's face. "Do you mean to cheat me?" He spoke in Flemish, harsh and low. Lukas fought the urge to reply in French just to irritate him. His brows drew together. "I beg your pardon? Why would I do that?" As he waved a hand at the hotel, Ackerman's face darkened still more. "I got your envelope, empty, let it be noted, of the money. Our agreement was that you would leave it at the front desk." "No, our agreement was that I would leave the first bit at the front desk. Why would I leave the rest for you to claim regardless of whether you did the job or not? You show me answers, I pay you." Simple enough, though the hunch of his companion's shoulders had him looking around for escape routes. He wasn't usually a pushover, but with one arm injured and the other holding a violin worth more than a house, he wasn't exactly in a position to put up a fight. The man gritted his teeth for a moment, then visibly relaxed and drifted at a seemingly leisurely pace up Terrace Street. "I left you a letter with all I found, but I can tell you now as well. There are refugees spread all throughout Great Britain, and rumour is that there will be thousands more before the month is out. They are most heavily concentrated on the East Coast, logical since it's closest to the continent, but other ports like Bristol are full of them as well." Them? Did this man feel no unity with his fellow countrymen, who had been ousted as surely as he had been? Lukas nodded and kept pace. "Are they integrating into the local communities or setting up their own?" "Both. In the cities they stay where they can, but a few camps are already springing up in the countryside, with purpose-built buildings." Ackerman folded his arms across his chest and halted at the next small junction. This must be the way back to his rooms, or he wanted Lukas to think so anyway. "You gave me vague instructions. I can only give vague answers. If you want more specifics—" It would cost him more. Lukas had the urge to grit his teeth as well. How much did he really want to tell this man about his family? Would he be a fool to trust him with even a sliver of the truth? But he didn't know who else to send out in search of answers, and if he kept it vague enough, it would look like no more than what any other man in search of his mother might do. "Right." He set down his instrument case and reached into his pocket, pulled out his wallet. He extracted a £20 note with a sigh. "The rest of this payment, with some for the next. I need to know if any of these communes have newspaper men, and if they will be starting up their rags here to distribute to the refugees." Ackerman reached for the note, all smiles now. "It'll take a bit of time to find that out. I'll have to talk to some cousins I have scattered about." "Then talk to them, but I want all the information you can find about it, if and who would be running them if so. and how to go about subscribing and placing advertisements. He hoped, he prayed, that one of Pear's friends would be among the refugees, one who would help, who would let Lukas put a message in his paper for Margot and Mare. It was his best hope of finding them. Please, God, please. Yet even as he prayed it, something inside went heavy, sank. The chances were so slim that he'd be able to get a message to them at all, that they'd receive it, that it would work, that they could get one back to him, that he would have the means to go and save them. It felt just now impossible. But impossible was all he had to hope in. Ackerman stuffed the money into his pocket, nodded and took a step past him. "I'll report as soon as I know anything useful." Lukas nodded as well and picked up his violin again, turned to watch him go. Praying the money he'd had with him in Paris would fund Ackerman long enough to find him the information he needed. Praying his family was out there somewhere, searching for ways to find him too. Praying. A tingle brushed the back of his neck, made his throat go tight. Someone was watching him, though he wasn't usually one to note such things. It never really struck him as this did, but now his head jerked to the side, his gaze searching the shadows of the quiet street to his right. Some street rat? A thief waiting to pounce who had seen that exchange of money? He should hurry back to the safety of the promenade, the hotel doors and the light. He should... Willa? He wasn't sure what exactly made him certain it was her in the shadows. Some shift, perhaps, that caught the light? But no, all was darkness in the alley. His eyes gave him no message that anyone lurked there. Perhaps he'd caught a whiff of her citrus scent, or perhaps, if he were being romantic and believing his own stories, his soul had simply recognized the nearness of hers. His lips curved as she stepped from the shadows. Perhaps he ought to give his soul more credit. She didn't smile. "How did you know I was there?" Her voice was cold calculation, and her eyes were those measuring, all-seeing windows again. Gone was the polish, the ease, the sweet smiles of the society girl. Who was this woman? Perhaps in a lifetime he would find the answer. It would be a start anyway, and would prove entertaining for years. Still grinning, he shrugged and moved toward her. True love knows when the object of its desires is near. At that she rolled her eyes, as he'd known she would. What utter rot! I certainly hope you don't actually believe such nonsense. Maybe he did, or was beginning to, and perhaps in a decade or two she'd believe it too. For now he looked past her, down that dark street. "What are you doing out at this time of night, mon amour? Miss Davies said you were unwell." She didn't look unwell. She looked perfectly at ease, a little bit angry, and absolutely perfect. "I stepped out for some air and saw he was back." She used her chin to indicate where Core had been. It wasn't a ladylike gesture. Had actually a bit of the masculine to it. Where'd she picked it up? And the better question, why did it suit her so well? Thought I'd follow him. She turned her blue-green gaze on him. It was grey in this light, but no less piercing. "Do you really trust him to find information for you?" He probably should have told her sooner that he'd hired her would-be suitor for the task, but he hadn't wanted to fill what few minutes they had together without the violin with talk of him. And he wasn't yet accustomed to the thought of including someone else in his decisions. He would have to change that if he meant to pursue her seriously. And just now he felt as serious as a bullet wound, that tingle of her nearness still fresh. In answer, he shrugged. I think I can trust him exactly as far as the money goes, and not an inch farther. But as long as my silver holds out, I think he can be useful. Plus, he eased closer, just to watch her spine straighten, her feet shift half a step away. It keeps him away from you, n'est-ce pas? She was all angles and planes and straight lines, and if he hadn't just turned over a new leaf, he would deem it a much-desired challenge to make her melt into a few delicious curves draped around him. Her chin came up. I can take care of myself. Je sais. His affirmation emerged on a chuckle, because he wouldn't have expected it from a girl in her position, but it had been clear from the moment he first saw her. Of this I have no doubt, but if a friend can help you, then all the better, oui? He must have leaned closer to her, though he didn't realize it until her hand landed with a thud against his chest and pushed him back. You are not my friend, Mr. de Wilde. It takes more than a 10-day acquaintance to earn that title. True, at least when the 10-day acquaintance is filled only with music lessons and your determination to keep your distance. He made sure to keep that space she liked between them, but he caught her hand as it tried to drop away and eased his violin case back to the ground. You do eat, do you not? He may have questioned how regularly she did so, given her slenderness, were it not a strange question for a well-to-do girl. She huffed and tried to pull her fingers free of his. He held them all the tighter. Have a meal with me. Tomorrow after Mass, I will arrange a picnic. That will be charming, n'est-ce pas? Relaxing. And inexpensive. Not that he didn't want to shower her with all the good things his fame had earned him, but all those things were cut off from him just now, and he had to be wise. I'm not interested in relaxing with you. Yet as soon as she said it, she drew in a sharp breath and averted her gaze. Was it because of the way he'd run his thumb over her knuckles, or was that giving himself too much credit? Shall I beg? I can. I perfected the art as a boy. The wisp of laughter that escaped her lips sounded like bugles and cymbals and trilling flutes. Victory. I bet you did. He bent his elbow, raising her hand, and drawing it to a halt against his chest again. Please, mon ange, grant me an hour or two. Do not decide to dislike me before you even give me a chance. Her eyes skimmed his face and then focused beyond him across the street. Much as he watched her expression, he saw no shift in it, no softening but no hardening, no resignation but no determination. Still at length she nodded. All right. A picnic tomorrow. Call after church. Once again she tugged on her fingers. He didn't relinquish them. You will not regret it. The Davies' church and mine are all but next door to each other. We can meet there and then fetch the food from the hotel kitchen. Now her face went utterly blank. Directly from church? I can just meet you at the hotel. Nonsense. We will both be walking back. We may as well walk together. But that blankness on her face was interesting. He had a sneaking suspicion it was what panic looked like on her. Yet another tug of her fingers. Will you please let me go? Of course I will, after I have determined why you are so afraid of touching me. There, a flash in her eyes. Apparently, Miss Willa Forsyth didn't like her bravery being questioned, and looked to be the type to rise to the challenge. Just because I don't like being touched doesn't mean I'm afraid. A point he would normally grant, but it hardly suited him to do so now. No, I think if I were to kiss you, you would flee in terror. She had to see through him. She was too smart not to. But apparently whatever ghosts in her past made her sink her teeth into a challenge was stronger than her common sense. He saw it flash through her night-greyed eyes. Then the fingers he held to his chest went from resistant to insistent, knotting in his shirt. She jerked him closer and stretched up on her toes to press her lips to his. In that moment of racing thoughts, he knew a moment of his own fear, that the self he had so recently set away would come roaring back, dragging him into that thought world that cared only for his own pleasure, that he would take too much, press too far, without consideration for what this woman in his arms really needed from him. But something new happened as he slid his bad arm around her and drew her close, as his lips moved over hers, softening the kiss that had been forceful and hard. Desire still burned, yes, deep in his stomach. But stronger, filling him from top to bottom, was a warmth that was far different. A longing, a yearning, not to take but to give something more than an hour of pleasure, to give her a day or week or month, or perhaps even a lifetime, that would make her realize there was more to the world than what her eyes could ever see, that there was hope, and there was laughter, and there was love that could swell and sway like a fantasia, that could make them soar like a sonata. Her back didn't jerk away from the hand he spread against it. Her cheek actually leaned into his left hand, which he'd moved to cup it. For a moment her mouth was pliant and receptive, and followed where he led. Then something flipped, and she all but jumped away from him, her eyes just a little bit wild, a little bit accusing, as if he'd been the one to start it. It probably wouldn't benefit him to smile, but he wanted to. He'd have to remember the trick of challenging her, assuming it would work for him again, though he had his doubts. The wildness faded behind the clear, hard look he'd come to expect from her eyes. She lifted her chin and took a step to the side past him, then toward Terrace Street. "Good night, Mr. de Wilde." Somehow, seeing her in the light made him aware of the darkness all around them. He let the flirtation slide from his face and reached out, though he didn't touch her. "Let me see you home. It is dark and unsafe for a young lady." The curve of her lips mocked his concern. "You needn't worry for me. I told you I can take care of myself, and I mean it." "I would be less than a gentleman if I did not worry for you in such a situation." Yet she lifted her brows and took another step away. "Good. I've no patience with gentlemen. I think many men would benefit by being less of one." As if hearing how that could well sound, her eyes went wide. "Not that I mean in all respects, mind you. That wasn't some kind of invitation to be a rake. I just mean in matters of acknowledging a female's independence." He could hardly resist grinning again, and could hardly insist on seeing her home now, when it would likely undo what progress he had made tonight. So he settled for a compromise, as he picked up his instrument case again. "I will hail you a cab at least. Will you argue with that, too?" She sighed and walked with him back toward the promenade, where a cab waited as usual in front of the hotel. "I can hail my own." The grin simply wouldn't be tamped down. Margot would love her, and her every insistence that she was the equal of any man. Mare, on the other hand, wouldn't know quite what to think. There was, she would say, a beauty to the order that had been in place for centuries. There was a reason for it. She admired strength, though. Softness, she'd always claimed, should have a spine of steel hidden inside it. Willa had the steel. It just wasn't much hidden. Who would have guessed he'd find that so appealing? He took her hand and walked with her toward the cab, largely to be sure she didn't just pivot and stride away from all thoughts of safety. And she only tried once to tug her fingers free. He chuckled and got a better grip on his violin case's handle. "When we are married, will you still insist on walking home alone?" "You are an idiot, Lukas de Wilde."
You and your sweet talk. Is it any wonder I am smitten?
He lifted her hand to his lips, even as the cabby came to attention and opened the door for her.
I will see you in the morning, mon amour.
She freed her hand and turned to the taxi. He thought she intended to get in and go without another word, but she paused with one foot inside the car and looked back at him. Lukas, be careful. With Cor and... Her words trailed off into the night, urging his brows to lift. And? Her gaze flicked to his violin case. You left that sitting on the sidewalk for a full 2 minutes, which is utter idiocy. She had a point.
It was all but leaning against my legs, and I am certain if someone tried to steal it, you would intervene. Surely a girl who can take care of herself so well can help protect a violin too, oui?
Margot would have narrowed her eyes at him and declared him mocking. Willa simply gave him a cool little smile. Your violin, yes. Though if some thug had thought to bash you about the head first, I'd have let him while I grabbed the Strad. It probably shouldn't make him laugh.
So long as you would play it for me while I convalesced.
Her gaze flicked to the violin with far more affection than he'd yet to see her direct at a person. I'll see you tomorrow, Lukas. His name was music on her tongue, with its clipped London accent. He savoured its cadence long after the cab's engine roared to life and drove her away from him. Yet he couldn't shake the thought that it wasn't his careless ignoring of the Strad that she had really wanted to warn him about. She had some other concern for him, but hadn't wanted to admit it. A chill danced up his spine as he turned into the hotel lobby. He had concerns too, but he'd do his best to keep her well out of those. Chapter 12. I kissed Lukas de Wilde last night. Willa tapped her pen against the paper, absent any clue of how to follow up that statement. And not entirely certain she meant to send it to her sister anyway. Rosemary had thoughts enough filling her head right now. All the little ones with her in Cornwall, the new home, the new husband. She no doubt had her fill of kisses and bubbling emotions and all those things Willa had sworn never to fall prey to. And she wasn't prey. She had kissed him. It was different. A fun tale to tell her family, nothing more. She'd let Barclay growl about it, and she'd claim it was nothing more than being able to say she had done so. Lukas de Wilde, world-famous violinist and equally famous playboy at her mercy, her own claim to fame, on her terms. She balled up the letter and tossed it into the wastebasket beside her small desk. She could fill her words with all the bravado in the world, but Rosemary would see through it. She would know that it had left her shaken, and she wasn't about to admit that weakness to anyone, even those she loved best, especially those she loved best. She'd write a new letter to Rosemary and the little ones later, after the picnic, after church. Grimacing at that thought, she reached for her hat and moved to the mirror to pin it into place. She'd declined the invitation to join the Mrs. Davies at services thus far, but de Wilde had boxed her in. She couldn't very well admit to him that she'd never darkened the door of a church in her life. It wouldn't fit with the cover story she was to live while here. Well, she could suffer it for one morning. How bad could it really be? She had her answer half an hour later, when she was sitting shoulder to shoulder with Gwen on one side and Daisy on the other, listening to the Reverend drone on and on about what a loving father God was. It took every ounce of control she possessed to keep her fingers from biting into her legs. A father, was he? Yes, perhaps so. Absent, invisible, someone who set a life in motion and then disappeared, leaving his family to fend for themselves and spend their every second longing for him. To be with him again in her mother's case, to know who he blasted was in hers. Yes,
God was just like a father, never there except when it was to rob her of what little she had, to stack the deck against her from the moment she was conceived until she learned how to wrestle control out of his hands. If either of them ever stood before her, her earthly father or this so-called heavenly one, she'd tell him exactly what she thought of his love, and perhaps deliver a kick in the shins for good measure. But she never would, because neither was ever there. Neither, for all intents and purposes, was real. Not to her, not any more. Those thoughts were a hot, boiling mess inside her by the time everyone stood to sing some song she'd never heard and could only pretend she knew because she had a book in her hand with the notes blessedly written out for her. They threatened to seethe over as she followed the smiling Daisy and Gwen out into the aisle, to leak right through the corners of her fake smile and spew onto a few unsuspecting Methodists. It clouded her vision so much she scarcely even noticed when Lukas eased up to her side in the church foyer. She might not have seen him at all, had he not made his presence known with a light touch on her elbow. Instinct made her want to jerk away, but he anticipated that and took her arm gently, tugging her toward the door. "Come, mon ange, outside." She may have argued, if she dared to open her mouth just now, but who knew what might come out? And much as she would enjoy letting all these thoughts cudgel the religious fuddy-duddies about the ears, she owed some respect to Gwen and Daisy. They may be rich and religious, but they had opened their home to her and treated her like a friend, no matter that she'd never proven herself such. So she'd have to prove it now. She wouldn't make a scene in their church. Lukas tugged her out into the cool breeze of early October and the clouded-over sunlight. It wasn't raining, which was about all she could say for the day. As for the man who led her down Queen's Road, he had no business knowing that she was upset. None. No one but her family could ever tell when she was angry, and he was most assuredly not family. She didn't even like him. And if she'd lain awake last night remembering the feel of his arm around her and his lips on hers, it was just because she was frustrated with herself for doing something so stupid, her own terms or not. He'd manipulated her, and she'd been fool enough to let him, to rise to a challenge she'd known very well was meant to benefit him, not her. "We shall walk it off, oui? Head back to my hotel for the picnic basket and the car I hired for the day?" Her jaw still wouldn't unclench, though she sent a look over her shoulder. Gwen and Daisy must still be inside the church. She couldn't just walk out without telling them. "I told them I was stealing you away now. They will not worry." He slid his fingers down her arm, lifted her hand, and wove it around his elbow to rest on his forearm. When had he told them that? The steam escaping from her ears must have deafened her to those whispers, which wouldn't do. Anger was all well and good until it dampened one's senses, then it could make one stupid. And Willa Forsythe would not be stupid. She faced forward again, and caught again a flash of brown out of the corner of her eye. Here, even here outside the walls of the church, someone was watching. Following. Whose steps was he tracking today, though? Willa's or Lukas's? She swallowed back the question and matched her stride to her companion's. If God were real, were such a protective father, one would think he'd at least keep his own churches safe from spies or thieves or worse. In which case, he should have kept her from walking through the doors, she supposed. Lukas made no attempt at conversation, not at first, just held her hand against his arm and led her at a moderate pace along Queen's Road, which was most assuredly not the fastest route back to the Bellevue. They ought to have turned down Bath, which intersected Terrace Road. But she wouldn't complain. She wasn't ready to be there yet. This tangle of thoughts had to seethe a little first, and she wanted the chance to see if that flash of brown followed them all the way.
Queen's Road eventually terminated at Marine Terrace, at which point Lukas turned her back toward the correct direction. The wind whipped at them, and at the water of the bay, and at the hats of the pedestrians littering the promenade. Lukas pulled her a little closer to his side. "So, is it God with whom you are angry, or your father?" Her nostrils flared, though it was the only tell that slipped out before she caught herself. She kept her gaze where it had been, straight ahead toward the curve of the bay and the distant pier, even though she'd rather have looked away. "What makes you ask such a question?" "I heard the others say what the sermon had been about. What makes you dodge the question?" Blast him, dratted man! She glanced up at him. If he were grinning at her... But he wasn't. His eyes were dark and serious and endless, and his lips held a straight line. He looked concerned. And something more, something that went beyond mere concern. She had no word for it, but it made her stomach seize and her throat go tight. Just like last night, when that brown-coated stranger had been at the very door. Danger screamed her every nerve. She wasn't one to run from it, but she didn't toy with it either. "I'm not dodging your question. I just don't know why you'd assume I was angry with God or my father." The absent snake, the invisible tyrant. A little hum of disbelief came from his throat. "I grant you have a very good, what do they call it? A poker face, I think that is the term. Perhaps the best I have seen. But I have a sister who once tried to find the mathematical formula behind a convincing lie. Rate of blinks, angle of gaze, in proportion to speed of breathing. Everyone in my family had to get very skilled, very quickly, at reading impassible faces." His sister sounded like a girl she could like. "Is she near your age, your sister?" He angled her a look that said he knew well she was trying to change the subject. 14 years my junior." "So much?" He lifted a shoulder. "There were others that did not make it past infancy, a couple that never drew a breath. We were all very relieved when Margot thrived, thrilled. I admit that I thought at first she would not seem much like a typical sister to me, our ages being so different, but—" Now he grinned, and she didn't mind it at all. "She was every bit as pesky as she would have been had she been born a decade sooner." Willa's lips tugged up, too, for a second. "Have you any siblings?" Back down they came. Rosemary had talked with no trouble of the family when she was working the job in Cornwall over the summer, but look how that turned out. She'd ended up too close to her mark to finish the job. A mistake Willa wouldn't have duplicated, even if the story Mr. V had provided for her hadn't already answered this question. She shook her head. "I'm an only child." And she needn't any formula for lying to deliver the statement. It was, if one discounted the family she had chosen and gathered to herself, the truth. So far as she knew. Though chances were good, her no-good father had sired a few other children on naive young girls struck dumb by his charms. The snake? And there is that anger again. Why? Her gaze snapped to his. How? But she didn't even know how to finish the question without verifying his assumption. And if there was one thing Lukas de Wilde needed no more of, it was confidence. Yet he didn't look arrogant just now. He still looked more than concerned. "I keep telling you we were made for each other. It should come as no surprise that we should understand each other well, then, no?" She gritted her teeth. "If you must know..." Just enough to appease him, to quiet him. That was all she would say. It wouldn't agree with the story Mr. V had given her, but so long as she kept her own consistent, it would do. "My father walked out before I ever even knew him. It was just my mother and me and his hulking memory. Until Mum had followed him. Her fingers curled into his arm for half a second, then she forced them to relax. That must have been difficult. I cannot imagine those early years without my father. And she could not imagine early years with a father, or with a mother who wasn't looking for him every time they stepped out of their flat. It had struck her as sad for a while there, when she was old enough to realize that it wasn't quite normal to always be searching for what never showed up. Then he had. Sort of. Willa couldn't even remember seeing him across the crowded street. She just remembered the way Mum had sucked in her breath, the way the fingers around hers had gone painfully tight. They'd stood there, in the middle of the road, holding up traffic for too long a moment, until someone jostled them out of the way, until Mum had seen where he'd gone. Then she'd bustled Willa back up to their flat, told her to be a good girl and that she'd be back directly, with Papa. Willa had put on her best dress, though it was far from pretty. She'd combed her hair and washed her face, and sat on their faded sofa in their faded front room, and waited, and waited, and waited. Day had turned to night. Exhaustion had overtaken her. She'd been 6. Just 6. Being left for a few hours was no new thing for her, but when she'd startled awake the next morning, she'd seen the note on the floor. Mum had taught her to read. He would expect it, she'd said. He was a man of intelligence, of education. She must make her Papa proud. She could still remember the feel of that paper. Expensive, thick, rich. Better paper than Mum ever could have purchased. She could still feel the way her heart pounded as she opened it up. It would tell her to meet them for breakfast, perhaps, or to pack her things, because he would be taking them with him in a few hours. She could still see the words swimming before her in Mum's hand. "I'll come back for you when I can. You're a clever girl. You'll get along. Mama loves you, Willa." "Willa, are you well, ma chérie?" "Just ducky." She shook off the memories, the emptiness, the anger. Her mother had made her decision, and Willa had decided then and there that she wouldn't be like Mum, always waiting for someone else to show up and make her life better. She hadn't waited for her mother's return. She took what she could, and she left too. If Mum had ever come back, Willa hadn't been around to find her. She'd forged her own path, made herself into her own person. But she knew in her gut that her mother had never come looking for her, and her father had never wanted her. And if either were still alive, which she sincerely doubted, then they deserved whatever ills befell them. Only when the light shifted did she realize they had reached the hotel, and that Lukas had led her inside the lobby. She had missed the other half of the walk as surely as she had the first. Acceptable only if she were walking with Barclay or Rosemary or the rest of her family, not when she was arm in arm with her Mark. The man in brown could have jumped into their path and she wouldn't have seen it. Stupid. Lukas's smile was small, that particular degree of warmth that said he understood and would make no demands on her. But he shouldn't have understood. He couldn't have understood, with only the few words she'd given him, and the fact that he'd grown up with loving parents who had sent him to school and hired him a violin teacher and given him pocket watches with sappy inscriptions when he finally grasped hold of his dream. She stood and waited while he disappeared to fetch the picnic basket, wrestling her wayward thoughts into control. No more preoccupation. She had a job to do, and it didn't include ranting at God, or her parents, or kissing Lukas de Wilde. It would be back to London after she found this key, back to bribing stage boys to let her sneak in for a few stolen minutes of music, Back to her trusty alley outside the London Symphony's practice chamber. Back to that stubby little stage in Pawley's pub, where everyone knew her and cheered her on and had no idea if she was playing an Irish folk tune or a masterwork by Vivaldi or Paganini. Her gaze swept the lobby with its elegant appointments and rich colours. She didn't need this life, didn't want it. All the fine things came with high expectations, with demands on one's freedom and very soul. But the music, she would miss the music when she went home. Miss sitting in the audience and hearing the notes soar overhead, even if the conversation baffled her afterward. Miss being invited to sit in on rehearsals. Miss sifting through that box of sheet music that Lukas had at their lessons and choosing whichever she wanted to try to learn. A melody echoed through her head now, some elusive combination of the sorrow and the joy, inspired no doubt by what those others had written before her. Probably some odd combination of their compositions. She could almost hear it clearly today, that aching sadness of what she'd never had. Minor notes, long and smooth, that raging anger at those who had decided her fate for her, quick staccato, heavily accented. A hand touched her elbow, and the notes broke through with startling clarity for one moment, then went silent. "Are you ready?" She could manage no smile, but she nodded and let Lukas lead her back outside and into the overcast, wind-whipped day. An auto sat at the curb, and this he moved toward, a lopsided grin on his face. "One of these days, when I am in a given city long enough to justify it, I will have one of these. What make, do you think?" Rolls-Royce. Perhaps she picked the most out-of-her-grasp one she could think of, perhaps because she knew it was out of his grasp as well. But the blasted man wouldn't be offended. He chuckled. "I dare say not, although that concert in London when the Dukes were there, the Duke of Stafford was telling me about his Rolls-Royce." She gave a heavy blink. "You were talking to a duke about cars." "Why not?" Because it's so normal. And he's a duke." Lukas chuckled and opened the passenger door of this car for her. She couldn't have said what make it was, but certainly no Rolls-Royce. "He is just a man, mon amour, with a wife who is determined to have a Renault." A couple who could afford 2 high-priced automobiles? She shook her head and slid into the closed cab. And there are children starving in the streets. Lukas paused with his hand on the door, ready to close it behind her. His eyes were sharp, not the kind of sharp that sliced, the kind that considered. "They are generous benefactors to many, the Staffords." She lifted a brow. "I dare say they give only what doesn't make them feel a pinch. And how is that generous? It is only worth noting if it hurts." Like Pawley, who gave what he didn't really have to keep orphans from starving. That was benefaction worth touting. But no one ever would, because he didn't make his donations with a newspaper man on hand to sing his praises. Lukas's lips pressed together, but he didn't look at all put out by her pronouncement, as he rounded the car and got in on the driver's side, sliding the picnic basket to a rest between them. "I suppose I'll prepare myself for a life of feeling pinched then, oui? You will apparently give all our surplus to the poor." He made a show of tilting his head. "It is a good use for it, and I dare say there will be many poor in Belgium after this war. Perhaps you will approve us helping them?" "Of all the... You are infernally exasperating. There is no we or us to help them, but you are certainly welcome to give all you can." It was a fine idea, really. If the papers told it true, the Germans had obliterated many a town and village when they marched through the tiny nation. It made her stomach sink to think of all the children now homeless, all the mothers who would now be struggling to feed and clothe them. Well, look at this. He reached out the open window and touched a hand to a mirror. To see behind us, I suppose. I've never driven one with mirrors. There was one on her side as well. Willa leaned toward it to get a better angle. How interesting. Perhaps with this she could get more than a fleeting glimpse of the rusty brown jacket. But you have driven before, correct? Do you not trust me, ma chérie? Trust is earned along with friendship. The street behind them had another car puttering down it, and 2 carriages drawn by horses. Most of what was to be seen, however, were people milling about in their Sunday best, tugging children along with them. She missed the little ones, having one of them scramble up onto her lap and loop an arm around her neck. The way they looked at their big brothers and sisters with complete trust. Earned, to be sure. They'd taken them in when they had no one, fed them as best they could, clothed them, taught them how to survive. Now they'd be taught new things, properly educated, thanks to Rosemary and Peter, taught things like history and philosophy, along with the basics of reading and writing and numbers. She was glad they'd have chances she never had. And yet, it was only because of someone else's generosity that they could give them that. Rosemary's new husband, and in part Mr. V, who had paid the family quite a handsome sum to guarantee their loyalty to him. And off we go. Lukas pulled onto the street. Though we are not going far, just to the castle. We could have walked were it not for the Emperor. The drive would take only 5 minutes, yes, but it took them up onto a hillock that would offer a very different view than the close-set walls and buildings of the little city. Willa set her eyes on the crumbling turret as soon as she could, and beyond to the green hills of the countryside, so that she could pull the images out again during the bleak London winter, along with the strange sights she had seen on the train into Wales. Sheep grazing on the hillsides, hills rising all about them, heather and yellow-flowered scrub plants vying for dominance. It does not look too busy today. Lukas pointed ahead to where the old castle tumbled in upon itself. She drew in a long breath. London had its share of ancient sites, to be sure, but not like this. Left to the wind and weather, her city hadn't patience enough to let a building crumble naturally. Beautiful. The cook at the hotel said it is a perfect spot for picnicking. Her shoulders relaxed against the back of the seat. Perhaps this day won't be so terrible after all. Lukas chuckled. Good to know you are so looking forward to our afternoon together. She certainly hadn't been, but she had a job to do, and she aimed to finish it as quickly as she could. Another week, perhaps. She would get back into his suite and search his bedroom. They had no concert this week, though. She would have to risk it during daylight hours while everyone was at one of their practices. Her gaze latched onto the mirror. That same automobile from the street outside the hotel was still behind them, though the carriages had vanished in some other direction. What colour was the jacket of the driver? It was too shadowed in the car's interior to make it out. I'm not much for the getting-to-know-you nonsense. I hardly know how to do it. It is easy. You tell me a bit about you, I tell you a bit about me. Easy. All right. You start. All right. He kept his gaze ahead of them as he puttered up the hill toward the castle grounds. What would you like to know about me? Where you keep your secrets? She waved a hand. I don't know. Your family? Ah. A smile overtook his lips. A good subject, to be sure. You are like my family, mon amour. I only wish you could have met my father. She rolled her eyes at the idea of ever meeting those who remained. What was he like, beyond being a brilliant mathematician? A brilliant mathematician. He chuckled and angled an amused gaze at her. It was what everything came back to with him. Mère says that she tried for weeks to get his attention when they first met, but she did not succeed until she decided to embroider a theorem into her sampler. That he saw, though he had walked by her blindly for weeks. Willa's lips twitched up too. Why was she so determined to catch his eye? He must have been wealthy. That was the usual reason, wasn't it? But that answer didn't match the softness in his eyes. To hear her tell it, she knew the moment she was first introduced to him that she wanted to spend her life with him. She was a great beauty in her day. She still is, quite honestly, and she had her pick of beaux. But she said they all bored her. When she met Père, she knew he would not. She wouldn't be bored by mathematics. Willa shook her head. His mother must have been rather inclined to it herself, if that were true. There is something so very alluring about genius. He sent her a teasing gaze, a crooked smile. I suddenly understand that. She narrowed her eyes. So I am the genius and you the pretty one in this equation. And you think if we can recreate your parents' circumstances, we can recreate their happiness? She snorted her opinion of that. It did nothing to dampen his smile. So you admit you find me handsome? As if he could draw her into a trap so easily, Willa sent him a glare. You know well you are, but don't try to make something of it that it's not. I'm immune to handsome faces. Ah, but it does not matter, n'est-ce pas? I have already found the equation that will secure your attention. He pulled into an empty lot near the castle ruins. You want to keep playing my Strad. You must keep spending time with me. That car behind them continued straight ahead, but it slowed more than the road required. Watching them, she'd bet. Just as she'd bet, the man inside had middling brown hair and a rusty brown jacket. That may result in affection for your violin. It does not necessitate affection for you. You pierce me through, ma chérie. But I am relentless. I will win you over by my sheer determination. She couldn't see the car anymore as Lukas killed the engine and reached for the door, but tension possessed her shoulders again. You'll waste your time and then I'll be gone. I'm only here for a short visit, Lukas. Then it's back to my own world while you stay in yours. But we share a world. Music. How wrong he was. But then their worlds were overlapping for another reason too. One she would never admit to him. Then there was Cor, who came here following her and was now working for him, and the man in brown. She drew in a long breath as Lukas came around to open her door for her and shot her a warm smile. He was a man with a bullseye on his back, and did he even realize it? Did he realize that the same danger that had met him in Brussels was stalking him here too? Well, perhaps not the same, but it was surely linked. His father, brilliant as he may have been, had made the de Wilde family targets. She didn't return his smile, warm or otherwise. Are you afraid for them, your mother and sister? Pain overshadowed that too handsome face, like but not like what had been in his eyes due to his shoulder. Terrified, but I will trust as my mother begged me to do. I will trust that there is a God strong enough to see them to safety, and I will find them. I'll help you if I can. The words were out before she could stop them. They hung there in the air, accusing her of stupidity. This was not her job, was not why she was here. But she could do her job and help him find his family, couldn't she? Not because she was going soft, just because she, better than anyone, knew the pain of not knowing where one's mother was. and could imagine that echoing note that came when it was not by one's mother's design, and when a sister was missing, too. If any of the family were to vanish, she would turn the world upside down looking for them. They all would. His fingers gripped hers long enough to help her out, but then they drifted away. He was respecting her boundaries right now, though he seemed happy enough to push them at other times. "Thank you, Willa. I do not know how you could help, but thank you." She was more capable than she intended to let on, but for now it was enough to offer a small smile, to look around at the nearly empty site that would probably fill as the afternoon wore on and more picnickers left their church pews and sought recreation. To note that moving, man-shaped patch of brown on the far side of the castle. Oh yes, she could help him more than he knew, and it was going to start by turning the tables on her follower. Chapter 13. Margot placed a black stone on the game board and wished she dared to put it where she really wanted to. When the war was over, she would have to find someone trustworthy to play Go with her so that she could at least once be good at it. Lukas could learn. He may claim not to be interested in such things, but she hadn't been able to beat him at chess until she was 8, and even now he occasionally won a game. He was more than he let on most of the time, just like Maman. Across from her, Gottlieb hummed, thoughtful. He wasn't quite so hideous when stationed at a game board, rather than trying to charm her mother. He would be even less hideous if he were wearing normal clothes, rather than that awful uniform. But no, he probably slept and bathed in the thing. She'd never seen him without it. He flipped a white stone between his fingers as he debated his options. She had chosen the position he wanted, she was sure. It was one of the reasons she had put her piece there. Even a dunce could have seen it was his next move. "Your skill is improving, Fraulein." He offered a small smile and leaned back in his chair as he surveyed the board. "It is a pleasant pastime for a lazy Sunday afternoon, is it not?" Every afternoon was lazy now, lazy and tense, because they didn't dare fill them as they once had and never knew when the next tragedy would strike. They'd gone to Madame Dumont's church this morning for Mass, Maman with a black veil over her face lest anyone recognize her, and even the familiar Latin words had seemed all wrong. The priest had been too young, his voice too deep, his homily too measured, as if he knew the enemy could well be listening and taking account of every syllable. Wise of him, but still, she wanted to hear old Father Poudoir again, speaking from the heart. In reply to Gottlieb, she said, "It is not completely boring." He chuckled, which sounded all wrong coming from him. "Careful, Fraulein, or you may make me think your hatred of me has dimmed a degree or two." It pierced, more probably than he meant it to. She kept her gaze on the board. "I do not hate you. God forbids us to hate." He snorted and set his white stone down in an utterly predictable spot. "You believe all that drivel, do you?" Her fingers curled around her next stone, her gaze darting to the sofa and chairs. Maman had gone to lie down with a bad headache. Madame Dumont was here still, but she had dozed off in her rocking chair. No one to scold her then, for letting a few honest words slip past her lips. "You think God is drivel?" "I think the idea of God and morality is a construct of civilization meant to keep the masses in line. I think those of superior intellect are capable of moving beyond such constructs." Now she snorted. "Why not just proclaim God is dead and be done with it, if you are so fond of Nietzsche?" His stillness screamed for a long second, then his
You are familiar with Nietzsche, blistered her. One of these days she would be old enough that people would not look at her like she was an aberration for being well-educated. One of these days she might even be respected for her mind. She longed for that day. How many more years? 2, 4? Assuming she survived that long, which, if she kept saying foolish things with Germans around, she might not. She sent him her best scowl. I have heard his works discussed. My father, God rest his soul, enjoyed entertaining his friends and debating with them. I would listen through the vents. Ah, yes, your sainted father. He was a history professor in Louvain. It was the story they had agreed upon, the one they had decided was least likely to trip them up. Madame Dumont did have a nephew who taught history at the university. He had run off to join the military outside of Belgium rather than evacuate to Brussels, and he had taken his family with him to settle them with distant relatives in France. If anyone bothered to check their story, there was enough fact there not to raise alarms. And it at least meant claiming her father was in academia, a bit of truth that made the lie easier to say. Ah, yes, and he discussed Nietzsche with his friends. He did. And his conclusion? That a man who died of syphilis ought not to be the trusted voice on the value of ignoring morality. His laugh boomed out, filling the room and rousing her false grandmother, though Madame settled back down again in half a second. Gottlieb's chuckle kept rumbling. A clever man, your father. She nodded and slid her game piece onto the board. It was perhaps a bit too smart a move, but by her calculation she could make 1 or 2 too smart moves a game, and he would chalk it up to the luck of the ignorant. He does have a point, that there are natural consequences for our actions, and that the constructs of morality are designed to spare us from some of them. Cages are always meant to keep their prisoners safe. Or to keep the world safe from them. She rested her fingers in the bowl of stones and let their even, smooth surfaces soothe her. Nietzsche may have claimed that only the most evolved man had moved beyond good and evil, right and wrong. But what man would not claim to be among the superior? If everyone were to let his deepest, darkest desires reign, then... She lifted her chin, met his gaze. Then we would have a world full of selfish monsters stomping on anyone in their path, destroying what society has worked centuries to build, killing for no reason. Joining the German army, in other words. He heard her silent accusation. She could see it in the narrowing of his eyes. Careful, Fräulein. Of course, my apologies. If you do not think it immoral to punish or kill a young lady for speaking her mind, then I could easily get into trouble, could I not? He shook his head, a muscle in his jaw ticking. You do not anger me with such words, Margot. But there are less measured men than I about, ja. I would not have you in trouble with them. Right. Them. He would not punish her because it would ruin his chances of winning Maman's attention. She grunted. It is your move. I am thinking. He settled a fingertip on top of his next stone and twirled it in a circle on the tabletop. Some think I am beginning to believe you do too much, my young friend. You should get out more often, visit friends, go to school. It is not healthy for a child to be trapped always in her own mind. My friends have been scattered. My schools have been closed. So make new friends. Enroll in a new school. She opened her mouth to retort, but a loud growl from her stomach beat her to it and made heat stain her cheeks. Their rationed stores were growing pathetically small already. What would they do when winter came? Gottlieb smiled.
no doubt at the thought of having them at his mercy, reliant on what he could provide.
If you need a break to get something to eat, feel free.
Need more time to think of your next move? She forced a hint of teasing into her tone. Well, she hoped she did. Or do you mean to rearrange the board when I leave? No, thank you. I'll stay right here. He pretended affront. Well, she hoped it was pretend.
Have it your way, then.
She folded her arms over her stomach in the hopes that it would hush up, let the silence tick by for a long moment, long enough that it wouldn't seem strange to return to their previous topic. I find your views on God and morality rather odd for a man whose very name means God's love.
It is just a name. Yours means from the mountain. It hardly implies you can live nowhere else.
Actually, her surname meant simply the Wild, and she could well resort to such behaviour if nothing changed in the next few months. Names can have power. If it were not so, we would not take such care with them, and you would not strive to earn new and better ones, General Lieutenant.
A rank is different. I earn that. My name?
He waved a hand.
Something that perhaps an ancestor took seriously, but it has no meaning any more.
How sad that you think so. She glanced again at the Madame, who was snoring softly now, at the window with its fading light, at the world beyond it, where soldiers marched without bending their knees, citizens avoided the streets, and neighbours whispered with disdain about those who had abandoned their homeland and taken refuge in other, freer countries. If their own neighbours were here, rather than Madame Dumont's, would their disdain be directed at Lukas? Or would they not believe he still lived, and instead whisper that he had died trying to save them? No, he was alive, out there somewhere, and he would come for them, somehow, eventually. She pulled out a handful of stones to see how many she could stack before they tumbled. It is a very convenient philosophy for a soldier, to be sure, to be able to do whatever you please, thinking yourself above such things as law and morality.
You are a cruel judge, Spats. Just because I do not feel the confines of what others tell me is moral does not mean I have no compass inside myself pointing me north, and it certainly does not mean I think myself above the law. I agree to abide by it when I accept citizenship, do I not?
He rested his elbow on the table and his head in his hand. His gaze remained glued to the board.
That was a very good move. I will need a moment.
Margot, deciding to ignore the sparrow endearment, balanced a fourth stone on top of the third, though the round tops were making it quite a challenge. What then of when an whole nation breaks a law? An agreement between nations, is it not right for them to be held accountable?
You speak of Germany invading Belgium?
He tapped a finger to his chin but didn't look at her.
We had no choice. Had we not done so first, France would have. It was Kriegsreisen.
Her German was good, and she understood the two words that were put together, but that they'd created a new term for it gave her pause. Excuse me?
Kriegsreisen. The right of a government to disobey a law if it is to accomplish a wartime objective, or avoid extreme danger.
She just stared at him. Gottlieb glanced up long enough for their gazes to tangle, and he must have read utter disdain in hers. He sighed.
You obviously do not see it that way, being the unfortunate victim in this particular war, but Belgium, a nation has only the rights it is strong enough to protect. Yours, Fraulein, cannot stand on its own, and so it can offer its people no rights.
It itched so much it burned. It is God who gives us our rights.
Nein, it is the state, and when your state is weak... He shrugged. But I do not see why the thought of Belgium being weak should upset you. Your people have no national pride beyond what is fashionable to tout on feast days."
Her hand curled around the stack of stones. She wished they were sharper so they could bite into her palm and distract her from that terrible burning itch inside her chest. "Excuse me?" There was nothing hard, nothing taunting in his gaze, just fact, or what he mistook for it.
"We Germans fought for our unification, for our identity. Most countries did, but not Belgium, is that not so? You fattened and grew rich because of a peace others created for you. All the money you make off the delicacies you grow, or the bragging about your superior workforce, but the Belgians will not spend so much as a franc on their own defense."
Her nostrils flared. Gottlieb weighed his stone in his hand, a corner of his mouth pulled up.
"Your country only exists at all because Europe agreed that it should, as a neutral land, so that no one country could claim its prime strategic location. If ever you had wanted to be more than that, you would have had to be willing to fight."
"And yet if we try, you cite it as undue aggression and kill any civilian who looks at you wrong."
Her lips curled up.
"Is that your Kriegreisen, exception to the law?"
His lips twitched into a smile.
"Nein, that is our law. The Ordinance of 1899 gives the military the right to kill any civilian who is assisting the enemy or their allies."
Her blood ran cold.
"Define assisting."
He shrugged.
"There is no definition. It is entrusted to the soldiers to determine that in the moment."
A chill racked her. The killing was far from over then, and they would do it with impunity, killing any citizen who did not kowtow to them, able to say any resistance was aid to the enemy. Gottlieb chuckled.
"Relax, little one. We are civilized men, not monsters."
"I must ask you to prove that, General Lieutenant."
Another laugh.
"And so I shall. I will share my bread with your family. I will see no one harm the lovely ladies of the House of Dumont. I am a friend."
Ha! She clamped her teeth down on her tongue to keep from making a response, but a jumble of numbers, random and unorderly, clouded her mind. Silence rewarded her restraint. It stretched, uncurled, and would go on, it seemed, forever. Gottlieb had pursed his lips as he continued to study the board. A full minute later, raucous laughter from the street penetrated the windows. Margot frowned. The voices were shouting in German, and from the sound of it they were jeering at someone, not just in general. Since Gottlieb would apparently take another century to decide on his move, she got up and went over to the window, looking down to see who the soldiers were tormenting now. Her breath caught when she saw the familiar brown curls.
"No! General Lieutenant, stop your men!"
"What is it?"
He was at her shoulder, peering over her head to the street. He sighed when he spotted the 4 soldiers prodding at Claudette. What was she doing here, and alone? For a moment she thought Gottlieb would do nothing, but then he unhooked the latch and opened the window.
"Klein! Schmidt!"
The men, the 2 he named and their companions, snapped to attention. Margot didn't wait to hear what he'd say to them. She dashed out of the room, down the stairs, and threw open the door to the street, just as Claudette ran toward it. Margot pulled her friend inside.
"What are you doing here?"
Claudette's cheeks were flushed a rosy pink, and indignation sparked her eyes into flames.
"Just coming for a Sunday visit, I thought."
A Sunday visit? They both knew the days for those simple pastimes were long gone. She would have a reason beyond that. Of course, Claudette was no fool. She wouldn't just shout her reason here, where German ears could overhear. Margot shut the door.
"Without your mother?" "She's ill today, and my sister is caring for her, so—"
She glanced past Margot to the top of the stairs and made a little curtsy.
"Good afternoon, sir."
Margot spun. Gottlieb was, of course, standing just outside the parlour door, and he was smiling.
Ah, you found one of your scattered friends. Good, you need it. You two go ahead and visit, yeah? We will finish our game later.
He started down the stairs. Perhaps he meant to go and join his men outside, find another schoolgirl to harass. They stepped aside as he neared the entryway and then scurried past him, up the steps, as he aimed toward his room. Margot curled her fingers around her friend's arm and tugged her toward her own room. Only once the door had clicked shut behind them did she dare to whisper, "What is it? Why are you really here?" Claudette gave her a dimpled grin and reached inside the jacket she wore, though the day wasn't all that chilly. It had apparently, however, allowed her to conceal treasure. Treasure, pure and simple. Manners forgotten, Margot snatched the newspapers from her friend's hands. "Where? How?" Claudette laughed and sank down onto Margot's small, borrowed bed. "Lucille brought them home." She leaned forward, making her voice the barest of murmurs. "Her beau is helping smuggle them into Brussels. There will be more, Margot." More. Life. She sank down right where she was, onto the floor, and spread the first of the two out before her. They were both in English. It made her brows pucker. She could read English and speak it, but it required thought. And Papa had rarely ever hidden anything for her in an English paper, so she'd little practice at seeking codes in them, though it was the same principle, regardless of the language. And irrelevant. Papa was not here to hide messages. Lukas, though. Wherever he was, he would know this was the safest means of contact. He'd still have the key she had devised. He may have thought it a game, but he would have kept it, because that was Lukas, more sentimental and serious than he liked to let on. But the chances of anything being in these papers? Her heart sank. She didn't know how many newspapers there were in the world, but even a rough estimate produced ridiculous odds for the right ones finding their way to her. Claudette knelt beside her. "Why are you sad? I thought you would love this." I do. To prove it, she leaned over and rested her forehead for just a moment against Claudette's shoulder. "It is just, how will we ever find him?" She didn't dare to say his name. She didn't have to. Her friend knew, and she sighed. "I don't know, but you will, and he'll get you out of here, away from all this." "You can come with us, you and your mother and sister." "Maman will not leave. She says it is our duty to stay in our home and make the best of what may come." Claudette smoothed back one of Margot's stray hairs. "It is different for you, though. You must leave, as soon as he comes for you." It was good to know that Claudette, at least, would not judge her if she did. But whether that could ever happen remained to be seen. She turned back to the paper, frowning at the headline. "The Rape of Belgium." A rather crude choice of words. She read through the article, slowly as she worked the rust off her English. Perhaps it was more than a little rusty, because the words didn't seem right. Her brows knotted and then knotted again. "Did you read this?" "Maman translated it for us. It is nonsense, of course, exaggeration, meant to sell newspapers. Maman said it was called, sensationalism? Something like that, but it is still news, and it is in our favor, isn't it, for the world to think we've been treated so poorly?" They had been treated poorly, but this article made it sound as though no woman or girl was safe from the savage passions of the German soldiers, as if any citizen who dared to step into the street was attacked. She was no friend to the soldiers, and would be the first to enumerate their cruelties, but it was nowhere near that bad. She shook her head. "When does exaggeration ever work out well, Claudette? When it is pointed out, people will then think it was a complete lie, that there is no truth to it." And if Lukas saw articles like this... Act with reason, she bade him across the miles, praying God would deliver the message to him. Not on emotion. We are well. For now, at least. Chapter 14. It had taken Willa an hour to circle around to the back of her follower, to be sure enough of his position to know where to circle to, and to be tricky enough to make him think she was already inside the hotel for her lesson, which she had in fact requested be later than usual today. But she'd done it. She felt that surge in her veins as she came round the final corner and saw that familiar rusty brown jacket sitting on a bench. The man in it was nothing to note. Hair a middling brown, weight a middling 12 stone, she would guess, skin a middling pale. He didn't look up from his newspaper as she approached, but he was aware of her. His fingers tightened around the paper just a bit. She sat beside him and crossed her ankles, looking out over the town that, in her opinion, shouldn't really be called a city. But then she'd grown up in London, which the Welsh would probably deem too much of a city. The question was, where was Mr. Brown here from? If you wanted to remain unseen, you oughtn't to have followed us yesterday. His chuckle was all sunshine and rainbows, and the disarming scent of pine drifted to her when he shifted. Why would you assume that my goal? Perhaps I wanted just this, Miss Forsyth. A chill skittered down her spine, digging in its claws as it went. It was one thing to realize someone had been following her, different somehow that he knew her name, even if it were easier to discover just now, when she was the guest of known sisters and on the arm of a celebrity, than it would be in the anonymity of home. And his accent, it was almost nearly a normal London cadence. Perhaps if her ears weren't so practiced at noting nuances in sound, she wouldn't have noticed it. He wasn't from England. She didn't let it change anything about her posture. If you wanted this, then congratulations on your success. Now what? Now? Mr. Brown flipped a page amid much rustling. We make a deal. Oh, do we? She could give a deceptively bright chuckle as well. I cannot think what deal I would want to make with you. Then your imagination does not match your skill in other areas. He smoothed a crease in the fold. I was following you in London, you know, seeking the best thieves to assist me, and everyone I asked said the same thing. If I want the best, then I want Barclay's crew. He'd been following her at home, and she'd failed to note it? Something that burned of failure sizzled through her veins. She sent her mind back to those last weeks at home, to the pub, searching her memory for any unfamiliar face that had set her instincts buzzing. For weeks I haunted that bleak little back-alley pub where your crew meets, watching you all, determining which of you would best fit my needs. But there was no question. And so I ought to have known the Admiralty would set you on the same task for which I wanted you. Your talents are too uniquely suited to this case. The burning sank teeth in. None of them had noticed him. They'd been too distracted with Rosemary turning their world upside down. Or she had been, anyway. Her own fault, and now she'd pay the price. I knew the moment you booked a ticket to Wales that we were about the same business. And so, my offer. The key, Miss Forsyth. Give it to me rather than your employer when you find it, and I will pay you double what he offered. Double? Pound signs danced before her eyes for a moment, before falling to the ground and dashing themselves to pieces. Who are you? Or perhaps the better question is, who are you working for? Does it matter? Did it? How many times had they claimed, with cynical smiles and flip words, that their loyalty was to the coin and not the monarch upon it? But that was before they went to war, before Georgie had signed up, before Rosemary had married a man who was an actual friend to the king. That was before Germany had begun their march of destruction across Europe. She wasn't completely sure she understood loyalty to a mere place, but she understood being opposed to something, and she was perfectly comfortable saying she was opposed to Germany. That was the accent. German. This man beside her was, what, the spy she'd claimed not to know how to be? She folded her hands, clad in pretty little white gloves, in her lap, and watched a bird fret over something stuck at the edge of the pavement. "How do you even know how much I have been paid?" The man laughed again, a short, soft bark of it this time. "I am familiar enough with how much your government grants for such tasks. It would have been about £200, correct?" The bird pecked at the ground. Willa might as well, too, just to test things. "It was 1,000, actually." "Ha! Ridiculous! What kind of fool do you take me for?" She shrugged. It wasn't strictly true, but V had paid that much for the last job. It was to guarantee the family's loyalty and establish a relationship. If you'd like me to give it to you instead, then... A grumble rumbled between them, and this time that careful accent disappeared into German words, then... "Fine. £2,000. Easy. Too easy. Her stomach soured. Not at the supposed deal, but at the thought that this man wanted that key so much, would toss all that money her way to get it. It must be far more important than she'd supposed. But why? Professor de Wilde was already dead. What could this key he'd made really accomplish without him? How could it possibly lead these people to whatever machine he'd created? She hadn't the foggiest notion, and didn't really know how to discover it. Cryptography, or whatever it was called, was well beyond her. She hummed in supposed consideration. "I don't know. My employer is a dangerous man I don't mean to cross." He snorted. "Shadows generally are, but he never needs to know. Whatever you find, simply supply me with a photograph, or rubbing, or some kind of copy before you return to London to turn over the original." He flipped another page of newsprint. "Simple." "Hardly. Why not just get it yourself? Why were you looking for a thief to begin with?" "It's not my skill set." A little breath of laughter slipped out. He was right about that, not understanding that the lock had been jammed. He was definitely not a thief. Which meant... Clawing chills racked her. She was sitting a foot from a spy, a German spy, someone who ought to, by all rights, be in prison right now. According to Rosemary, the government was quietly rounding up anyone suspected of espionage and locking them away. Though, to be fair, she ought to be in jail too, if she were judging on that criteria. And really, why had the government let foreign agents run about freely to begin with? Why wait for war to arrest those they already knew were guilty of it? Stupid, if you asked her, which no one ever did. Regardless, this man had thus far escaped the notice of the government, or evaded them, which meant that, while a lousy thief, he was apparently pretty good at being a spy. Still, she ought to have spotted him in Pawley's, as she had on the streets here. She ought to have known he didn't belong there. Should she leave her options open? She couldn't imagine putting herself in league with the Germans just now, when they were shooting at her little brother. When this key could arguably lead to something that would harm him there on the front. But what if she could somehow use this man? He could, perhaps, help her identify what the key even was. A dangerous game, to use him and yet keep the thing from him. A dangerous game if she refused, though, too. What might he do if she didn't agree to help? She glanced over at him just long enough to catch the gaze he flicked her way. His eyes were hazel, shuttered behind little round spectacles that would provide a shielding glare from the sun on days when it bothered to shine. But just now she saw his eyes clearly, and they were hard, cold, calculating. Remove her. That was what he would do if she didn't help him. He would get her out of his way. He certainly would not let her report to Mr. V with the key. Best to play it safe for now. Let him think whatever he wanted, while she thought of what to do about him. You had best stop following us around. Lukas is smarter than he lets on. He'll notice eventually, now that his arm is healing and not distracting him. I will not need to follow you, if you agree to meet me with a key. Somehow she doubted he would trust her that fully, but let him think her so naive. How? How would I meet you, if you're no longer following us? Send a note to Mr. Black at the Golgathon Arms Hotel. Mr. Black? No, she'd stick with Brown in her thoughts, at least. He folded his paper with more care than it called for, stood. We'll meet here again the day after you send the note, at precisely 11 o'clock in the morning. Agreed? Well, she wasn't going to disagree. And you'll have the £2,000? Of course. His smile, though, meant to look like a polite farewell to a stranger, was as warm as a knife blade. And more to come, if you wish. Whatever your government asks of you, give it to me first. And you, my dear, will be paid twice for it. A rather tidy arrangement, do you not agree? Profitable, but far from tidy. Double agents were no doubt the most hunted people in a war, and she didn't much fancy having a death sentence hanging over her. She gave him a tight-lipped smile and said nothing. He walked away, his paper folded under his arm. Just another man about his day. She held her seat for a long moment more, letting it all sift through her mind. Her line of work was never exactly safe, but Mr. V had led them into a whole new ocean of turbulent waters, where the lines between thief and spy grew ever more blurred. It was a line she didn't relish crossing. Thieves dealt simply in things, which could be replaced easily enough by the marks who lost them. And in the case of their family, they made it a policy only to steal from those who could well afford the loss. Spies sold information that got people killed. And one couldn't just replace a life, no matter how deep one's pockets. But £2,000 and double on any future jobs? It was a fortune. Once 2 minutes and a half had ticked by, Willa stood, too, and meandered her way back to Lukas's hotel. Just another girl about her day, not one anyone would think was debating loyalties and danger and risk. With the greatest risk comes the greatest reward. It was a truism their family had proven time and again, but which was the bigger risk here, working with the German or against him? And could that really be her gauge on what to do? It shouldn't be, should it? She should have some gut feeling that told her this is right and that is wrong. But right and wrong, they got fluid after a while in this life. When you were so hungry your stomach was turning inside out and stealing was the only way to eat, then you quickly decided it couldn't possibly be wrong to steal some food. And when you then had other mouths in your care to feed, bony little bodies to clothe, rent to pay. Her feet came to a halt at the street corner, though she wasn't quite sure why. It took her a moment to realize that something felt odd, and a longer one to realize what. It was too quiet. Not the street, her head. Usually when she thought long and hard about something, there was not noise. Something more melodic than noise, something akin to the soft, mood-setting music an orchestra played during an opera when the actors were moving about, engaged in action without words. A backdrop as adept as the painted one at setting the stage. She could never translate that music in her head to her fingers, but it was always there, sometimes rising to a level that was surely near audible to anyone standing nearby, sometimes so quiet she herself had to strain to hear it. But there, it wasn't now, when she was debating whether it could possibly be right to double-cross Mr. V. But if it weren't, if she admitted it, if she drew that line in the sand, didn't that then mean she was admitting there was a side she was on, something greater than herself or her family that was worth fighting for? That was dangerous. That could lead her to make decisions that put something above her family, like Rosemary had done, though she'd deny it. Her glove-clad fingers curled into her palm. No, nothing was more important than the family they'd pieced together. Nothing. Not England, not Germany, not war or intrigue or money. Nothing would ever make her choose to follow her own path away from those children. Someone bumped into her, a mother with 2 chattering tots. The woman gave her a harried look and a muttered apology, though they both knew it was Willa's fault for just standing there like a dunce on the street corner. She offered an apology of her own and forced her feet forward, down the familiar walk to the hotel, through the familiar door, a nod to the familiar clerk at the desk, then the quick turn down the hall to the function room, with the sea view that they'd claimed as their own. No music greeted her. Combined with the silence within her own head, it was striking, and made her nearly for 1/2 of a second fight back the urge to let tears well. She could handle loss and risk and cold and hunger, but this she couldn't do. She couldn't lose the music. Whatever decision she made, it must be one that brought the melodies back. The door stood open, and when she turned into it, she spotted Lukas right away, at the table that held his crate of sheet music. His fingers stilled in their flipping when she entered, and he shot her that grin that had no right to make her stomach quiver as it did. It was a shame, in a way, that she couldn't take his talk of a future together seriously. His would be a fine face to wake up to every day, if he weren't so blasted charming and untrustworthy. But he was, which meant she'd have to be content with the version of him she had tacked to her wall. The one before her now was far too dangerous to keep so near her, and no doubt about as faithful as her own father had been. "Hello?" She tossed her handbag onto a chair, tugged off her gloves to toss on top of it, and unpinned her hat. "How's the shoulder today?"
"Driving yesterday took a toll, though it was worth it."
He rotated his arm, wincing only a little.
"Did you sleep well, ma chérie?"
"As always. What are you teaching me today?" The Stradivarius called to her, especially loudly, given her otherwise empty ears. Her gaze focused on where it rested, elegant and beckoning in its gaze.
"No playing today. We must spend some time on theory."
Her heart lurched. "I fail to see why."
"Because last time when I mentioned the G-augmented chord, you had no idea what I meant."
He folded his arms over his chest and raised a brow.
"You could be the best violinist of our day, Willa, but not if you cannot speak the language."
As if she needed to speak the language to play on the only stage she ever would, the one Paulie had built for her. "I don't care about being the best of our day. I just want to play." The silence pounded in her head, and his eyes shone dark and serious.
"There is a saying, I believe, about hiding our lights under a basket. Perhaps Jesus was talking of our faith, but I believe it applies to the gifts he has given us as well, n'est-ce pas? This miracle he has given you, ma chérie. You must not hide it. You must share it with who you can and spread that light, the joy that only music can bring. I like to think it is a sacred duty, a calling."
She shifted from one foot to the other, stifling the urge to spin away from such talk and leave. God, if he is real, is not calling me to anything. No? His smile looked sad. I think you are wrong. But as I doubt I will convince you through mere conversation... He sighed and straightened. We will compromise. I will let you play now. A reminder of this thing we both love. But then we will teach you the vocabulary you need to know, and I will send you home with sheets on it you can study. For now we can work on how you hold your bow. It took everything in her not to bristle at the implication that there was something wrong with the way she did it now. Or perhaps everything still wasn't enough, because he laughed, bright again, and sidled near with eyes twinkling. Your form is by no means bad, mon amour, but we could all use a bit of refinement, n'est-ce pas? He waggled his brows at her, and it will give me an excuse to touch your arm and make you jump. He'd certainly taken every excuse yesterday as they'd strolled around the castle ruins after they ate. A hand on her arm, on her back, fingers catching hers. She'd almost gotten used to it. Almost. Though she'd never admit on pain of death that it was more pleasant than not. Still, she did jump when he came right up to her and touched a finger to her chin, and no doubt the scolding gaze she set on him told him clearly what she thought of that action. He'd already grown as adept as Barclay, however, at ignoring her glares. His eyes were narrowed. What is the matter, Willa? You look upset today, and it cannot be merely over my suggestion that we study theory. She may have argued if she weren't infinitely aware of the crumpling of her own features just now, because it wasn't right that he should be able to tell that with a glance, and it was certainly all wrong that she wanted to lean into his hand rather than away from it, and it was absolutely terrifying that the internal music had surged again with that one little touch from his fingers. She sank onto the chair positioned in front of the music stand, safely away from him. Do you ever hear it, the music in your head? Or is it just me? Crouching down in front of her, Lukas somehow made a frown look handsome and compelling. Do you mean a song that has got stuck in there or something else? Else, I think. I don't know. It may be bits of existing songs pieced together, perhaps? Ah. The frown transformed into a smile, every bit as handsome and compelling. My friend Eugene speaks of such things, the composer. Perhaps, ma belle, you have a song in there you need to put to paper. She shook her head. I can never get it from my head to fingers, and I thought I warned you against calling me pretty. Belle is not pretty. It is beautiful. The Alps compared to... His lips twitched. To these Welsh hillocks they so optimistically dub mountains. She could imagine Gwen and Daisy huffing at the affront to their beloved landscape, but that was beside the point. I am not beautiful. That is, as they say, in the eye of the beholder. And I could behold you all day with great joy. He took her hand in his and lifted it, pressed his lips to her knuckles. No flirtatious glance up at her as he did so, just a seriousness, almost a reverence, though that was absurd. We should get to work. Oui, he said. He released her fingers, but rather than stand, he touched her chin once more. Will you let me kiss you again before you leave today? Now the grin again, though it was still not exactly flirtatious. Odd, given his words. Perhaps it will cheer you. A roll of her eyes was absolutely necessary. Isn't it laborious to drag that head around all day, being so full of yourself? Unbearably sometimes. He stood holding her gaze all the while. You did not say no. I also didn't say yes. But you did not say no. This is progress. He was so ridiculous, it shouldn't make her want to smile. Focus, Lukas. We both know I'm only here for the sake of the violin. He moved off the 2 steps it took him to reach the case and then crouched down to open it.
You do realize that when you marry me, it will be half yours. Incentive.
Ha! Incentive to poison you and keep it all to myself. Now she was ridiculous, playing along, sort of.
Oh, we can come up with a more creative means of getting rid of me than that, if it is your goal.
He straightened with the Stradivarius and bow in hand, eyes twinkling.
Though it will not be once we marry. I will make you happy.
Hand out, she gave him the same look she did Georgie when he pushed too hard against the rules. Music, not marriage.
We can have both, though it may require buying you your own Strad now that you mention it, so we can play duets.
It shone, sparkling in the air like stolen diamonds for as long as it took to blink. Then she shook it away and reached for his instrument. What happened to your promise that you would not flirt during lessons?
The lesson has not yet begun.
He handed her the violin, though, with a grin.
Now the lesson has begun, and I will cease with such...
A knock on the open door cut him off. Pardon me, Mr. de Wilde. There is a Mr. Guillaume here to see you, quite insistent that you will want to meet with him straight away. She glanced over her shoulder long enough to verify that it was the clerk at the door. Lukas sent his gaze heavenward.
My composer friend, always so impatient. Do you mind, Miss Forsyth?
It sounded strange to her ears now, that formality, after nearly 2 weeks of endearments and the liberty he'd taken of using her first name. Willa offered a tight smile, every bit as formal. Go right ahead, sir. Perhaps he'd return with an original composition. How lucky would that be?
You go ahead and choose what you will play today.
He motioned to the crate of music and followed the clerk from the room. She first took a few minutes to tune the Strad, revelling even in those boring notes. Her ears were beginning to grow accustomed to its smooth tones, her fingers to its tension and weight. Her own violin, when she pulled it out in her room at the Davies house, felt light in comparison, like a child's toy. But as sweet as one, too, as full of memories. His music selection was ambrosia, each piece she flipped through tempting. She felt a bit like Barclay had looked in that bookstore the week before she left London, with finally a few pounds in his pocket that he could spend on anything he wanted. Something new, which was unprecedented for them. He'd spent hours just moving among the shelves, his head tilted to the side so he could read title after title. He'd regretted that later, to be sure, whining about the crick it had given him, whining with such exaggeration that the rest of them had no choice but to laugh. She pulled out a few pieces and took them to the stand, going through the first bars of each to see which caught her attention today. The first was pretty, slow though, not quite what she was looking for. The second was fast and scattered, bringing to mind leaves dancing on the autumn wind. Something she would love to play, but she'd probably make a wreck of it without having studied it first, and especially every time Lukas touched her elbow. The third didn't deserve to be called music. She made a disgusted noise within 10 measures. Lukas's laughter grew louder with each step he took into the room, ending at her shoulder.
What, you do not like atonal compositions?
Do you? She may lose all respect for him if he did. It sounded like nothing but a collection of random notes rammed up against each other like strangers on the tube.
I despise it, but I thought I should at least attempt some before dismissing it completely, so I purchased a few selections.
He motioned to the sheet music, and then swept it off the stand and back into its box.
My conclusion was much like yours. That next piece may do, though.
She played through the first few lines and nodded, may have let loose a satisfied sigh, too, at how blessedly harmonious it sounded, in contrast to that jumble of nonsense that had preceded it. Setting her eyes back on the beginning, she got into her normal stance, except with a straighter back than usual, and waited. Lukas slid into position behind her and adjusted her bow arm so minutely that she growled. That's not even a change.
It is a subtle one.
So subtle as to be a waste of time.
It will make a difference, ma chérie, in the long run. Begin. She began, though she wasn't sure how she was supposed to remember to keep her arm a new way when it didn't even feel new. So she simply played, and managed not to jump when he touched her elbow again halfway through the piece, and managed not to growl when a hand to her shoulder indicated some problem with that near the end. Again. She craned her neck around to look at him instead, where he stood half behind her. What was I doing wrong with my shoulder? Nothing, but I was not certain of it at first. You are too thin, ma belle. I could not tell if it was your normal shoulder blade or if you were contorting it. He slanted a glance at her back. Too thin? She was exactly as fat as she could afford to be. You've never noticed before how my shoulder looks. You have never worn this dress to our lessons before. It drapes differently. I would add that the shade of red is becoming, but that might be too close to flirtation. He looked as though he wanted to smile, but held it back. Now, again. Her rebellious streak came to the surface, though she'd done a fine job of ignoring it in their lessons overall, she thought. Did your composer friend have anything new to show you? Feeling chatty today, all right. He eased back a step, wearing his amusement like a stylish hat. No, only a question. He is always wanting the violin to play more notes at once than is reasonable. Have you anything he's written here that hasn't been performed? Those well-shaped brows of his arched. Why that has not been performed? She could just tell him about the challenge, leaving out the bit about thieving, and calling Retta a friend rather than a sister. Technically true, she supposed, but it didn't seem quite sporting, so she shrugged. It would just be fun to play something so few people had. If you want to do that, mon amour, then perhaps you should write something yourself. I told you, it won't come out of my head. Convince it. He eased closer again. Music is like a person, oui? You must make friends, court it, listen to it speak. Let it find its voice. For someone who claimed not to have it living in his head, he certainly seemed to know a lot about it. Willa sighed and turned back to the sheet in front of her. I listen, but it hides when I do. Hidden treasure is always the most precious. Once you lure it out, I think it will be brilliant. Words. Just words, but her soul soaked them up, even if she couldn't quite believe him. Assuming I can lure it out. What is hidden can always be found, mon amour. Found. Yes. She raised the bow and focused her gaze on the opening bars. And she was a thief. Once she found a thing, she knew how to take it. It was just a matter of finding it, and maybe she was in the right place to do that. Chapter 15. Lukas pulled his coat tight and buttoned it up against the cold wind blowing in off Cardigan Bay. Autumn had descended upon them in full force this morning, making it suddenly apparent that October was well underway. Last October he'd been in Louvain, spending a relaxing 2 weeks with his family through his mother's birthday. Père had still been alive, laughing one moment and contemplative the next, teasing Mère, devising new games for Margot. They hadn't known then that he would be gone within months, but if they had, they wouldn't have spent those weeks any differently. Now Père was gone. Their house was rubble. Mère and Margot had vanished. What a difference a year made. This time next year, would the war still be dragging on, or would it be over as everyone hoped? Perhaps they would be picking up the pieces and fashioning a new mosaic of a life from them. No father, no house that he'd grown up in, but a family reunited. With perhaps a new addition, if he could convince Willa to let him pass those walls she had always around herself. Jules would say he had just begun to believe his own jest. But it was more than that. Perhaps it had always been more than that. He turned down the street away from the bay and its hotels and holiday houses. He didn't really fancy going to the rougher part of the small city to meet Cor Ackerman, but he didn't really fancy the man coming always to the hotel either. He craved news in a way he'd never understood Margot doing. Up until now, newspapers he could take or leave. He would glance at the headlines, learn enough to be able to talk sensibly, and then happily return to his music or friends or invitations. These days, though, he read the headlines much more intently. He winced at the descriptions given of the Germans running roughshod over his countrymen, and prayed with all that was in him that it was exaggeration. Prayed that women and children hadn't really been treated as cruelly